Hey, good morning. How's everybody doing this morning? Can y'all hear me okay? Am I too loud? Okay, good. Well, thank you guys for having me here. I see a lot of familiar faces because I was here, I don't know, 6 weeks ago maybe. We had a big time, and so they asked me to come back, which always, I know why people ask me to come the first time, and it's because I lie on my bio. Why you guys ask me back, that I never understand, but I do appreciate it. My name is Kent Temple. I'm with Keller Williams in the Charlotte Lake Norman area of North Carolina. Have a team. Part of the reason I get to teach this is because my team sells about 150 houses a year, and I don't sell any of them. So we'll talk about that at the end of the day, what it looks like if you want to build it out that big when we do the organizational model. I'm OP, operating partner of a couple market centers there. What I'm most proud of is I am master faculty with Keller Williams. There's 47 of us that have went through the process to be master faculty, and I'm one of those people, and that's why I get the opportunity to do this. So thank you guys for having me here. We do business planning clinic today. Is everybody excited? Yes. Do you know we're going to do math? Yes. Are you still excited? Yes. Okay. I mean, so the bad news. The bad news is there's math today. The good news is it's third grade math. The better news is it's third grade math from when I was in third grade, not what they're teaching kids today, because I don't understand how they do that part. And if you have kids that have been in school recently, you'll know what I'm talking about. I think we have a couple guests in the room today. Thank you for being here. I will do my best to explain all our Kellerisms as we go through and tell you about that. Thank you guys for being here. Since we have guests today, that means we can't talk about them. We have to be nice. Here's why I get to teach this class. There's this book that you've maybe heard of. It's the Millionaire Real Estate Agent book. Now, there's a misconception about this book. The misconception is this is a Keller Williams book. Is that true? Absolutely, 100% not. It's totally not. With the exception of Gary Keller's name being on the front, this is just a real estate book. In fact, I've had the opportunity to interview a lot of people that have sold $100 million worth of real estate in a single year. I've never met anybody that sold $100 million in real estate in a year that had not read this book and did not use a lot of the principles out of this book. And the reason it's not a Keller Williams book, for me, the thing that separates Keller Williams for me is our culture. That's number one. That's what makes us different, I think, than most people. Number two, I think it's our education and training. They don't talk about culture or education and training in this book. So this is a real estate book. This is what we're going to talk about is the models and systems book. So here's what happened. My wife was in real estate. I saw an opportunity. I got in real estate in 2005. In 2007, we decided to build a team. And I did such a phenomenal job because my wife left to be a team leader. So I got stuck by myself. I did such a phenomenal job of building a team in 2007. Then in 2009, I got a great opportunity to shut that team down and start over again. And when I started over, I said, if it's not in this book, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to follow the models and systems of this book. Now, did I do that perfect? No. Yes, you still mess up, but I did my best to follow. Here's what happened. In 2009, I had one LLC. That one LLC was the Temple team that we sell real estate under. Today, I have 17 LLCs, all based on the models and principles book. And by the way, all 17 of those are real estate related. They're all real estate LLCs, and it's just models and systems. So that's everything we're going to talk about is coming out of there. Now, if you'll hang with me today, when you leave here, you will have an actual 5-page business plan. Did anybody do the national business planning a year ago with me? So a few people were here. When we did that, that was a theory class. We talked about the theory behind it and what you could go home and do. That's not today. You hang with me today, you will leave here with 5 pages of a business plan, and it'll be about 90% complete if you just follow along with me. Any new agents in the room? Who are my new people? Thank you guys for being here. Welcome. You're going, well, he's going to ask me a bunch of numbers. Don't worry about it. If you're new, I'm actually going to tell you what to write down. I'm going to help you through it. You could be brand new. You will still leave here with a 5-page business plan that will set you up for success next year if you'll just hang with me. So we go through, I'm going to ask for ahas. So if I say anything like that really, really resonates with you, write that down so you can repeat it back. If I don't say anything just think of something you learned in bold and write that down, and I'll claim it as my own, because I'm not that picky about my ahas, just as long as I think somebody's getting something out of it. 3 kinds of people in my room today. I guarantee you there's all 3 here. I don't know if you admit it or not. Here's the 3 kinds of people that could be here today. Are there any prisoners in the room? Who is here only because somebody made you show up? Come on. So is there somebody hiding over there that's a prisoner? They don't even want to come in. Hey, wait a minute. He had breakfast. He showed up for the food. That's not truly being a prisoner. We had breakfast together. Who makes you come to things like this sometimes? You can say Larry, even though he's in the room. Larry does. Yes. Are you productivity coach, right? Productivity coach does. Yes. I get it. Okay. Are there any vacationers in the room? A vacationer is somebody that figures a day listening to me is still better than a day lead generating. Anybody? Then you go home and go, I worked so hard today. All right, cool. So y'all are explorers. I got explorers in the room. Good. Good, good. Thank you. Thank you guys for being here. Again, so in your manual, turn to 1.1. 1.1, very beginning of the book. Middle of that page, it says my numbers. It says my numbers. I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Go through and fill in those numbers to the best of your ability. Yes, I know. I'm getting all. She's already giving me a funky look up here. Go fill in those numbers to the best of your ability. What you can do, just take 2 minutes, fill them in the best you can. Guess where you have to. Any questions? All right, ready to go.
We lost the audio.
It's because I'm not saying anything. Was that somebody on Zoom? So yeah, so if you're in Zoom land and you have your manual on 1.1, we're filling in art where it says my numbers. So can people out there, so if they're on Zoom, can they talk to me? Wow. I don't know where y'all are. Hey, where's the?
Hi. Hello, good morning.
I know y'all need to give me like the box I'm supposed to stand in, because I like to run around and stuff. Great, I'm on film.
Where can we find the manual?
Picture over here. Hey, as you're doing your numbers, what are you learning? Oh, wow, we don't know our numbers. Wow. So raise your hand if you're a business owner. Really? Huh? Pretty much everybody raised their hand. Do business owners know their numbers? Yes. Yes. Hopefully you have your first aha. Well, take that back. If you know your numbers, you don't. If you don't know your numbers, I hope you have your first aha today is that you need to know your numbers. See, here's what I know. Here's what I know about realtors as a whole. Now, remember, I'm not pointing any one person out. Like, I'm not saying, Leah, this is you. I'm just saying, as a whole, there are a certain number of things that realtors are not good at. For example, realtors as a whole are not good at math. Y'all can do 3% of anything, but besides that, you struggle a little bit with math. Realtors as a whole are not good at setting expectations. If we were good at setting expectations, we would work a lot fewer nights and weekends than we do. Realtors as a whole are not good business people. Now, here's why. For the vast majority of us, when we get into real estate, it'll be the first time we ever ran a business. So we don't have the experience. For the vast majority of us, we don't have an MBA. We don't have the training and education, so we're not good business people. Thank you for being here today. This is called Business Planning Clinic for a reason. We're going to learn how to run a business. Here's what I want you to take out of this. I want you to say, God, those numbers would be so important to know for me to run a business. And next year, when we invite Kent back to do this again, I'm going to know all my numbers. If everybody in this room knew their numbers, we could be finished at lunch and then just eat lunch and go home. Wouldn't that be easy? I actually do that. So this Friday, I'll do business planning clinic with my team. And it's a lot shorter than this because they're trained to know their numbers. And they walk in and they know them, and we don't have to talk about it as much. So I want you guys to be a business. All right, flip over to page 1.3. So here's our goals for the day. Understand the models. If you know the MREA book and you're going, hey, there's a misprint because it says understand the 5 models. That's the beauty of today's class, guys. A lot of you have never seen this before. You are going to get the research from the MREA 2 that hasn't even been written yet, or the MREA revised, whatever we're going to call it. New research. There's actually 5 models. So we'll touch on that 5th one as we go through. You're going to create a business plan, and then you're going to have the plan to go execute it next year so that you can have the big business that you want. I'll talk a lot today about, where's my books? I'll talk a lot today about life by design. What's the life by design that you want to have? There's another book out there. We won't get into this book today. If you haven't read this book, think about it. Think about reading The One Thing. Get you a copy of The One Thing. This is the Life by Design book. This is the Life of Abundance book that you want to have. Because if you understand the life of abundance or the life by design you want to have, then you can create the business plan, just have that life. So what are we going to do to get there? Now, you guys came here for a reason, except my 1 prisoner and my 3 vacationers. Middle of page 1.3, write down 1, 2, or 3 things that you need to get out of today, please. Please write down. What'd you come here for? You're an explorer. Why did you show up today? Please write those down.
My 3 learning goals.
If you're still writing, that's cool. Keep writing. Write your reasons. Who'll give me 1 reason they came today? So I can tell if we're going to cover that or not. Who's got one? Why are you here? Yes, ma'am. She said, learn best practices to implement in my business. Well, we're going to do that the whole day. All best practices. Do not leave here today and think, wow, Kent is really smart, because none of these are my ideas. I'm just real good at repeating some really smart people's ideas, but that's what we're going to do. Thank you. What else? Yes, sir. How to write and close a contract. That's not today.
No, Papa.
That we will not do. I would encourage you to get with your leadership team, and they will point you to the right place. Hey, so you're brand new. Okay. What's your name? Colton. Dude, you were so blessed. How long have you been in real estate, Colton? Who would have loved to have had this class when they had been in the business 2 months?
Wow.
Man, I would. Dude, we're gonna set you up now. And the thing is, if I taught you how to write a contract, it would be a North Carolina contract. That wouldn't do you any good. So that would not help. By the way, in my North Carolina contract, do you know that we have in our contract where we have to check off if the oil and mineral rights have been sold? And that's never happened in North Carolina. It's because you Texas people that cause that. And we have to have that sign because you did it. Go figure that one out. Everybody understood that. What else?
Need to
Why we
focus.
do this? I didn't want him to be disappointed. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. And so today, and guys, it's not a lot of numbers. She says, get better at tracking my numbers. It's not a lot that we have to track. And the thing is, if you'll do it, there's a reason we do this time of year. It's to set you up for January 1st so that next year you can start out and track your numbers. So we'll do that all today. We'll go through that. And really, most of the numbers are economic model that we do first. What else? There you go. Set goals. Think big, right? Think big. Life by design. Create a plan of execution. 5 pages. That's all it is. It's 5 pages. And you'll have the whole plan to take back with you. And you go, if I do this, I can achieve my goals. I can achieve what I want to do. What else? Yes, sir. Ooh, wow. I wish I would have got here early and started writing that down ahead of time so I would be prepared for today. But when you leave here, we're going to have just a handful of goals that we're going to hit. And we'll do that right after lunch. We've kind of almost completed that right after lunch. I try to get this done early because before life happens. Life usually has about 2:30, and people start kind of about 2:30 every day. Every time I do this and then do this, there's one less person in the room. So you know how life happens, kids happen. All right, anything else?
What about utilizing my current skill set to enhance my business plan?
Cool. So, and we're going to talk about a skill set. We're going to talk about skill set in a second, and then we're going to talk about how to utilize it in the lead gen model. So thank you. We're not going to do that. Whatever she just said, because I didn't understand it, definitely not going to do that one. Yes. It happens. It happens. Let me give you my 3 goals for today. Here's what I want to accomplish. So just so you know, here's my 3 goals. Number 1, I want you guys to have fun. Yeah, I'm to the point in my life, I don't do anything if I don't have fun anymore. I don't do it. Like, you will never catch me teaching a technology class because that would not be fun for me. Actually, I teach one technology class here. It's on April 1st. Y'all should come. It's really good. Not me. Have fun. Second thing I want you to do is I want you to learn something. Who's been to one of our big events like Family Reunion or Mega Camp before, the big Keller Williams events? If you go to those events, if you pay that big registration fee, and you guys are lucky, a lot of times you can maybe drive, but sometimes, like if you're going to family reunions, you got to fly, so you pay a plane ticket, a hotel room, and your Uber charges and meal charges, and you pay all that money to go to an event, and you come back from that event and you get 1, 2, 3 big rocks that will help you change your life or your business. Was it worth going? For a much, much smaller fee today, that's what I want to do. I want to give you 1, 2, 3 things that you can implement in your business to change it. Would that be a win for you? Awesome. Here's number 3. Number 3, I want to motivate you. You came here for a reason. I want to motivate you because I want to show up next year and everybody say, Kent, I did my goals last year and I hit them all because I followed the plan that we set. So that's my big goals. All right, turn to the next page. 2.1, models and mindset. So what's a model? What's a model? What is it? A process. There is a process behind a model. It's a system. What else do you think of when I say model? An ideal.
System.
It's ideal because it's proven, right? That's all a model is, guys. It's a proven way of doing things. People have lived before us, and they've set the models. And that's what we're going to follow today, is we're going to follow those models. Now you look at the PowerPoint up there, and it talks about you do the model and you have creativity on top. I've met a whole bunch of people in my real estate career that told me about this great idea of how they were going to do things differently. They're not in the business anymore. They're not in the business anymore. Creativity only works when the model is set. Here is the model. It's called lead generation. Your model, the base of what you're going to do is how you are going to lead generate for business. That's going to be the second model we do today, is a lead gen model. Then you put your creativity on top of it. Now, at the bottom of that page, it talks about natural ability. One of the things you want to learn today is my skill set. Does everybody have a certain amount of natural ability? Yes? Do some people have more natural ability than others? Yes. Hold that thought, because we're going to come back to that in just a minute. But here's what I know. There have been times in my career that I have been out of model. And every time I've been out of model, it worked to here. And every time I was out of model, I hit a ceiling in my business. And that's when I realized I needed to get back in model to continue to grow. The models are there for a reason. Everything I give you today is proven over and over and over again. So that's another thing about this book. So this book, the research was done in around 2000 for this book. And here's what happened. In 2000, Gary Keller took all the top Keller Williams agents and got their best ideas, correct? In 2000, Gary Keller took all the top agents from around the country, from every company. And then they all joined Keller Williams after the book came out, right? In 2000, Gary Keller took all the top agents from around the company, around the country, from every company, and came up with the models and systems. And many of them never came to Keller Williams. That's not what the purpose of the book was. The purpose of the book was, here's how top producers do things. And the book says he discovered that top producers all pretty much did the same thing. So he wrote a book about it. By the way, in 2017, 18, 19, and 20, they're redoing the research, and almost all of what they learned is the same. There's a reason that the new book hasn't come out yet, because not that much has changed. With the exception of technology, it's kind of the same thing. So these are the proven models and systems that you're going to have that came from everybody. Follow those. Don't recreate the wheel. All right, so let's go to 2.3 and talk about the myths. Here's the things that I don't want you to get in your head. Number one, I don't need models. I'm going to share something with you guys, and I'm not doing this. The purpose of this is not to scare you. The purpose of this is just to give you knowledge, okay? And so I might come back to this a couple times today. 66%. What do you think that number represents? Any guesses? Success rate? It's actually the opposite, but you were close. 66% of new licensees fell out in the first 24 months. %84 of new licensees fell out in the first 48 months. The reason they fell out is because they don't have the models in place to follow. Thank you for being here today. I don't want you to be a statistic. I want you to be successful. By the way, National Association of Realtors who came up with that, in case anybody's wondering where I get my information. Number two, models limit my freedom. Well, so this is an easy one for me. I'm a living, breathing example of that not being true. I worked very hard. I worked very long hours to build it big like I wanted. And then because I had models and systems, it gave me freedom. In a non-COVID year, I will do what I'm doing today about 70 times a year. And my business does not miss a beat. I don't have to worry about anything today. You guys get my full attention the whole day because the models and systems and people are in place, and my business will run just perfectly. If you build it big with models and systems, it actually gives you freedom, doesn't take it away. Number three, models are just opinions. Well, I just hit that. They're not. Top producers came up with this. Number four, the model won't work for me. Why not? proven over and over and over again. Of course, it'll work for you. All you have to do is implement it. And number 5, I don't need to change. I'm getting the results I want. Then congratulations. Good for you. If you're already getting all the results you want and you're wondering why you should stay today, what if I could show you a way to get those same results and work less? Would that be a win? Okay, there you go. The models and systems maybe can do that for you. Don't let any of these things get in your head. Because here's what I want you to do. Turn to the next page. I want you to think like a millionaire. Think like the millionaire real estate agent does. And here's the way they think. Number 1, they think powered by a big why. Skip that. We're going to come back to it. Number 2, they think big goals and big models. Skip that. We're going to come back to it. Number 3, they think value and customer service and experience. Mo Anderson says this. She says the standards that we set around our service is part of the legacy we leave. What are the standards of service that you're going to do? So today, when we in class today, we're all going to do the same thing. We're all going to leave here, and we are all going on a listing appointment. Every single person in here, we're all going to go to a listing appointment, and we are all going to compete for this one listing. But here's the thing. Each of you has to pick just one thing that you're going to do to sell that listing. Just one. And if you could only do one thing to sell a listing, what's the one thing you would do? Anybody? Show up. That would help. Develop a relationship. Okay, that's good. We need to do that. Resources beyond the closing. These are all great. Okay, so what you guys are hitting on now, you're hitting on great ways to service people. But to sell the listing, what would you do?
Nice.
You need to market.
So, okay, all right. So say what you're going to say, and I'm going to hit what Zoomland said. Show your value. Good. I heard somebody in Zoomland say, price it right. That's awesome. You price it right. But then nobody knows you use your one thing, nobody has it. Now, in Zoomland, somebody said, market it.
Yeah, yes, market.
If you could only market it one place, where would you put it?
Har.
Well, you have I think the largest one in the country. If you could only truly do one thing to sell a house, you'd put it in MLS. That makes you like everybody else. If you could only do 3 things to sell a house, you would put it in MLS, you would take great pictures, and you'd put a sign in the yard. Congratulations. It makes you like everybody else.
Hi, Sharon.
What makes you different? Why should I give you a large percentage of the sale of my house when I can just give that to you? Because right now, here's the problem. Right now, it's too easy to sell a house. Anybody can sell a house as long as they weigh enough to put the sign in the front yard, because sometimes you got to kind of jump on them a little bit, It's too easy. What is the value that you bring that makes you different? Now, yes, ma'am.
Experience.
So Tara's saying, so part of what I do is, so Tara, here's the challenge for everybody in the room. I got to quit that. Here's the challenge. What makes you different? If you don't know, this book right here, page 94 and 95, the 10 areas of service for a buyer, the 10 areas of service for a seller, come up with your elevator speech of why I should list with you and not the other 90 people in this room. What makes you different? What makes you special? What's going to separate you in the market? Come up. Now, here's the thing. Once you come up with that elevator speech of what makes you different and what makes you special, then you got to figure out how you're going to give that speech to people. I've got a good buddy named Joseph Klosick. He's also master faculty. If you ever get a chance to take Joseph's Lead Generate Like a Millionaire class, I would highly recommend it. Here's what Joseph says. Joseph says, Kent, I have the best elevator speech of why you should list with me and not the other realtor. The only problem is too many times I find myself giving that speech to myself in my car as I pass the other realtor sign that's already in the yard. What is your message and how are you going to get it out there? That's important. Number 4, think competitively and strategically. Raise your hand if you're competitive. Come on, y'all in real estate. Who's competitive in here? Awesome. Put your hands down. Raise your hand if you knew how to go on to kw.com and see where you rank in your office. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Not as many hands went up right there. Now, you said you were competitive, but you don't even know where you stand in your office. If you're really competitive and you want to motivate yourself a little bit, do this. Go to your leadership. It's only a few clicks, and they will show you how to see where you rank in your office. Now, a little while ago, I said, everybody has natural ability, and you said, yes. And I said, and some people have more natural ability than others, and you said, yes. Get competitive. Learn how to go on kw.com every month, and then look at that list and look at that person with less natural ability than you have that's doing better than you are, and see if that doesn't tick off your competitive self just a little bit. So there's this guy in Houston. You've maybe heard of him. I think his name is Lance something. Lance is competitive. Do you think Lance goes on kw.com to see where he ranks in his office? No, he doesn't. He knows where he ranks in his office. Do you think Lance goes on kw.com and sees even where he ranks in his region? Probably not, because he knows where he ranks in his region. Here's what Lance does. Lance can go on kw.com just like anybody can, and he can look to see where he ranks out of 180,000 Keller Williams agents, because he's competitive. And I know what happens with Lance. Lance gets really ticked off if he's not on page 1. There are 17 people on page 1. Guess how I know there are 17 people on page 1? Because I'm competitive. Let it be known, I am not on page 1 or 2 or 30. Anyway, that's a different story. But I look at it every month to see where I am. I actually have a spreadsheet. I know where I rank in Keller Williams for like the last, every month. I have it written down for the last 6 or 7 years. I can tell you exactly where I rank because I'm competitive and I want to see how I'm trending versus everybody else. Get competitive and see if your business doesn't go up if you're a competitive person. Number 5, think action and accountability. Skip that, we'll come back to it. Number 6, think talent, systems, and standards. Are you surrounding yourself with talented people? And do you have the systems to build it as big as you want? I'm going to tell you how much business you can do at the end of the day, depending on where you want to be, exactly how much you can do. If you'll hang with me to the end, you'll find out. Number 7, think knowledge and skills. Hey, by the way, as a realtor, what is your most valuable asset? Somebody say time. Thank you for sharing your most valuable asset with me. Thank you for committing to be. Is Keller Williams a company for everybody? No. No. If you're not learning-based, we're probably not a match. Thank you for being learning-based. Thank you for showing up today. Number 8, think persistence and resilience. Gary Keller says this. Gary Keller says you've never failed until you give up. As long as you keep trying, you've never failed. Persistence and resilience. And number 9, think profit. Everybody said, I think just about everybody said, yes, I am a business owner. What is the purpose of a business? To make money. Profit. Make profit the goal, not anything else. We'll talk about that today when we get to the budget model. I want you to hang around for that one. Other people like to leave during that one. All right, so turn to page 2.7. So we skipped a couple of these. I said we'd come back to them. So on page 2.7, it says, think powered by a big why. This is the foundation. And on page 2.7, there's a place for you to write your big why. Now, before you start, this is your big why for deciding to be in real estate. What is it that gets you up in the morning? What is it that motivates you?
Okay.
So somebody in Zoom land, if you mute yourself, please. What is it that motivates you? What gets you up? What gets you going? Take 1 minute, and I want you to write down on this page your big why for being in real estate. What is it that drives you? Any questions?
36.
All right, ready to go.
Espérame.
Thank you. Do that again. 2.7. What's your big why? What motivates you? Why did you decide? By the way, it is going to be beautiful today in Houston. I'm glad the blinds are closed because it's going to be an awesome, beautiful, gorgeous day. And it's probably 15 degrees warmer outside than it is inside right now, right? Yet you decided to spend the day with me. Why? What drives you? Write that down. No, don't. Just write it down. Actually, so as you keep writing, she said money. Here's what Gary Keller says. Gary Keller says it's not about the money. It's about what you can do with the money or what the money can do for you. Gary Keller also said this. Gary Keller said you can never, ever, ever, ever make enough money. Now, if I stop there, that sounds greedy, but here's the full statement. Gary Keller said you can never, ever, ever make enough money because you can never, ever, ever give enough away. And you can't. You can't. You can never make a money that you could give enough away to fix. I just read this on the way here yesterday. Jeff Bezos has given away $10.6 billion this year. Did that fix all the problems? No, you can never make enough money to even fix the problems of your community. You give away enough to fix it there, let alone your city or your state or your country or your world. What's your big why? Write those down. So I know a big why. I know this is personal, so don't feel like you have to share, but who's got a big why they'll share with the group? Who wants to share theirs? What's your big reason for doing this? Yes, sir. If you will, because you're way in the back, stand up and say it loud so I don't have to repeat it. Oh, wait, we have a mic. I didn't know that. There we go. Perfect.
Hello. I want to retire my parents, and I also want to set myself up to retire by 40, 45. That way I can just enjoy the rest of my life.
So he wants to retire by 45. Looking at him means he's got 32 years to work toward it. Why are you not in school? No, that's me. Thank you. Hey, Colton,
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So Colton, it's funny you say that. When that one comes up a lot, is people start thinking about the R word, the retire word. It's funny that Colton, who does look very young, already has that on his mind. Who in here has that retire as part of what they want to do? Okay, so a lot of you kind of, hey, yeah, at some point. Now, by the way, I retired for 6 weeks in March and April of 2020 when the government said I had to. It ain't for me. Okay, it's not going to work for me, but if it's going to work for you, that's awesome. Now, since Colton volunteered, Colton, do you still have that microphone? Cool. So can I coach you on this a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Colton, and I'm doing this because a lot of people have that R word in their deal when it comes to their big why. Colton, would it be easier to retire if you were debt free?
Yeah.
Microphone.
Yes.
Would it be easier to retire if you had X number of dollars in the bank?
Yes.
Would it be easier to retire if you had X number of dollars of passive income coming in every month?
Yes.
That's now your big why, Colton. Your big why is now this. Your big why is now, I will be debt-free by this time. I will have this much money in the bank by this time, and I will have this much money of passive income coming in by this time, so that at 45, I can retire and live the lifestyle that I've grown accustomed to, or the lifestyle that I want to lead. I want to take a step back. That's how you quantify a big why. Now, I mentioned the one thing. So in this book, it talks about the different areas of your life. And in this book, it talks about goal setting to the now. Turn over to the next page. And you're going to see how to do goal setting in the now. And I'm going to do this quickly with Colton, okay? Colton, thank you for being my guinea pig. So I'm going to do Colton's financial goal setting to the now right now. I'm going to do this quickly. If you want to do yours as we go along, you can do that. So Colton, it wants to know your someday goal. Well, we just said Colton's someday goal. I didn't give you the numbers. His someday goal is that he will be debt-free, that he will have X number of dollars in the bank, that he will have X number of dollars passive income coming in monthly so he can lead the life he wants to live. So that's his financial goal. Awesome. So Colton, we're going to do your 5-year goal right now. This would be an example of Colton's 5-year. To get to where he needs to be in 5 years, he says, you know what? In 5 years, I'm going to be debt-free except for my mortgage, because if you're going to have debt, that's the best kind to have, especially now when money's basically free. And I'm going to have my first passive income coming in 5 years. That's going to be set up. Maybe it's a rental property. And you know what? I'm going to have this much money in the bank. That's where I'm going to be in 5 years to be on the way to my someday goal. Well, okay, great. So Colton, that's awesome. Where do you need to be in 1 year? Colton says, okay, Kent, I'm getting this. Understand this debt part. You know what? In 1 year from right now, I'm going to have no debt except mortgage and a car. Yeah, I'm getting rid of all that bad debt, anything that's hanging over me, the student loans or credit cards. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to be on the way. And Kent, in 1 year in the bank, I'm going to have the money to purchase that first rental property that will become my passive income. That's where I'm going to be a year from now. Now, here's what Gary Keller says. This is funny. It's so true. We tend to overestimate our 1-year goals and underestimate our 5-year goals. Just so you know. Great. So Colton, what can you do this month to be on track for that someday goal? All right. Well, Ken, I didn't tell you this, but I'm carrying this debt over here, and I'm not going to tell you how much it is. But this month, I'm going to pay this much toward that debt. I'm going to pay that. I'm going to pay that down. I'm going to get on that process of being debt free because you said that was the first thing so I could retire. Awesome. What are you going to do this week? Well, Kent, this week, if this is really important to me and this is my goal, I'm going to start tracking my expenses this week. I'm going to start seeing where my money goes. And I might find out that $39 a week I'm spending at Starbucks is not as important to me as being able to retire is. It's awesome. What are you going to do today? Well, Kent, what I'm going to do today is that thing that makes your wife really mad when you say it. But I've decided that debt gets in my way and I've got too many credit cards. And today I'm going to cut one of them up. She cries when I say that. It's terrible. Don't tell her I said it. Thank goodness she's not on Zoom. Awesome. Colton, what can you do right now to be on that pathway to that? Here's what you can do right now. Hang around today and get a business plan that's going to support that life by design. And by the way, if you accomplish your goal of retiring at 45, I'll still be working. Okay. That's just me. Guys, that's how you set your goals. You go to the end. What is the ultimate goal? And just work your way backwards to where you need to be. Now, here's what I'll tell you about a big why. You don't have to be great to start, but you do have to start to be great. So start thinking about that big why. Get the big reason you're doing this that will drive your business. And read the one thing. All right, turn to page 2.11. Think action and accountability. All right. I got some new agents in the room. Thank you guys for being here. New agents in the room. Do me a favor. Don't always be getting ready to do something. There's like 700 people in this market center. So I know you've got this person in your market center. Oh, as soon as I get my business cards, then it's go. Oh, as soon as I get through setting up my web page, y'all better watch out. Oh, you know what? As soon as I get this flyer perfect, I'm a door knock like crazy. Don't always be getting ready to do something. You have got to start. Without appointments, nothing else happens. Think action. What are you going to do to make your goals happen? That's what you have to do. Now, on that page, it says this. It says, hold yourself accountable. I struggle with that one. It is hard to hold yourself accountable. We'll talk about that in a second. Get in accountability relationships. Here's what I use to hold myself accountable. It's called a 411. Oh. Your 411 is page 5 of your business plan today. If you hang with me today, at least through the lead, if you just hang through the lead gen model, just make the first 2, you're going to leave here with a 411 that tells you exactly what it is that you need to do to be successful. Some people in here don't know what a 411 is, so I'm going to explain it to you quickly. A 411 stands for 4 weeks, 1 month, 1 year. Now, it should actually be called a 114 because we start with the 1 year first, but 114 does not sound near as cool as a 411. As we go through the day, we're going to build your 411. Because I want you to really do it well with the models, we're going to practice right now. We're going to practice how you do a 411. So here's what I want you to do. I'm going to give you a minute. I want you to think of 1 or 2 big personal goals that you have for next year. What are 1 or 2 big personal goals? And just to practice that fact, yeah, if you'll turn over to page 2.15, on the far right, it says personal goals. Just write down just the annual, what's 1 or 2 things that you want to accomplish personally this year, and just write them down on that page. This is just a practice page so we get it right later. Any questions? All right, cool. A couple big personal goals, write them down. Is there anybody that doesn't have a manual? Everybody got one? There's a couple more in the back. Okay, cool. Cool. Who's got a big personal goal they'll share with me? Oh, wow. Okay. Now, okay, that's a good one. That's a great one. So she said, hire an assistant. Now, some people in the room are thinking this. They're thinking, well, that's a business goal. Well, you know what? For you, it might be a business goal because the assistant you're going to hire is going to input listings and do contract to close everything. Her assistant might be taking care of her kids and pick up her laundry. That's leverage. It's exactly. It's her 411. That might be exactly what she wants to do. So there you go. Awesome. So, so now we got to break that down into monthly goals. Here's some kind of monthly goals that you want to have. It's like, okay, this is going to cost me this much money to do it. Before I hire that assistant, I'm going to have 3 months of that assistant's pay in my bank account so that I don't have to fire them the first week because I didn't have a closing. Her next monthly goal is to identify 5 candidates. Yeah, just things like that could be how you break her down for her monthlies. Who else has got one? Thank you. Who else has got one? Oh, come on. Yes, ma'am. Very cool. So you're going down Colton's path. It's like, okay, what's that passive income that I want to have? Great. So so she's investment property. Here'd be a great monthly goal for her. Next month or this month, her monthly goal is this. I'm going to meet with a lender so that I can find out what I need to do to qualify and how much money I need in the bank. Well, then her monthly goal can become this. You know what? In 6 months, I want to have that money. So I'm going to divide that amount of money I need for that down payment. And I'm going to put 1/6 of that in the bank each month to hit it. And then when she gets there, it's going to be identifying properties. That's going to be her monthly goals to get that annual goal. Thank you. Who else has got one? Yes, sir. What's your name? Winston. Can I coach you on that for a second, Winston? Let's change that up a little bit and say, I want to hit 100K in income so that I can do blank. There you go. I want to hit that so I can do this, everybody in here is going to retire before me. Sucks.
I have a question. Isn't it personal goal like losing weight and
Sure.
achieve
That's it. So that's a great one. So a lot of people in here will have us, you know what? I've got this goal that I want to lose weight. Here's what happens when we set goals like losing weight. Because when is that one time a year that a lot of people set a goal to lose weight? Oh, January 1st. We set who makes New Year's resolutions? Raise your hand. Come on, yeah, you do. Who fails miserably at their New Year's resolutions? Yeah. Well, here's why you fail miserably at New Year's resolutions. The first thing is because you make resolutions with an S. I would encourage you to make one New Year's resolution if you're going to make one. Just make one. That's another thing out of the one thing. It says, hey, you know, that's all about setting a habit, and you can only set one habit at a time. Here's the second thing we do. We don't break it down into monthly. We set that New Year's resolution, which will be our annual goal, when we say, I want to lose 25 pounds. And then we get to the end of January and we've worked so hard and I was exercising and I was eating right. And you get into January and you've only lost 2 pounds and you're going, this sucks. I'm done. But if you broke down losing 25 pounds over a year and you lost 2 pounds in January, how are you doing towards your goal? You're nailing it. So that's why you set. So thank you, Zoomland. Yes, if losing weight is your goal, do that. Set that goal, but then spread it out over a time period so you don't get frustrated and get those easy successes. Does that help?
Yeah, my question is more related of differentiate between business goal, personal goal, etc., etc. Because to me, everything is everybody's talking about money, and that's to me is money.
Well, okay, goal. So here's the thing. So she's saying everybody's talking about money. Here's the thing. For most of our goals, it takes money to support them. Yeah. So there is some thought process. Well, how about this? So I'll help you with this. How many people in here have one of their personal goals is this big vacation I want to take next year? Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So Mimi, raise her hand really quick. Mimi, where do you want to go? You want to go around the world all next year? We're going to do that in 1 year? No. Okay. So Mimi wants to go to Thailand next year. That's her big personal goal. Mimi, here's the beauty. Did you know that in 2022 that you can go to Thailand for free? No, because that's not true. It's not true. Yeah. So Mimi, here's what you have to do. If that's really your goal, here's what I want you to do. I want you to pick the month you want to go to Thailand. Okay. And then I want you to find out this is how much it's going to cost for that vacation. And let's just say it's 8 months from now. She wants to go to Thailand and it's going to cost her $8,000 for the trip. It's probably going to be more than that, but we're going to go with easy math because realtors are not good at math. So in 8 months, she's taking a trip to Thailand. It's going to cost her $8,000. Mimi, your monthly goal is to put $1,000 every single month into your vacation account because listen to me, people, you will never, ever, ever, ever enjoy a vacation as much as if you pay for it before you go on vacation. And don't worry, because as realtors, we're real bad about going, you know what? I'll have a closing next month that'll pay for this. That's how you set up those vacation goals. Most of your goals, it takes money to fund those. Most of your personal goals, not all of them, but most of them, it will. And if it doesn't take money to fund them, it takes time to fund them. It's one or the other. It's money or time. It just does. Guys, that's how you do your goals. You set the annual goal and you break it down into the monthlies. Now, do not touch the weeklies. Bless you. We are not going to touch the weekly goals till after we do the second model. Just leave those alone. But when we get to the 411, I wanted y'all to understand how they work. Any questions on how that works? Are we good? So when we finish that economic model, we're going to be good on it, right? All right, cool. 2 point. No. Yes. She said, what's the difference between job and business? You know what? Don't worry about that. We're actually not going to use that 411 today. We're going to use it a little different. since you brought it up, you just talking about this organization, but let's talk about it. What's the difference between a job and a business? Yes, ma'am. You earn money on one, you make money on one. I like that. It's a good way of looking at it. Who else? I'm in business. Give me another difference. A job's a daily task and the business is the big vision. I like that. Very good. What else? All right, I'm going to give you a simple one. Here's a simple one. With a job, you get paid when you complete a task. If you're in real estate sales, you get paid when you close something. You completed that task. If you're in an administrative role, you get paid when you show up from 9 to 5, and at the end of the day, you get paid. Or if you do contract to close, you get paid when you get paid when a task is completed. When you have a business, you get paid when someone completes a task. Now, can that someone be you? Can you have a job inside of your business? Yeah, most of us do. Most of us do. But that's the way to think about a job and a business. But we're going to do those together today. When we're setting these, it's just going to be, we're really just doing job business goals all together of how we're going to build that life by design. You're welcome. Any more questions? Hey, 2.19, it starts talking about leads, listings, leverage. That's what we're going to cover in the models today. And then 2.19 at the bottom, it says a business plan built on models. And it's got 7 questions at the bottom of that page. And it would take you guys about 20 minutes to answer those questions. So I'm just going to give you the answer is yes to all of them. A business plan will do all those things for you. It will help you build the business that you want. So here's what we're going to do today. We're going to cover these 5 models. I'm on page 2.21. The first model we're going to do is going to be the economic model. What are the numbers you need to hit to make the money you say you want to make, to have the life by design you want to have? We finish that, we're going to do the lead gen model. Once I know the numbers I must hit, we're going to get your model for how you're going to lead generate to make that amount of money. What are you going to do to lead generate to make that amount of money? Once we do that, we're going to do the budget model. We're saying, hey, I get it. I'm going to bring in this much money. How do I make sure I don't spend too much of it so that I have the profit in my pocket? Because not everybody does that. Not everybody profits like they should. And then 4 and 5 is the organizational expansion model. I will touch very briefly on that at the end of the day. When I do the organizational model, I won't go real deep on it. I will tell you how much business you can do at every level so that as you have that big goal out there, you'll know how many people you need in your life to make that happen. So that's what we're going to do today. That is the models that we're going to do. Page 2.23, if you will, we're going to take a break right after this page. If you will, on page 2.23, write down your aha so far. What did you get from here so far? 2.23, write those down. All right, don't stop writing. Keep going as you're going. Who's got one aha they'll share with us? Yes, ma'am. Right. Gotcha. So she's saying aha is I can go find it if I need to, but I don't really know them. Yeah. So, and you know what's going to happen? You have your spreadsheet at home, but I don't have it, and I don't follow, I don't look at it, which means do you have a P&L? Do you have a profit and loss statement? Yeah. Do you know that one? Yeah, because you don't look at it, right? Yeah, exactly. we look at it in the year and we go, wow, I didn't do what I thought I was going to do. Well, it's because we didn't. So in budget model, well, so guys, here's what's going to happen. A lot of you are going to stay with me today, and you're going to leave here with a 5-page business plan, and you're going to go back and you're going to go to your office and you are going to put that business plan in a filing cabinet. And then you're going to have a really smart filing cabinet. And you're not going to have anything to take and implement. This is a living, breathing document, just like your P&L is. And the budget model, we'll talk about a P&L and why it's important to have that and that kind of thing. But you need to know your numbers. Yeah, the book says at least monthly. At least monthly. For me, I look at mine on a weekly basis, how I'm tracking, what can I do different, what I need help, but at least monthly. And on budget model, we'll do that. So you're getting ahead. I like it. What else? What other ahas do you have? Yes,
Your
sir.
business plan doesn't have to be complicated.
So, okay, Zoomland, say that again.
Your business plan doesn't have to be complicated.
Oh, if the business plan was, I'm right here. Hi. If the business plan was complicated, I couldn't teach it. That's how easy it's going to be today. Simple. Yes, sir. Yeah, so Philip said, just start. Just start. Now's a great, everything we're going to learn today, now is the perfect time to do it because you can get set up for a brand new year. It's a nice break for you to look at, and you can start saying 2022 is going to look like this. By the way, raise your hand if you liked the way business was done in 2021. Okay. Who's happy with their business in 2021? All right. So when I asked that, there's only about 6 or 7 people that went, yeah, I'm happy with 2021. For everybody that didn't raise your hand, I got news for you. My crystal ball says that 2022 is going to look exactly like 2021. Here's why I say that. How's inventory? Oh, it's worse than low. If our inventory tripled today, it would probably still be low, right? It's terrible. Guess what? In 2022, inventory is going to be terrible because new home construction cannot even come close to catching up. Between 2009 and 2015, as we went through that Great Recession, there were 5.5 million homes, new homes, not built. Our shortage today, we need 5.5 million additional homes. It's amazing how that works out for us to be in a balanced market. So inventory next year, same as this year. Hey, how are interest rates right now? Well, I kind of agree with you. So for like the last 5 years in a row, every year I sit here and I went, so next year interest rates are going up. My crystal ball was broke because 5 years in a row, they have not gone up. They've actually gone down. I used to teach that interest rates cannot go below 3% because I was told that at 3%, there was no money to be made. So was that correct? Absolutely not. Now, will interest rates go up next year? Yes, I'm pretty sure they're going to go up. Are they going to go up significantly? Historical average for interest rates since World War II average is between 6.5 and 7%. I heard Gary Keller say that he's pretty sure that we will never see 7% again. And we might not see 6% again ever because we've trained people on the interest rates here. Here's why interest rates can't go up significantly next year, because it would truly throw us into a recession, maybe even a depression. Will they go up next year? Yeah, I hear some people saying they could push 4. Is 4 a really good interest rate typically? Yes. Yes, it is. Now, here's the thing. If interest rates do, let's say they go up next year and they're close to 4. Is that going to impact your business a whole lot? No, because most people can still buy a house even at 4. A little bit less of a house, but most people still can. For your lender friends out there, if interest rates go to 4 next year, does that affect their business? Hugely. Big. Because you have to remember, half their business is refis. And if we go up a full point next year, like we might, there won't be as many lenders around. Right now, there's a lot of people getting in real estate, a lot of people getting into mortgages. If that happens, I do think interest rates will go up a little bit, not enough to affect us. That's why I say 2022 is going to look like 2021 the way it looks to me. And this whole thing, if you a week ago, I would have said, I'm 99% sure that interest rates go up next year. And now I'm not 99% sure anymore because what's happened in the last week. Oh, good. So you have more than one. What are they? Helps the jumbo, right? Right. Here's what I was thinking. Why I'm not sure about interest rates now. I forget. I can't pronounce it, or I don't know how to pronounce it. It's Omni. What replaced the Delta? What is it? Okay, whatever. Whatever the new variant of COVID is that's hitting Europe right now. You know, everyone that hits Europe somehow it can swim across the ocean. And we get it 30 to 45 days later. You know, I'm not convinced that this doesn't come in and this changes and how we do stimulus. So again, there's nothing that tells me that 2022 is going to look different than 2021. So if you're not happy with 2021, guess what? You got to do something different next year. You got to change what you're doing or you just have the same business again. So do something different. Most of you said you want to do something different. All right, what else? What other ahas do we have? Oh, wow. She said revisit both those books. So here's the thing. This book right here, this is not a novel. This book is actually a manual. When I got this book, I don't have that moment. When I got this book, and this is my original one, I actually took it to Staples and I had them pull it apart and they spiral bound it. Because that way I could work out of it. That's how I like my books. I like mine spiral bound so I can fold them over and look at them. It sit on my desk. I use it so much that it fell apart. So I had to go back to Staples and they had to cut the spiral off and put it in this. Yeah, there's the original one. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, so Judy's got one of the original books. Judy, do you know who the publisher was of that book? So Gary Keller got turned down by every publishing company out there when he went to this. They said, no, nobody would do the book. So Gary just was Gary. So if you look, the publisher of that book was Relic. Relic is who is the publisher of that book. In case you can't figure this out, Relic is Keller spelled backwards. Look and see if I'm not right. If Relic did it, and then if you open up your book, there was actually a publisher that somebody called and said, hey, on second thought, we do like your book idea and we would like to be the publisher of it. Yeah, revisit those books, but this is a manual. This sits on my desk at all times. If you ever see Relic, you found it. Yeah, it was Relic. If you ever see me teach a class, there's 3 books with me everywhere I go. If you see me on Zoom, number one, I'm not happy because I'm on Zoom. But you'll see I've got my book with me. I've got my reference guide. This is a manual. By the way, so it's not a novel, it's a manual. It's a manual. It is not the menu at the Chinese restaurant. You don't go in and you say, I'm going to have a number 7 and a number 23 and a number 41. You follow all the models and systems that are in here. So I like that. I'm glad you're going to revisit those. What else? By the way, it's almost Christmas. If you don't have those 2 books, ask for one. What else? So she said, follow the models, they work. So you just stole a big ending for today. Because when I leave, I'm going to say, hey, if I can leave you with one thought, follow the model, because they work. All right, give me one more, then we'll take a break. Yeah, she said, have a why behind your goal. What's your name? I can't see, it's too small. Yvette. Yeah, so Yvette said, have a why to drive that goal. Guys, here's the thing. Your big why is hard. You think about it, and then, by the way, it changes over time. That's okay. So you have a different reason for getting up. For years and years, I had, and a lot of you have this on your pages. A lot of you will have something on there about them rugrats that you decided to have, right? You got that big why on there that has to do with your kids. And for some of you, I know for some of you, it's not so much monetary as it is the legacy that you want to leave for your kids and what you want them to think of you. And I had that for a long, long time. And guess what? I don't care about them anymore because I got grandkids and they're much better. They are much better. Grandkids are your reward for not killing your children. And it's awesome. So your big why changes over time, and that's okay. But it's having one. It's having that reason to get up, to do it. And you need to have that. All right. We having a good time? Y'all said we're going to have fun. All right. It's 11:17. Excuse me. It's 10 East Coast time. It's 10:17. At 10:30, we are starting back with our economic model. So come back. When you come back, go ahead and get your phone out, get your calculator out, get ready because we will be doing some math here in a minute. I'll see you at 10:30. Really, I don't have any at all. Then we're going to start back. 1 minute. I'm an oldie. I've had my fourth retirement career, but I'm enjoying it immensely because I love people. My other started. Let's get started back. So I had some good conversations at break. A couple people want to know about my market. My market's the same as yours. And just so you know, pretty much every market around the country is the same as yours. There's very few places that inventory is not really, really tight. Even if you go to areas that have been depressed for the past several decades, like Detroit, is their market, very little inventory. There's a lot of revitalization going on in places because they see the opportunities to go there. So you have to know the vast majority of realtors everywhere, same boat as you're in. And then, hey, Philip, can I share our conversation? So Philip came up to me and he said, hey, he was telling me this is his retirement career and he loves it because in his whole life, he didn't get to work with people and he loves people. But he said, what really struck me was when you're talking about just do it. He said, because I didn't sell anything for over a year when I first started because I was taking all the classes and getting ready to do everything and did not realize the support system you have here. New agents, get busy. Don't spend all your time getting ready to do something. Don't think you have to take every class. You've got a huge, huge support system here, and we will help you get through that first contract, that first listing, all of it. Go do it. Don't become a statistic. All right. Now, I want to share something with you that this is kind of change. This is something that's going to change in the new book. So this is from page 44 in your MREA book. If you can see this, by the way, if you're new to Keller Williams and you haven't found this out yet, at Keller Williams, we will make a triangle out of anything. Just saying, we'll figure out a way to do it. So this is page 44 in the book. And here's what happened when they were doing the research. Hey, Zoom, can y'all see the PowerPoint? Somebody say yes or no.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. So in 2000, when they did the research, there were a lot of realtors that could not even think what it would look like to have $1 million GCI, $1 million gross commission. There was a lot that couldn't, and here's why. We didn't have any examples. There were not a lot of realtors that were able to earn $1 million in commission a year. There were a few, but not a lot. So they didn't have a lot of examples out there. So to earn now to net $1 million, if you follow the model today, to net $1 million, it says you've got to have a gross commission income of $2.5 million. And when they did the research in 2000, almost nobody had. I mean, there were very few examples of people with $2.5 million commissions back in 2000. So that's why people couldn't think it, because they just have enough examples here. And I would say there was pretty much almost nobody that was receiving $1 million from real estate in terms of investments or whatever in 2000. Now, this is one thing that's changed in the last 20 years, is now anybody can think about earning $1 million in commission because we have a ton of people that are already earning it. In 2005, when I joined Keller Williams, in the Carolinas, there was one team in the Carolinas that had $1 million GCI in 2005. Last year, there were 77 teams that had $1 million GCI in the Carolinas. I looked last week through October, there are already 77 teams that have $1 million commission with 2 months to go. So that's why everybody can think it, because we've got a lot of people earning it. In the Carolinas, we've got about 10 people that are netting $1 million. Their team has a $2.5 million or more GCI. That's why people can think it, because we got people doing this. And I know people that receive $1 million a year in passive income because they built big real estate businesses and have invested that money back into real estate type things. So we have those examples. So in the new book, there's going to be a new one. Because there's on page 44, there's just these. Oh, helps if I get it right. The new ones give. What would it look like if you made enough money, if you made enough gross commission income, you could give $1 million away? What would that mean for you and your family? What would that make? Now, here's what I know. Anybody can think $1 million. If you want to earn $1 million, you need to work on your sales skills. Work on your sales skills if you want to earn $1 million. If you get there and you want to net $1 million, work on your business skills. If you get there and you want to receive $1 million, work on your leadership skills. Not part of today's class. But that gives everybody a chance to get back from break before I start the economic model. All right, here we go. So when we talk about a millionaire real estate agent, if you had a gross commission income in 1 year of $1 million, would you consider yourself a millionaire real estate agent? If you said yes, that's fine, because, okay, I get it. You earned $1 million. You could. In the book will not consider you a millionaire real estate agent. To be a millionaire real estate agent, you have a net profit, a net income of $1 million. That means you take $1 million home with you. So when we look at this, we're going to do the millionaire. I'm going to show you kind of the way the millionaire real estate agent looks at things. All right. So their goal is a net income. Net income is a fancy way of saying profit. Now, anytime today when we're talking about your net income, this is your pre-tax net income. We don't do taxes today. That's not part of it. Here's why we don't do taxes. First off, if I did taxes, we'd have to talk about tax brackets and where you fall in that one. Second off, it would look very different in Texas than it does in North Carolina, because you don't have a state income tax and we do. So this is pre-tax income, just so you know. Now, here's what the research says. The millionaire real estate agent has built this big business, and they're going to net profit 40% and 30%. Oh, so 40%, that means they have to have a GCI of 2.5 million. 1 million divided by 40% tells them that if they follow the model, GCI of 2.5 million. Now, the model says 30% of that's going to be operating expenses and 30% is going to be cost of sale. Now, I'm going to tell you the difference between cost of sale and operating expenses in case you don't know. So when you have a closing in Texas, who is the check made out to? The broker, okay? It's made out to your brokerage. So when we do today, when that amount of that check, that is your gross commission income. In your head, don't take anything out of it. I want the total amount of the commission paid. That is your GCI. We'll subtract everything out as a group today. That's your GCI. So it's made out to your brokerage. So in this office, who do you give that check to? What's her name? Victoria. So you take that check and you give it to Victoria. Your cost of sale is anything that Victoria takes out of that check before she gives it back to you. That's your cost of sale. You only pay that when you sell something. What are the categories of things that Victoria could take out of your check? That's right. You guys are okay. That's right. Because you actually pay E&O on every one. And your E&O is a lot in Texas. Did y'all know that? From what I've heard, Texas is one of the top 2 litigious states out there. is why you pay a lot of E&O, and I forgot about that. For you, you're one of the, maybe the only state that I've ever done this in. E&O is a cost of sale because you pay it every time you sell something. What else does Victoria take out? Okay. She takes out any money you share with your brokerage. If you're at Keller Williams, sometimes we call that split or cap and royalty. At Keller Williams, anything you pay your brokerage. What else? Any referral paid to the Temple team in the Charlotte, Lake Norman area of North Carolina. If you need to know how to contact me, you've got a bookmark on your desk. Please put that in your favorite book. I have to lead generate 2 today. Don't forget that. Yeah, any referral paid out. There's really only one more thing. Okay, I'm going to come back to that one. Hold that thought. I'm going to come right back to that one. The other big thing on there is any split you have with another agent. Now, here's who you might split with. If you're on a team, you might split with your rainmaker. If you're a rainmaker, you might split with a buyer's agent or a listing specialist. Productivity coaching, is that paid out then because it's a licensed agent? So if you're in productivity coaching, that's a licensed agent. Typically, that is all cost of sale is. Now, if you pay a licensed transaction coordinator, that can also be considered a cost of sale. For most of us, that would be an operating expense because we pay it individually. If it comes out there, cost of sale. There is one more, and you're saying, hey, what about KW Cares? Okay, KW Cares is if you pay it out of every closing, but you don't give enough to count. That's my little push for y'all to give more to KW Cares. It is still, by the way, it is still Tuesday if you're thinking about Giving Tuesday. There you go. Do one more day. Cost of sale, you only pay when you close something. Now, operating expenses. What do our clients think we get paid? 6% of everything. Yes, they do. They think that. What do they think our expenses are? Well, you had a little bit of gas because you drove me around. That's what they think. In reality, what categories make up our operating expenses? Marketing, MLS fees, and all the dues and fees that we have. Advertising, yeah, photos, yeah, all the marketing stuff that we have to do. Rent, if you take an office somewhere. Anything that you pay, whether you sell something or not, is an operating expense. Administrative help, operating expense. So that's the difference in those two between cost of sale and operating expense. That's how the Millionaire Real Estate looks at it. They're going to keep 40%. We'll talk about that 40% in a minute. They're going to spend 30 on each of those. Now, research shows that their average commission is about $7,150. I'm going to say that your average commission here is about, as an office, Larry, tell me if I'm right, your average commission here is about $11,000. What is it? Okay. Well, I did 400 times 2.75%, came up with 11,000 is where I got that from. But so roughly somewhere 9, 10,000 is going to be your average commission here. Millionaire Real Estate Agent, their average sales price across the country, $275. Is it gone up right now? Yeah. Yeah. Since we did this, it's up about $325 now across the country. So it's maybe a little bit higher, but that's what we're going to kind of look at there. And it's real simple. You take $2,500,000 and divide by $7,000. They have to sell 350 houses a year. Oh, I just heard it. Oh my gosh. That's not one person. That is a team of people doing this. Keep that in mind. Now, the Millionaire Real Estate Agent has a balanced business. So they do 50% on the seller side. So I just take 350 times 50%. They have to sell 175 listings. That's how many they have to sell. They know their conversion rate. Don't worry, we'll talk about yours in a second. 70%. Say divide by that 70%. They have to take 250 listings. That's only one per business day every day of the year. No big deal. They know their conversion rate. They sell about 75% of their listings. We'll talk about that. Just divide by that. They need to go on, that team needs to go on 333 listing appointments a year. Who in this room has a team that goes on 333 listing appointments a year? Okay, I'm very disappointed in the one person that's not raising their hand, because there's one person in here that has that team. Who is it? It's Larry. Larry has that team. There's two people that have that team. There you go. They're just, guys, we're all the same. We all do the same things. We're all building out these big teams. It is possible. Now I'm gonna go back to the top. I'm gonna take my 350 units sold. 50% is on the buyer side. I got to sell 175 listings there because I know my conversion rate. I divide by 70. I got to find 250 buyers, which means second conversion rate, I need 357 buyer appointments a month. It's a whole team, and it breaks down 26 a week, so 7 a week, 26 a month. Whole team does that. We're going to do this again in a minute, much slower, so that we have success doing yours. So in your manual, turn to 3.3. This is just a thought process for you. Here's what you can invest. You can invest your time, and then you have cost of sales and operating expenses. Here's what you control is your behavior, your skill level. Thank you for being here today, your abilities, and the resources you add. Where those two intersect, that's where money is made. Where are you going to spend your time and money with the resources you have? That's where money's made. I'm going to give you a different way to look at this. On the left side, what if it said what you like to do? If you wrote down the things that you like to do where it says performance, and then go to the other side where it says investment and write down the things you were good at. Where, if you can work where what you like to do and what you're good at intersect, that's where you'll make money and you'll never work a day in your life. So think about the things that you are good at and what you like to do. So Philip was talking about earlier. I already know what Philip likes to do. Philip likes to interact with people, right? So I know what he likes to do. So Philip, at some point, he didn't know he was doing this. He said, "I'm retired, but I want to do something, and I really like people." So he got into real estate. Now he's got to figure out what he's good at. And where they two intersect, that's where Philip can make the most money. And you will never, I found out, yeah, I like people too. I'm one of those rare people. I like being on this side of the table. You know, they say more people are more afraid of public speaking than they are of death. So I'm that odd bird. I like it. So I like doing this. I like talking to people. I found out that I'm actually good at talking to groups of people. Somebody had a lady that some of you might know named Holly Prescott, who's in Texas and has been a mentor to me. She said, "You need to do this." So now I found something that I like to do and something I'm good at where they intersect, and that's where I can make money. Never work a day in my life because this is really not work to me. I love doing this. I hope y'all can tell I love doing this. Thank you again for having me here. All right, 30, 30, 40. Let's talk about this for a second. Millionaire real estate agent nets 40% of their GCI. Who doesn't like that number? Who says, "Ken, I want to net more than that"? Anybody? Is 40% a good net profit? Is it? What's your name? David said, "Well, I'd like 90 better." What do you guys think grocery stores net profit? 25, 20, 10, 7, 5. Grocery stores net about 2 to 3% is their net profit. Wow. So I live just outside Charlotte in a place called Mooresville, North Carolina. If you like NASCAR, Race City, USA, that's where we are. And about 3 years ago, you would have thought that they were closing down the White House in Washington, D.C. and moving it to Mooresville, because everybody was so excited because we were getting Costco. Now, we already had a BJ's and a Sam's, but that didn't matter because Costco is different. We're getting a Costco, and everybody's just through the roof excited. Here's what I know about Costco. Guess what Costco net profits on their products? It's actually pretty close to zero. Costco makes almost no money on their products. They make all their money $125 a person that becomes a member. And here's how I'm going to prove it to you. Who shops at Costco? A lot of you. Next time you go to Costco, I want you to look at the sign on the right when you walk in the door that says hours. Banks are open more hours than Costco is. So where I live, well, now I'm sad because I don't have what y'all have. I don't have an HEB. Greatest grocery store ever. I want you to think about this. Your HEB probably opens up at 6 or 7 in the morning, and it stays open until 11 o'clock at night. Costco sells the same products. Your Costco opens at 10 o'clock, and it's open till 6. They've got the shortest hours of any retailer out there. You know why? Because they don't make any money on their products. They already made their money when you bought the membership. So why keep the lights on? Why keep the employees going if you don't have to? They have the shortest hours. Look at the door next time you go in and see if I'm not right. Does Costco make money on gas? I would think, my guess would be probably not, because gas, gas even for convenience stores is kind of a loss leader. They don't make a lot of money there. They're trying to get you in the store. I would bet no. So, and that would be a product. So probably not. Guys, here's why I went through this process. 40% is a huge net profit in the business world. Nobody makes 40%. The only people that can compete with you at 40% net profit are like attorneys and accountants, other service-oriented people. So 40 is giant. If you still want to make more than 40, guess what? The book says as a solo agent, you can make 55 to 60%. David's still not 90, bud, but 55 or 60, yeah. Yeah, if you follow the model, you can have a huge net profit when you look at the business world and what's out there. If you just follow the model, 40 is a giant. By the way, there's a company, and I'm not going to call them by name, but it rhymes with pillow. So when that company, when they got in business, they said their goal was not to sell real estate. Now we found out later that they are going to try to sell real estate, but their goal, what they did was, because the guy that started that company, his first idea was Expedia. And he went in and he went, holy cow, travel agents are making this much net profit. If I can get in between them and the client, I can make a small percentage. And that was where they put them out of business, right? Just same thing with us. He went, realtors are making 40%. If I could get in between the realtor and the consumer and just get a small piece of each deal, I could make a bunch of money. That's why they picked real estate to get in, because your net profit is giant compared to other businesses out there. And here's why. If you open almost any other business, do you have to pay rent for a big storefront? Yeah. Do you probably have to have employees? Yeah. How about this? If you own any other business, do you have to own your inventory to sell it? Yes. Do we own our inventory? No. 40 is huge. I want you to keep that in mind. Follow the model to get that 40. And then I already kind of went through the operating, what constitutes operating expenses and what constitutes cost of sale. But I want you to do this. I want to change the way that you think, because we're going to think a little different than most business think. Turn to page 3.5. So if we focus on GCI, and that's what most realtors do. Most realtors focus on GCI. They go, okay, this is how much gross commission income I want to make. And there's this magic number in real estate called 100,000. So write this in at the top of page 3.5 where it says focus on gross commission, write in 100,000. So if that's your focus is $100,000 and and that becomes GCI, get your calculator out. First time doing math today. The model says that 30% is going to be on operating expenses. So I want you to take $100,000 and multiply by 30%. What do you get? 30,000. So where it says operating expenses, write 30,000. Where it says cost of sale, write 30,000. Now take your calculator and do 100,000 minus 30,000 minus 30,000. And that's going to tell you what your profit is. What's your profit? $40,000. $40,000. Now let's change our focus. Go to where it says focus on net income and profit. Where it says net income, write that same $100,000. Now do this. Where it says focus on net income, write $100,000. We're going to start with that same number in mind, $100,000. and you know your net profit is 40%, take $100,000 and divide by 40%. $1,000 divided by 40%, and that's going to tell you your total GCI. What'd you get? 250,000. And I'll go ahead and tell you on this one, if you just take 250 times 30%, you'll get $75,000 cost of sale and $75,000 operating expenses. Which way do you want to think? Do you want to think the one where your net income is 40,000 or your net income is 100,000? Which one? Okay, do you agree then that we can focus on the net profit, that's how we'll do today? You promise me? You promise me you'll think big? Not very convincing. How are y'all going to afford to take me to dinner when I come back next year if y'all don't make a lot of money? I want you to change the way you think. I want you to start thinking about how much profit your business is going to have. All right, turn to 3.7. All right, we're not doing the millionaire real estate agent right now. We're doing you. This is all about you. On page 3.7, do you see the 4 blanks? Say yes. You have to write a number in all 4 blanks. And I'm going to help you with each of them. Okay? I'm going to help you with each of them. So the left side, all economic model, everything on the left is listings. Everything on the right is buyers. And I'm going to help you through this. Just hang with me. Top left, where it has that blank and it says 75%. This says that 75% of the time that the millionaire real estate agent goes on the listing appointment, they get the listing. Is that good or bad? So some of you are going, well, Ken, I mean, I'm a lot better than that. I get the listing 100% of the time I go on the appointment. Well, that's because you went on 3, and it was your mama and your sister and your best friend. And you were 3 for 3. Congratulations, you're a rock star. The millionaire real estate agent only gets 75% for this reason, because they go on the hard ones. They actually go to people's houses they've never met before because they've got a big enough business, they get that phone call. They actually compete for listings. They actually will look at a potential seller and say, no, I don't want to take your listing because you're not serious about your price or your condition's not right. But they'll look at them and they'll say, I'm in the business of taking signs down, not putting signs up, and no, I won't take your listing. Now, I'm looking around and I'm thinking, I'm not sure about Colton, but everybody else, I think you've reached puberty, right? You have passed the puberty of your real estate career the first time you say no to somebody that you won't do their business. That's when you're a grown up and you're going, yeah, because I don't need it. I don't need to waste my time with you. That's when you've reached it. Historically, 75% is a good average. Now, who knows? Does anybody know what percentage of listings they go on that they get? Anybody know that number? No? Yeah, yours is 100 because you went on 1, right? Yeah, are you 2? Yeah, he's 2 for 2. Yeah, I get it. Think about your percentage. Now, here's the thing. If you pretty much go on just list me's, yours might be 90, 95, close to 100. All my new agents in the room that don't know your number, here's the number I want you to write. 75%. If you know yours, write yours down. Everybody write a number down. You got to have these 4 numbers of your economic model. New agents, 75%. Here's why you're new. And it might be a little tougher than you thought. And you might not get every one. Hopefully you still get your mama and your sisters. The rest of them might get a little iffy. Write that down. Bottom left. This says that 75% of the time that the millionaire real estate agent takes a listing, they close on it. How do you feel about that number? Come on. Be honest. Don't think I'm going to tell you you're wrong. Is that good or bad? Okay. What percentage of the listings you went on this year did you sell? You have a big business. What percentage do you sell? Tara, how many? Yeah. A couple, because you're in luxury. You have a big business. What percentage do you sell? Here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. Right now, in the market we are in, are we selling more than 75% of listings we take? Yes, because there's no inventory. You're going to sell probably higher than that right now in the market that we're in. 75% is a good historical average. In 2010, I sold 48% of the listings I went on. But here's the thing. You're going, well, that sucks. Yeah, it was terrible, except for one thing. I knew my number. And I knew to make my goal, I just had to take twice as many listings. It's all a numbers game. I knew my numbers. If you know your number, right now, if you put a number higher than 75%, I'm okay with that because that's the market we're in, and I think it'll stay that way next year. If I'm a new agent, I think I'm still going to write 75% because I don't know, and the market might change, and maybe I'm not great at pricing it. It might be a little tougher. If I'm a new agent, I'm probably going to use these two numbers just to be safe as I build out my business plan. Write your second number down. You're going to need these. I promise you're going to need them in just a minute for your economic model, so write those down. Let's do the buyer side. Top right says this. It says 75% of the time that they go on an appointment, they sign buyer agency or they show them houses. I don't like that number. Does anybody like that number? Sounds low, doesn't it? Here's why that number sounds low to you, because you're going on mostly easy ones. The Millionaire real estate agent has a big business. Therefore, they are going on harder appointments than you are a lot of the time. They're really good at their scripts. In practice, they actually still get 75% of them. Yours might be higher. If you live in your sphere, in other words, if you're gonna do most of your business with friends, family, neighbors, past clients, your number will probably be higher than 75%. Hey, if you're buying leads from somewhere, we'll talk about it in the budget model, yours is probably gonna be lower. It just is. If I'm a new agent and I don't know, you know what? I'm gonna play it safe and I'm gonna write down 75% just in case, just to cover myself. Everybody should have 3 numbers on their page. Write down that third number. Now, I really don't like the last number. That bottom right number, it says that 70% of the time that they show somebody a house, they actually close on that house. Now, time out. I am not an Uber driver. I am not putting you in my backseat of my car, you crazy people, unless you're going to buy something. So what are the reasons that we don't actually close 100% of the time? I heard financing somewhere. Financing falls through. Yeah. Why else? Oh, multiple offers. So you made 5 and they finally got frustrated and went, I'm going to go rent something. In this market, that is true. Why else? Couldn't find the right house. Inspections were terrible. How about this one? Circumstances changed. Anybody ever have a client that lost their job during the process? I have. Anybody ever had a client that suddenly found out that they were getting transferred to Austin instead of Houston? I've had that client. Yeah, anybody had and you're wondering if working with you is what drove them to divorce? Yes. Am I the one that put the wedge in between them as we were looking at houses? Who's had this one? Who's been 3 days before closing with a first-time home buyer and they call you and go, hey, guess what? I just got a new F-250. I mean, I had something to move in. I'm like, you did what? Can you take it back? Nope. Done. They're renting for it. Yeah. It happens. It happened. Now, here's my thought. The first response when I said, why do we not always close? The first response was financing. If you were losing a lot of deals due to financing, you need to start working on your pre-qualifying skills a little bit. Make sure, because buyers are liars and so are sellers. Well, and sometimes they don't know how to answer the questions. It happens. It happens. Work on your pre-qualifying skills if that is it. So write down your number. I'm okay if yours is higher. New agents, you know what? Just to be safe, I might write down 75% just to be safe. I'm not going to get 100 of them early in my career. Everybody got 4 numbers written down? You're going to need them. You sure? I don't know if I believe y'all right now. You're being a little bit too quiet. Is it because we're doing math? All right. Turn to page 3.9. So the millionaire real estate agent that has this big team, they're busy. They're swamped. They don't have time. They didn't come today to my class. They don't have time to do it. We are going to do the millionaire real estate agent plan together on our calculator and do this with me, because as soon as we finish this, then we're going to do yours. And I promise you it'll be easier to do yours if you practice with me right now. So on page 3.9, let's do this one together. Everybody get your calculator out. So the millionaire real estate agent, let's see if you're paying attention. How much money do they want to net in their pocket at the end of the year? Thank you. Oh, man, see, you even wrote your name, and I still, Deja, I still wouldn't have got it right. Deja, thank you. $1 million. I think it's written down at the top of page 3.9, $1 million. Put $1 million in your calculator. $1 million. Now, I know as a millionaire real estate agent, they're going to net 40%. So take 1 million and divide by 40%. 1 million divided by 40%, and that's going to tell you how much GCI they have to have. 1 million divided by 40%. What did you get? Where it says total GCI, write down 2,500,000. I hope that's what you got on your calculator. Now leave that 2,500,000 in your calculator. Take 2,500,000 and multiply by 30%. 2,500,000 times 30% is going to tell you what their operating expenses are. How much are operating expenses? 750,000. All right, in your calculator, put 2,500,000 again. Put $2,500,000 again. Now multiply by 30% again. What number did you get this time? 750. Okay, good. Your calculator works. We had to test and make sure. Write that down for cost of sale. And so now the top part of yours should look like that. Now I'm going to give you the next number. The average commission amount is $7,150 for the millionaire real estate agent. Write that in. Average commission, $7,150. Put 2,500,000 back in your calculator. 2,500,000. Divide by 7,150. What number did you get? 350 is how many homes, total homes, they have to close next year. 350. So now we're going to do the seller side. I'm going to give you the next number. 50% of their business is going to be on the listing side. So take 350 and multiply by 50%. 350 times 50% is going to tell you the total listings that they have to close on. What'd you get? Yep, it's 175. They had to close 175. Now I'm going to give you the next number. They know their conversion rate of 70%. So 175 divided by 70%. 175 divided by 70% is going to tell you how many listings they need to take. 175 divided by 70%. How many they need to take? Yeah, 250. 250. I'll give you the next number, 75%. Take 250 and divide by their conversion rate of 75%. If you do that, 250 divided by 75%, that's going to tell you how many listing appointments that team needs to go on next year. 333. Guys, don't freak out over that. They've got people, and maybe not as many people as you think. It's a whole team doing that. but there's one leader of that team. All right, let's go back up to the top. Put 350 back in your calculator. And then I'm going to give you the next number. I know that 50% of their businesses come from buyers. So take 350 and multiply by 50%. And that's going to tell you how many buyers they have to close. 350 times 50%. What'd you get? Yeah, 175. Got to close 175 buyers. Now they know their conversion rate 70%, so 175 buyers divided by that 70% conversion rate. I got to sign buyer agency, or I got to show houses to 250 people. And they know their conversion rate of 70%. 250 divided by 70% is going to tell you how many buyer appointments that team needs to have next year. 250 divided by 70%. What'd you get? 357. And then it just breaks it down. That's how many you need a week and a month. I know you're probably not a millionaire real estate agent, but we're going to do your model the exact way we did theirs. We're going to do it just the same. You just got to practice it when we get to yours. Now, here's the thing. Everybody got that page? Any questions? Now's a good time to ask them. Okay, turn over to the next page. We're not going to do this one. I just want to show you how this works. So let's say on the next page that this is somebody, and they, hey, Kent, you know what? I want to be a $500,000 real estate agent. I want to make $500,000. So look at my screen up here as I run through this. We do it the same way. If I took $500,000 and divided by 40%, I would know they needed a GCI of 1.25 million. And I would just take that 2.5 million and multiply by 30%. And that would tell me that I would have 375 in operating expenses, 375 in cost of sale. And I can change whatever numbers I want. Average commission rate's only that. I'm still going to take 1.25 million and divide by that number. I got to sell 182 houses. You know what? I can change this number. I'm only going to do 40% of my business from the side. Great. 182 times 40%. Got to sell 73 listings. I can change conversion rates. It doesn't matter. I'm doing the math the exact same way, no matter what. Go to the buyer side at 60%. I'm doing the math the exact same way. It's the same formula no matter what your goal is. You just got to fill in your numbers and do the math and just follow the model. It will all work out. Turn over to page 3.13. Somebody read, and if you will, hey, grab it. So we got some, there's mics around. Somebody grab the mic and read number 1 for me under economic model traps.
Not understanding the power of economic model and using it in 2 ways to check where you are and as a planning tool.
Thank you. The economic model is the model that we are going to base everything else on today. Have our economic model. All the other models are built off this economic model. That's what we're going to use to plan. Somebody read number 2 for me, please. This becomes the first page of your business plan, and this is going to help us make all our decisions going forward. This is why it's the first model. Thank you. Number 3.
Not looking at your business as a whole.
Yep. This is a whole page. You don't look at just any one number. You have to look at all of them. Number 4.
Not knowing or improving your conversion rates.
Okay. Most of you do not know your conversion rates. So your goal for this year is to know them when you come back here now. Then once you know them, then we can work on improving them. Number 5.
Not holding yourself to your goals.
In a minute, you're going to tell me how much money you want to make. It's up to you if you want to hold yourself accountable to doing that. I can't help you with that because I won't be here. Number 6.
Not knowing how much lead generation is required to secure the appointments needed.
To finish our economic model, and then we have my favorite part of the day, lunch. I know, you're like, it's like he's still in middle school. Yes, it is. That is correct. We have lunch. And then after lunch, we come back and we do your lead generation model. If you leave after you eat lunch, you're not going to know how to make the goal that you wrote down. So I hope you at least stay through the lead generation model that we do immediately after lunch. Number 7.
Not using the economic model to create the other MREA models.
It's the first one. Everything else is built off of this. Now, I just realized as I looked at the bottom of page 3.13, I actually skipped something earlier today. I actually skipped the technology part of this. Here's the good news. I am not going to teach you anything about technology. You have to know it's there. As of today, Command Mobile is available. So you get to go home and play with that tonight if you want to. Guys, here's all I'm going to say about technology. If you do not have a CRM, if you do not have a way that you track your lead generation and your business, and you work at Keller Williams, use Command. Don't use anything else. Do not pay for anything else. Do not. I promise you, if you don't have one, Command will do everything you want it to do. Now, if you use a CRM besides Command right now, do not switch to Command. Do this for me. Keep running your CRM and run Command side by side with it. Because at some point, I promise you, if it doesn't already, Command will do whatever yours does. Now, Command's expensive. It costs, oh yeah, it doesn't cost anything. That's right, I forgot. It's free. And the CRM you're running is not. And in your budget model, we're going to look at the importance of controlling your expenses. So if you're running something else, just run them side by side so that you'll know when you're ready to get rid of that extra expense you have that you don't need to have. Congratulations, I'm now through with technology for the day. I wonder if I subconsciously skipped it earlier. My son, my oldest son, by the way, is the director of technology at Keller Williams Charlotte Ballantine, which the last 6 or 7 years has been the #1 market center in the world. I don't know where he got that from. Don't have a clue where he got that. And then the funny thing is, my middle son, my middle son is an artist, and that's the best I can do with a triangle. I don't know where he came from either. So they both look like me. That's all I can say. That's all I got. All right. You guys ready to do your economic model? Are you excited? Are you more excited about lunch? Here's the funny thing. Usually I don't. I just put my phone away. You guys maybe saw me texting a little bit this morning at break. My wife was a team leader for 8 years, and she actually got hired to be the director of luxury at Keller Williams International. And so for a year, Pam and my youngest son, they lived in Austin, and every week I flew back and forth. Now, my youngest son, he was 14 when we moved here. If you ask him, if you said, okay, Freddie, what do you miss most about home? He would say Bojangles. If you don't know what Bojangles is, I guess it's your version of Popeye. That was number 1. Number 2 was trees, because in Austin, they would say, those are trees. If Freddie, no, those are bushes. That's not really a tree. That was what he missed the most. But here's what he loved most about living here. Every morning on the way to school, we stopped at a gas station to get breakfast tacos that were phenomenal. I've maybe sent a few pictures of this morning's breakfast tacos back to North Carolina just to rub it in a little bit that's what I was doing today. So if you caught me taking pictures and stuff, it was just breakfast tacos, I promise. All right, let's do your economic model. Turn to page 3.15. Now, here's what I want you to do. If you will, please follow along with me as we do this. If you guys will stick with me, you will have a better chance of getting this right. And I'm going to go out of order. Okay, because there's some numbers we need to fill in first. Go down to the bottom, second from the bottom where it says percentage appointment conversion rate. Does everybody see that line where it says percentage appointment conversion rate? And there's two blanks. There's one on the seller side, one on the listing side. If you will turn back to page 3.7, if you'll take the top two numbers on 3.7, take these two numbers right here, the top two numbers, and write them where it says percentage appointment conversion rate. That's the two numbers you need. So on 3.7, take your top two numbers and write them on those two lines at the bottom. Your 3.7, top two numbers, write them down at the bottom, percentage appointment conversion rate. Do we have that? We good? Go up two lines where it says percentage sold conversion rate. Percentage sold conversion rate. If you will take these bottom two numbers off of 3.7, the bottom two numbers go where it says percentage sold conversion rate. Look how easy this is. Does everybody have four numbers already on their plan? Awesome. Go up two more lines where it says, oh, and there's a mistake on your page. So we're under the sell side, where you see where it says sell side there, and it says percentage buyers, sellers, listing sold. Cross through that buyers right there. That's the listing side. Get rid of that buyer term. That's a misprint. That should not be there. It should just be percentage sellers, listing sold. And notice that says percentage buyers, listing sold. So let's talk about this. Who in this room, raise your hand if you know what percentage of your business is listings and what percentage is buyers. So yes, ma'am. What's yours? 50-50. She has a balanced business. Very good. Who else knows what theirs is? Yes, sir. Now, question for you. Currently, are you an individual agent? That's just, I'm going to talk about you in 1 second. Thank you for saying it. He's 100% buyers right now because he's fairly new in the business, right? Dual career. Gotcha. So we're going to talk about that in just a second. Who else knows their percentages? Yes, sir. 67 buyers, 33%. So he's 2 buyers for every 1 listing. Everybody that knows their numbers, who else knows their number? 80% buyers. Okay. So before you write down your percentage, I want to talk about a few things. First, as a market center, like if I sat down, if I got together with Larry and we said, Larry, in our dream world, what would it look like for our agents? They would say, Kent, wouldn't it be awesome if 60% of our business was listings? Because if we had the listings, we would control the market. We would control the pricing. We know that our agents would work less if we had 60% of the listings. That would be awesome. In reality, at Keller Williams, typically we usually have about 40% listings and 60% buyers. And here's why that is. It's because we are the #1 training and education company in the world. I didn't say real estate company. We are the #1 training and education company of any kind in the entire world. We won that title 3 out of 4 years. The 1 year we didn't win, you know who won? Jiffy Lube. Who knew? We won it so many times that they retired us and put us in the Hall of Fame. Because our training and education is so good, we get a large percentage of new agents. So therefore, we tend to be a little higher on the buyer side. In reality, in a perfect world, what's your name over here that was 50-50? Bency. So Bency has a balanced business because, believe it or not, if you look at it, there's 50% buyers and 50% sellers because there's one for each transaction. That's a balanced business. When we do this, now you said yours is 80% buyers. Okay. Would you like to change that? Okay, she's saying, Ken, I want to change it. So you know what? It's 80% buyers this year. It's going to be 50-50 next year. Probably not. Probably not. Now, if it's 80-20 now, could she change it to 70-30 for next year? Yes. Yes, we can work toward that. So you can make adjustments for next year. New agents, you're going, okay, Kent, I'm a new agent. Am I 50-50? No, you're not. If I was a new agent, I would predict that 20 to 25% of your business will be listings and 75 or 80% will be buyers. And here's why. As a new agent or as a dual career agent, you're going to get the low-hanging fruit. And the low-hanging fruit is buyers because all the top agents are lead generating for listings. So early in your career, you're going to be much more buyer heavy than listing heavy. If I was a new agent, I would probably write down that 20-25% of my business listings and the rest on buyers. Just the way it is. It's okay because what do all buyers eventually become? Sellers. And when I do the lead gen model, I'm going to make sure that when they sell, they call you again and not somebody else. So everybody write down your number. What percentage listings, what percentage buyers, they have to equal 100. There is no third category. Does everybody have 6 numbers written down now? Okay. Now, let's go to average commission amount. Who knows what their average commission amount is? Anybody? Yeah, my spreadsheet go over here. Doug, what's yours? So 390 is your average sales price. So your average commission about is probably that 10 to 11,000 is what it is. Yeah, does anybody else know what their average commission amount is? All right. If you're a really experienced agent, but you don't know your number, I would think about writing $10,000 or $11,000 down because that's going to be the average in your office. That's a guess. Next year, you should know your number. If you're a new agent, don't write down 10 or 11,000. If you're a new agent, I would write down, knowing that the average in office is 10 to 11, I'd write down $8,000. And here's why you're going to write down $8,000. Because as a new agent, you're probably going to get the low-hanging fruit. You're probably much more likely to get the 250 to 300 buyer instead of the 400 to 450 buyer seller, because all the agents that are experienced are lead generating for those 400, 450s and up, and you're not going to get as many. That's what I would write down if I were you as a new agent. Yes, ma'am. David, can you straighten her out for me? You got her? Okay. Okay. I think David's going to take care of this for me. All right. Does everybody have 7 numbers now?
Excuse me?
Oh, yes. It always freaks me out when I hear that. Yes, ma'am.
I'm kind of lost. I'm a new agent, so we just put 75% for the first 4. That's
right.
Okay. And then what about the last 2 percentage number?
Are you a new agent? Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Let's put on the seller side, let's put 25%. And on the buyer side, let's put 75%. As a new agent, that's a pretty good prediction of what your business will look like early on. And then you got the average commission. As a new agent, I would put 8,000 just because of what I've learned about your market today. You good?
Okay. And that's for seller side and buyer side?
Seller side, 25%, buyer side, 75%.
Okay.
Yeah. Average commission about 8,000. All right. Is there anybody in the room that is a buyer's agent on a team? None? Okay, cool. Then everybody in here does buyers and sellers in, right? Or has potential to. Okay, cool. Awesome. Then we don't even have to have that conversation. All right. We have our 7 numbers. Get your calculator out. On the top line of your business plan, it says net income or profit, whatever you want to call it. I need you to write down your goal for next year. How much money do you want to make next year? What is your profit? Please write that down. And then we're going to start doing your economic model. How much money do you want to make in your pocket? Write that number down and then put that number in your calculator. Net income right on the top line. Now, if you stay with me, you have a better chance of getting this right. Take that top number and put it in your calculator. I'm gonna keep the PowerPoint going up here so you'll know where we are in this, but this is the Millionaire Real Estate Agent model. So don't copy what I'm writing, just so you'll know where we are. So everybody has their net income. Take your net income and divide by 40%. your net income and divide by 40%. That should be a bigger number than your net income. Write that on the line that says total GCI. So that's how much gross commission that we have to use. We have to make. Your net income divided by 40%, that's going to be your total GCI. Everybody have that? All right, pause for 1 second. Congratulations. You just made your net income. That is in your bank account next year. We are not going to talk about that number again today. No more are we going to talk about your net income. You earned it. You deserve it. The rest of the day, that number never is mentioned again. The only number we're going to talk about is that total GCI, because that's what we got to make. The rest of the day, we're going to work off total GCI. So take your total GCI number in your calculator and multiply by multiply by 30%. Your total GCI multiply by 30%. Whatever number you got, write that number down for operating expenses and cost of sale. On both, yep. Both of them are 30%. So take your total GCI, multiply by 30%, and then write that number down twice, once for operating expenses, once for cost of sale. And if you're saying, hey, Kent, I'm not going to, just bear with me, write down the numbers, do the process. I promise we'll talk about those numbers and on the budget model and what that looks like. All right, go back, put your total GCI back in your calculator. In your calculator, write down your total GCI number. Take your total GCI number and divide by your average commission amount that you wrote down. Total GCI divided by your average commission amount, and that's going to tell you how many homes you have to close on next year. That is total units sold. Patricia, don't freak out. Hang with me. Hang with me. Does everybody have total units sold? All right, good. Let's do the seller side. Take your total units sold and multiply by your percentage of sellers. Total units sold, multiply by your percentage of sellers. And that's going to tell you how many listings you have to sell. That's total seller listings sold. So total units
Sorry,
sold.
lost you here. Could you please repeat how we got the total units sold in the beginning? Sorry about that.
Take your total GCI, where it says total GCI, take that number, divide by your average commission amount. Total GCI divided by your average commission amount, that equals total units sold. Then take your total units sold times your percentage of sellers, and that's going to equal your total seller listings sold. Now, you already did your conversion percentage. Take your total seller listings sold and divide by that first conversion rate you wrote down. Total seller listings sold, divide by that first conversion rate. And that's going to tell you total seller listings needed. That's how many listings you have to take next year. Kayla, don't freak out. Stop it. Stop it right now. Now take your total seller listings needed. You already wrote down that next percentage. Divide by that next percentage, your appointment conversion rate. And that's going to tell you how many listing appointments you have to go on next year. All right, now we're going to do the buyer side. So go back in your calculator, go back up, put that total units sold back in, take that total units sold back in your calculator. And let's do the buyer side. Take your total units sold and multiply by your percentage of buyers sold. Total listings sold times percentage of buyers. And that's going to tell you how many buyers you have to close on next year. Total buyers sold. Total buyers sold. Patricia, don't make me come over there. Quit freaking out. I promise you're going to see it in just a second. Now take total buyers sold and divide by that second conversion rate. And that's going to give you a really sad number, because that's how many crazy people you got to put in the back seat of your car. That's total buyers needed. Now, by the way, when you put buyers in the back seat of your car, they tend to run in pairs, but we only count them as one. Total buyers needed. And then we already had that last conversion rate. Take total buyers needed and divide by that next conversion rate. And that's going to tell you how many buyer appointments you need next year. Now, last one, take your total buyers needed, divide by that last conversion rate, percentage of, and that's going to equal how many buyer appointments needed. Okay, we got that. So, by the way, anybody, if you're not comfortable with what you have right there, we're going to lunch pretty soon. If you will bring yours to me at lunch, I'll be glad to help you with it. Yes, sir. I sent you a template from that now that you could download in your email. So Doug said, I sent you the template where you can just fill it in and it does the math for you. I love using templates like he has after I leave class. And here's why. If you just plug them in, you don't understand how it works. So I like for you to do it. It's just like this. On the 411 that we do, there's a 411 that you can actually just repopulate the cells every week. I don't let anybody on my team use it, because if they're repopulating, they're not writing them down and they're not ingraining them in their head. So Doug, I do the same thing. After I finish this, I put it on a template like that, but I want them to do it this way first, because I want you guys to understand how the model works and the importance of it and understand where the numbers come from. But thank you. And Doug, if you'll give that to Larry and I'll have him send it out. Thank you. If you had a problem, come see me at lunch. Now, let's go over to the listing side for a second, where it says total seller appointments needed. Take that number and put it in your calculator. Total seller appointments needed. Put that number in your calculator. How many seller appointments do you need? I want you to take that number and divide by 12. Take that number and divide by 12. And then write that in the box below it. That's how many you need a month. Now, I've been teaching this class a long time. Man, I've taught this class probably well over 300 times. My experience teaching this class tells me that about 80% of the people in the room have a number at the bottom left that's 4 or less. I know hers is because she's laughing. Yours is. That number on the left is 4 or less. That means to make your goal next year, you have to go on 1 listing appointment a week or less. Huh? Isn't that interesting? Let's go to the buyer side. Write in your total number of buyer appointments needed and put in your calculator and divide by 12. How many buyer appointments you need, divide by 12. And that's going to tell you how many buyer appointments you need a month. My experience tells me that 80% of this room has a number that is 8 or fewer. That means most of you could make your goal if you went on 2 buyer appointments a week or less. Most people in this room could make their goal on 3 appointments a week or less. Anybody old enough to remember the Arsenio Hall show? Things that make you go, Kent said to think big. He said to have a big why. And on 3 appointments or less, I can make my goal. Isn't that interesting? By the way, I want to point out that we just did really hard math. Nobody cried. Nobody passed out. Nobody died. On page 3.17, there's another blank business model there. If you want to redo your numbers, do this for me. Keep all those percentages the same that you just wrote down. Keep your average price point the same. Just change your net income and do the math. And that, if you need to update yours, but there's you a blank page to do that. Now, if you will, I want you to turn, get it right here. Turn to page 7.2. Don't get excited. We ain't finished. You're like, sweet. We're almost at the end. Now we're going to do your 411. Now we're going to start on your 411. I'm going to give you a couple goals that you might want to think about for your 411. So goal number one, if you'll just write this, I will sell blank houses. Just write that sentence. I will sell blank houses. I will sell blank houses. Now, in the blank, do not write the word pretty. Do not write the word expensive. Actually, if you'll turn back to your economic model, it says total units sold. Your economic model, it says total units sold. Is that 3.1? Yeah, 3.15, where it says total units sold. Just take that number because that is your goal. That's how many houses. That is your first goal of your 411. I will sell blank houses. Just write that number down. Let's go to the monthly goal. Write the same sentence. I will sell blank houses. Same sentence. I will write blank houses. Take this number right here on your annual goal, divide by 12. And just write that number right there. That's our monthly goal. Do not write anything on the weekly. Don't touch the weekly. Just leave it alone. We'll get to that later. Your economic model is important. So we're going to add a second goal here. The only way to build a big, bad, nasty, gnarly, hairy real estate business is through the listing side. The only way to control your time is through the listing side. And everybody in here said that they had the ability to list houses. So as a thought, if I know that ultimately that's how I'm going to control my time, then here's going to be my second goal. I will list blank houses. On your economic model, on the left side, it says total seller listings needed. On your economic model, total seller listings needed. Whatever number you had right there, go back to your 411 on page 7.2 and write that number right there. I will list blank houses, and guess what? Monthly goal. I'll write the same sentence. I will list blank houses. You're going to be shocked at how I do this. It's amazing. Take this number and divide by 12. Write that number right there. Don't touch the weeklies. Don't touch them. We'll get to the weeklies in a little while. Just leave that one alone. Yes. 26 units per month is the Millionaire. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Everybody got their 411 started? So we got page 1 done of our business plan. Congratulations. Give yourself a hand. You completed page 1, economic model. That was horrible. Give yourself a hand. Come on, be excited. You've started page 5 of your business plan. That's good. Turn to page 3.21. 3.21. And so write down your ahas from the economic model. Take 1 minute, write down ahas. We'll get some ahas. Okay, hold on. Look, I turn around for 1 minute. Look at y'all. Hey, everybody, I know they're taking off. It's almost lunchtime. Hey, all right, so give me an aha. So yeah, so she said that she needs to get her data management system. It's a CRM. She needs to get that working so she can accomplish this. And we're getting ready to do the lead gen model right after lunch. And yeah, we're gonna talk about the importance of that and what it needs to look like. Cool, thank you. What else? Okay. You know what? So I usually do this later, but since she said that, I'm gonna go ahead and do it now. I'm gonna go ahead and do it right now. As you look at your economic model, flip over, look at your economic model. Raise your hand if you're thinking there is no way that I'm gonna spend that much money on operating expenses. Come on, be honest. Who's thinking that? Awesome. Put your hands down. I'm gonna give you a thought. Right below that, you have the total number of homes sold. Is that a bigger number than you've ever sold in 1 year? So is there a possibility it might cost more than you think to sell those? That's one thought. Here's another thought. What if you don't spend that amount of money next year? You actually do everything you said you were going to do for lead gen, and you actually net more money in your pocket than what you wanted to. If you're not okay with making more money next year, I'm going to give you a great charity. It's called the Kent Temple Vacation Fund. And you are welcome to send the excess there, because maybe I'm just setting you up for success if you'll do what you said you were going to do. You might not spend that. Here's what I do know. If you decide you want to build it big and you want to add people to your life, which is an organizational model, you will spend that much money. And that's what it's based off of. We get the budget model. We talk about what you're going to spend versus them. If you do it right, you're going to net more than 40% if you don't have a bunch of people with you. Yeah. What else? Yes, sir. Who's looking at their numbers and going, well, wow, I don't have to do that much to make my goal? Just 3 of you. Okay, so the hands are starting to go up. Who was freaking out at the top when they saw and then got to the bottom and went, well, that's not that bad? Yeah. Here's a thought for you as we look at this. So I'm going to think, oh, you know what? We'll use my favorite grocery store in the whole world, H-E-B. Do you think H-E-B knows how many people walk in their door every day? Well, they're a business, aren't they? Yes, they know how many people are going to walk in their door and say, total seller, total buyer appointments needed. If you're a business, you should know those numbers. Do you think H-E-B knows what percentage of people buy something when they're in the store? Yes, that's your percentage closed. Are you a business like HEB? You should know that percentage. Do you think HEB knows the average amount each person spends in the store? Yes, that's your average commission amount. If HEB is a business, they know those numbers. If you want to be a business, shouldn't you know those numbers? Yes. Yes, you should. If you're going to operate like a business, you should. What else? What other odds do we have? Yes, ma'am. So she said, now I know how much work I need to do for next year. Here's the good news. Right after lunch, we're going to talk about what work you're going to do, and you get to decide. You're going to get to pick what work you want to do it. Isn't that awesome? That's a good lead in. Larry, do you want to come up and talk about lunch?
Sure. I can actually just do it right here. So do me a big favor. So we've only got like 60 sandwiches over here. There's not 60 of you in the room. So if everybody would just take one, and if there's extras, then go back. And that's really about it.
That was easy.
That was easy. Lunch sponsored today by Hometown Inspections, and he had an emergency inspection. He had to go out. He said he made a bunch of money on this one, so he didn't feel bad about coming and speak in front of you, but he did drop off lunch.
Yeah, Jerry Jones from Home Team Inspection Service sponsored lunch. So definitely want to thank him. If you have him in your phone, do me a favor, shoot him a text and just say, hey, thank you. We know you were here and we talked good about you. Also, I want you to think about this. I travel around the country and I teach business planning. Most of the time when I do this, it takes a whole region to get me to come in. It takes a whole region to be able to do something like this. Your leadership team thought enough of you that they did it just for this one office. So if you get a chance, thank your leadership team for doing that, for bringing me in and getting through that. We're doing great on time. We might actually even get out of here a little bit early today. No one ever cries when I say that, which is awesome. Since we have a boxed lunch, is 30 minutes enough for lunch? Is that good with you guys? Yeah. Okay. So I tell you what, we'll do this. We're gonna start back at 12:25. 12:25. Enjoy your lunch. I'll see you after lunch. If you want me to look at your business plan, just bring it to me. See you at 12:25.
Testing. Does anyone have an extra package for Tanya? She's a new guest.
All right, we got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. We're going to start back. If you're still eating, don't worry about it. Keep eating. We're good. Here we go. Let's get started. So I had several people come up to me at break that are having to redo their numbers once they saw how few appointments they had to go on to make what they currently did. So isn't it funny how when you break it down, it sort of changes things. What's that? For those of you who've taken BOLD, and I mentioned BOLD, BOLD, Business Objective, Life by Design. If you haven't taken that and it comes back, I would highly encourage you to change your life. But in BOLD, they teach us how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. Yeah, it's just one bite at a time. When we break it down to those small numbers, it's not that bad. Any other thoughts about the morning before we get started? It's a very quiet group today. Very quiet group. So let's. Yeah, you're thawing out. Yeah, it is a little chilly in here. I get it. All right, here we go. Turn to page 4.1. So in the economic model, we found out the numbers that we need to hit. In the lead gen model, now we're going to figure out how we're going to lead generate into making those numbers. So on 4.1, there's kind of a big distinction here. If you're familiar with this book and you've really read through the MREA, and here we talk about METs and haven't METs. We're going to change the terminology going forward. And I just think on 4.1, there's a couple of good things to read on here, because now we're going to talk about leads and contacts. That's going to be the new terminology. So check this out in 4.1. It says lead generation is capturing the contact information for people who've shown interest in what you're offering. That's what lead generation is. A lead is the person that has shown interest. A contact is somebody you've met, and they're in your database, and you are going to touch them in a frequent and systematic way. So that's what we're talking about. It's more leads and contacts now. Page 4.1, it talks prospecting-based, marketing enhanced. So who can tell me a difference between prospecting and marketing? So she says prospecting is when you reach out to them. Marketing is when they reach out to you. I would say that is definitely true. That's definitely an element. What else? All right, come on, people. Prospecting is proactive. That makes marketing more reactive. I would definitely agree with that. What else? Okay, guys, I'll tell you what, I'm going to take a break. Kim, can you come teach this section for me? What else? What does prospecting cost? It costs time. Prospecting typically costs time. Marketing typically costs money and time, because it takes time to do it. Yeah. Prospecting is actively asking for the business. Marketing is throwing a net out there and hoping that you catch something in it, hoping that something reaches back out to you. And that's why on this page it says we are prospecting-based, marketing enhanced. Everything you do, you want to build around prospecting, especially my new agents in here, because I just told you prospecting is mostly free. If you're a new agent, you ain't got no money yet. So we want to stick with the prospecting-based, marketing enhanced. Now, here's my rule. Everyone prospects. Those that can afford it and are leveraged get to market. And here's why I say that. Let's say that you are a prospecting machine, and all of a sudden you build this great business off prospecting, and you're making money so you can afford to market, but yet you have no leverage in your life. So when you start to market, who's going to do the marketing? You are. Now, wait a minute. How did you build that big business again? By prospecting. And now what do you not have as much time to do? Prospect. So everybody prospects. Those that can afford it and are leveraged, they get to market. Now, in your you might write this note down. In your MREA book on page 188, there's the 4 laws of lead generation. I want to give you these 4 laws from page 188. So you can either write down that note, or if you want to write down the 4 laws. Here are the 4 laws of lead generation. Number 1, build a database. Is there anybody in here that does not have a database? Anybody who doesn't have a database? Okay, what's your name, sir? Pradeep? We'll see if this will work. I'm gonna see if I can still get sound and not mess everything up. I'm gonna go talk to Pradeep for a minute. So Padit has said, hey, Kent, I don't have a database. And I'm going to see if I can prove him wrong. Oh, wow. Holy cow. This has never happened before. Not only does Padit, seriously, this has never happened before. Not only does he have a database, he's got 2 of them. What in the world? Why you, by the way, on Zoom, you can't tell. I'm holding up 2 cell phones that Padit has. So you're not like a drug kingpin or something, and I'm going to get killed in the parking lot, right? Okay, good. I was just checking. Now, here's the thing. So in my hand right now, I'm holding Padit's 2 databases. So he does have them, right? Now, is this an easy to use database? I don't mean the act of dialing a number, but would it be easy to set up a frequent and systematic way to contact all these people if this is his only database? Say no. This is not a great one to use, but does he have, why do you have 2 databases? Don't tell me. I don't even want to know. We'll talk at break. We'll talk at break. Everybody has a database. What it comes down to is, do you have an easy to use database when it comes to frequently and systematically touching people? Here's law number 2. Law number 2, feed it daily. So 1 is build a database, 2 is feed it daily. Are we adding people every day into our database? Number 3. Now, by the way, so Padit, he has a database. Could he feed that database daily? Yes, he certainly could. He could keep putting people in his phone. Here's where Padit will have trouble with number 3. Communicate with it in a systematic way. It's hard to set up a system on an iPhone. And don't even say it, it's hard to do on an Android too. All you Android people that just want to be different. That always gets people fired up. Number 4, and why they have to write this, I don't know, but it's true. Service all leads. Why go to the time, effort, and or expense if you're not going to service all leads? That is the 4 laws of lead generation. Follow those. Build that database. Feed it daily. Now I'm going to skip a page. No, in a systematic way. Need to catch up my PowerPoint here. So I'm going to skip a page in your book, and then we go to this page. They call this is either the rule of 4 or the rule of 5. And before we do the previous page, I want to talk about this. When they surveyed top producing agents, they found out that 82% of their business came from just 4 lead generation sources. 82% from 4 sources. 89% came from 5 sources. Okay, now you can flip back and look at page 4.3. Look at page 4.3. Because there's all these different ways on there that you can lead generate. And you don't have to do all of them. You get to pick 3, 4, or 5 that you want to do. That's a great list. It's kind of a new updated list on 4.3. Like, for example, they took fax off of here. So Colson, a fax machine. They've updated this list. Now, here's what I'm going to do. For you guys, I'm going to tell you my top sources. Do not write these down as yours. You're going to lead generate the way you want to. I'm just giving you an example of where my business comes from. So number 1 for me, I would put it's in the middle column, number 3, where it says networking. On that one, I'm going to call that my sphere. That's my database. I live in my sphere. These are my friends, family, past clients. In fact, over 70% of my business comes from my sphere of influence. I could actually do nothing but love on the people in my database and have a pretty good business. That'd be about 100 transactions a year just off loving on those people and do nothing else. So that's number 1 for me, far and away. I hope that everybody in here, that becomes number 1 for you. That's actually the easiest one of them all. So I hope you when we talk today about your sphere and your database and touched them, that's it. Now for me, I have 2 other ones that are kind of even. They're kind of tied for number 2. One is number 1 at the top under both, where it says farming. I have a geographic area of about 1,440 homes that I farm in a systematic and frequent way. Don't go start farming somewhere. First off, you got to be able to afford it. Second off, before you start farming anywhere, you have to commit to doing it for 18 months with no sales, because it could take up to 18 months before it pays off. So until you can afford to do it for 18 months and willing to do it, don't start it. But for me, that's a good source. And kind of tied with that, under prospecting, number 5, teaching and speaking opportunities. Because I do this a lot, because I go to the trouble of making real nice bookmarks and putting them out on your table and then begging you to please, if you know anybody thinking of buying, selling, or investing in real estate in the Charlotte, Lake Norman area of North Carolina, would you please call me? And my promise to you is, if you call and give me a referral, I won't get in the way and mess it up. I'll give it to somebody really good on my team that knows how to sell a house, okay? But that's it. This year, through October, I had paid out $103,000 in agent referrals. That means through October, we brought in $309,000 to the team in GCI just off agent referrals. And it's because I go out here and I proactively ask for the business like I'm doing you guys for. That's my top 3. Number 4, by the way, I hate. Our number 4 source of business I can't stand. It's social media. I don't like social media because I'm a people person, but a lot of you do. So that's number 4 for us. I leverage that out. Now, that's just an example of my 4. Now, there was a lot of new agents in the room. New agents in the room. Would you like to know what I would do to jumpstart my real estate career if I was a brand new agent and I just moved to Houston, Texas, and I didn't know anybody? Nobody does? Oh, you would. I'm not saying you should do this. I'm just telling you what I would do. If I moved to Houston, Texas, didn't know anybody, here's the things that I would do to lead generate. The first thing I would do is I would call everybody in my database. And you said, wait a minute, Kent, you just said you just moved to Houston and you don't know anybody. That's right. But still, I would call every single person in my database, and here's the script I would use. Hey, it's Kent. Yeah, it's good to talk to you. Yeah, I want to let you know, I just moved to Houston and I'm in real estate and I'm going to kill it here. Because, I mean, every realtor, dumb as a fishing worm. Okay, leave that part out. I'm going to kill it here. If you know anybody that's thinking about buying, selling, or investing in real estate in Houston, please. In fact, you know what? I know Texas is a big state, but I meet all kinds of people. If you know anybody that's even thinking about doing anything in the whole state of Texas, just call me. And if I can't do it, I'll hook them up with the right person because you know I will take care of it. Every single person in my database, they would get that call. Do people move to Houston? Yes, I bet you there's more than 100 people a day moving to Houston. I don't know the exact number, but I know Houston is a big place. That's the number one thing I would do. The second thing that I would do, because here's the thing, I have this database, right? But they're not here. I need to build my sphere here, right? So here's the second thing I would do. I would start hosting open houses. You're going, wait a minute, Kent, I'm confused. You just said that you just moved here. You don't have any listings. Now, I would say, here's what I would do. I would pick out somebody like Tara, because I know Tara lists a lot of houses. And I'd go to her and I'd say, hey, Tara, my name's Kent Temple. How are you? Can I ask you a favor? I'm really trying to build my business. Would you allow me to hold open houses in your listings for you? Tara just said that she's going to help me eventually kick her butt. She just said she would help me out. Because you know what Tara just found out? There's one less thing she's got to do. What's it going to cost her for me to hold an open house for her? 0. Here's the thing. If Tara finds out that I'm really dependable and that I'll hold open houses and I do a good job with it, remember when I talked about what's your value proposition, page 94, 95? If I do a great job, I might become part of her value proposition. She might go in and go, hey, listen, if you want it, I guarantee you an open house the first weekend you're on the market, because she knows Ken will do it. And it costs her nothing. Now, here's the thing about open houses. I'm going to do mine different than you do yours. See, I'm not going to show up 15 minutes for the open house and put like one directional and a sign in the front yard and go, nobody shows up. Instead, I'm going to get this book. Let me show it down here. Hope y'all can see that. I'm going to get this shift book. And I'm going to go to page 71 in the shift book. I better make sure I'm right as I tell that. Am I right? Okay, good. I'm going to go to page 71 in my shift book. And on page 71, it's the 7 steps to holding an effective open house. And I'm going to do all 7 of them. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it in a big way. And that's how I need to build my database. So I'm going to hold it on that. Oh, by the way, new agents in the room. Don't say I said this. Don't call Gary and say, well, Kent said. I actually think for a new agent, this is a better book for you to read before the MREA book. So if you don't, new agents, if you don't have this, it's December today, and the fat guy in the red suit is going to be here in about 3 weeks. I would send him a letter and say, please bring me a shift book, because this is a great, great book for every. By the way, is the market shifting? Well, the market's always shifting. Something's always changing, right? I would get this book. Now, the third thing I would do, a lot of people in the room are only going to understand half of it. The third thing I would do is I would call every for sale by owner I could find. Y'all understood that. And then I would call every expired. Now, if you've been in the business less than 5 years, and expired is when someone lists a house and it doesn't actually close. I know that's a rare thing currently. Guess what? I told you earlier, there was a time I only sold 48% of the listings I took. It was a different market. And we had expired. Yes, ma'am. So what she said was, she said every for sale by owner thinks they know everything. Well, that's everybody that lists a house too. Every for sale by owner is overpriced. That's everybody else that lists their house too. Yeah, there's a lot of characteristics. Here's the key for sale by owners versus just calling a random person. They have raised their hand and said, I want to sell my house. Now, here's the thing. You're thinking about, okay, how do I sell that house? Don't go there. Go think about, okay, yes, there's a possibility I could get the listing, but I could also learn how to list properties better. I could get a chance to go in the house and look at it. I maybe could actually find a buyer for it. We have had on 3 different occasions this year, we have had for sale by owners that did not list with us, sold it on their own, and called us and said, you know what? You were the most persistent and gave me the most value in help. Would you be my agent when I buy a house? It's a win anyway. So what's the script? The script is, hey, I saw your house is for sale. Right now, I'm currently working with 5 different buyers in your price range. I don't know if your house will fit or not. Would you allow me to come in without a buyer and tour your house and give you my thoughts? Okay. So she's saying that the house is not sellable. That's the house. That's actually the FSBO you want to go to, because that's the one that's not going to sell on their own. So you want to stay in contact with them. If you keep touching them every week, how's it going? And then you say, listen, you know what? I would love if you would consider me as your agent. I'd love to give you some advice on how we could get this home sold quickly. But it's just staying in contact. It's not a one-time phone call. As long as they stay on the market, I'd rather go in that one than go in the house and go, holy cow, this one's perfect. It's going to sell before I ever have a chance to even get in a relationship with them. That's actually the better one to have. Okay. So that's the third thing I would do. FSBOs and expireds. Expireds will come back someday. The fourth thing I would do, I would hate number 4, but I would do it because it will help me build my business. But I would only do number 4 every day when I finish number 1, 2, and 3. I would try to become the king of social media in whatever area I chose. I'd be posting about every garage sale and every 5K they were going to run. Oh, I would definitely be posting about rodeo because I heard that's a big thing here. I would want them to think of me as the expert in the area. So maybe when they thought about buying, selling, or investing in real estate, they would think of me. Here's my rule. On a personal social media page of any kind, I would do no more than 20% real estate postings. It's okay to post real estate, 1 out of 5 is plenty. You got to post about other stuff because you want people looking at it. I'm in no way telling you that those are the 4 you should do. I'm just giving an example of what I would do because it's things that I know that I'm good at. Here's what I want you to do. Which 3, 4, 5 are you going to commit to on this page? Circle them. Circle this. Okay, Ken, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm good at, or this is what I like, or I know this is what drives my business. Again, number 3 in the middle, that networking, that sphere database. I hope that's one of your 3 because that's the biggest way to do it. Now, people ask me sometimes about buying leads. Is it okay to buy leads? Sure it is. Do I buy leads? No, I don't. Have I bought leads? Yes. Didn't work well for me. It didn't work well for me because for us, because we spend so much time with our sphere, we're much more used to more instant gratification than the time it took to work buying leads. We decided that buying leads was not effective for us. If you buy leads and your return on investment is good, I'd keep buying leads if I were you. If the return on investment is there and you're making money, keep doing it. I'm not saying, I would never say don't do that. I just telling you what works for me, what doesn't work for me. I do know this. You don't have to buy leads to be successful. And I hope no one ever convinces you that you do have to. So pick the ones on here that you like. What are you going to do to lead generate? Because we're going to come back to that in a minute. Turn to page 4.7. This is the funnel. This is the funnel here. This is just where the lead capture and where it goes in to become a lead. Are they active when you close? And that keeps going. Then they go back up to the top and you're going to touch them a systematic and frequent way that we're going to go over in just a minute. Now, not in the manual and not in the MREA. This actually comes from, hey, Larry, do you guys ever teach 36-12-3 here? Yeah, we all got away from it. There's a Keller Williams class. It's called 36-12-3. And it's 36 transactions in 12 months with 3 hours of lead gen a day. We got away from that in the organizational model. I'm going to tell you why we got away from it. You have to hang around. But anyway, there's something I love in there, and it's the 4 goals of lead generation. So you might want to write this down because it's not in the manual. Here's the 4 goals of lead generation. The first one's easy. When we're lead generating, what are we lead generating for? Appointments. So the first goal of lead generation is get an appointment. Second goal of lead generation. Well, if you are not thinking about buying something or investing in real estate, a referral. So goal number 1, get an appointment. Goal number 2, get a referral. Goal number 3, add to your database. We're lead genning to add to our database. And goal number 4, they're already in our database. Now we are just strengthening the relationship. That's the 4 goals of lead gen. All right, so here's the hard part. This is when we start hurting people's feelings on this next part right here. So at the bottom of that page, it says number of names in my database today. In that column, I want you to write down how many people are in your database. If you don't know, take a guess. How many people in your database? Write that number down where it says number of names in my database today. Write that down. Now, the next line says number of names I communicate with regularly. Let's just say the number of people that I have on a touch program. Write that number down. Who has a smaller number on line 2 than line 1? And why is that? Because what? Okay, because I don't have it set up properly yet. Good. Well, that's a good reason. Why else? Why will you not call everybody in your database? Oh, so I didn't get a response. So I just quit. Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. I like that one. Good. Thank you for being honest. Why else? Who is it? Well, I don't want to bother anybody. Anybody got that one? Oh yeah. I don't want to. Okay. Get over yourself. There is no. Are you guys familiar with the DISC? You know, the DISC is a personality assessment, and the second group in the DISC It's DISC. It's called the I's. And these are the highly social people. These are the people that love. That's me, y'all. I'm the high I. I love people. I'm a social thing. And see, I used to be like you. I used to have people in my database and I wouldn't call them because this happened to me one time. Had somebody on a touch program. And so they were getting emails from me. And this is, I thought, a good friend of mine. One day, they unsubscribed. And I said, that's it. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm going to stop. I'm not going to do it because I'm bothering people. And this is not, it doesn't work. I'm not going to do it. And then the strangest thing happened about 6 months later. About 6 months later, my phone rang and it was that former friend. And I was like, hello? And they're like, hey, Kent, man, I got bad news. I went, really? They said, yeah, I just got transferred. And I need you to come list my house. And I said to them, but you unsubscribed. And they said, I know because I was tired of getting your crap. Hey, by the way, why have you not called me lately? If they unsubscribe from your emails, can you still call them? Yes, until they tell you not to or file a restraining order, you can still call them. So pick up the phone and make the calls. Make that number smaller. If they're in your database, get them set up on the touch systems so that they hear from you. And get over your high self about you bothering people. This is a numbers game. And if you got in this business thinking, you know what, I'm gonna get in the business, but I am not gonna sell to my friends and family, you're gonna be a stat. Remember that 66 and 84 that I talked about? You're gonna wind up here if you don't deal with people that you love. Get over your high self, because a lot of you are social. That's why you get in real estate, because I just want to show pretty houses. I've been watching HGTV. I mean, I can do that. Show 3. I have my own TV show in no time. I know that's who you are. That's who you are. Turn to page 4.9. Keys to success. 1, frequency. Quality keeps you top of mind. 2, consistency. Are they spread out? 3, get permission. Yes. Always pair value in there. How are you going to pair value to them? Now, so we're talking about a database. I've already told you if you don't have one and you're at Keller Williams, use commands. Now in command, we have what's called tags. We can tag people. We can tag people a million different ways. I'm going to tell you, here's everybody in my database has one of these 3. Now they might have other tags, but everybody in my database has one of 3 tags. They are a buyer lead, a seller lead, or a contact. And once they buy, they go from a buyer lead into my contacts. Once they sell, they go from a listing lead into my contacts. When they're in my contacts, if they become a buyer lead, they move there. Now, I can have other tags, but everybody has one of those 3 tags. I can go right now in there and see how many buyer leads we have. I can go right now and see how many listing leads we have, and then how many contacts I have. I can have other tags, but I'm not real smart. So I keep mine very, very simple. That's the tags I use. I would just advise you, don't overthink it. When you're doing your tags, put people in there so you can find them easily. All right, so this is kind of new. Turn to page 4.11. So this is new for the Millionaire. Here's the new research that we came up with. It's a little different from what's in your MREA book. Now, in your MREA book, when I met somebody for the first time and I wanted to quickly become top of mind, in MREA book, what kind of touch system did it say I'd put them on? Who said that? Say it loud. Oh, you have potato chips in your mouth. It's hard to talk loud with potato chips in your mouth. Yes, you would put them on an 8x8. It was 8 touches in 8 weeks, right? Hey, I got great news, guys. The new research says, forget about the 8x8. Now it's 1. It's 1 touch. One significant touch to get top of mind. And is it Jocelyn? Jocelyn, and here's how I met Jocelyn yesterday, and now today I'm going to make the call. And I'm going to say, hey, Jocelyn's Kent Temple. You know, I met you yesterday when I was in Houston. I want to touch base. So I just want to remind you that I am the expert in Houston real estate. And if you or anybody you know is thinking about buying, selling, or investing in real estate, I hope you think of me. You know, Jocelyn, I hope it's okay if I touch base with you time to time or maybe send you some things of value throughout the year just so we can keep this going. Hey, Jocelyn, so tell me, what do you do for a living? Maybe I can send something to you. That's one touch. Forget the 8x8. It's one. I like that better. I just got 7 touches back in my life. Now, Jocelyn, we had an 8x8, right? The 8x8 runs up. So after the 8x8, then what did we set them up on the book? Do you remember? Oh, you're so close. Just add 1 to that. 33 touch. Whoever just yelled out 33 that quick, yeah, they got 32.1 that fast is a genius. That's my math superstar right there. They did that math in their head. 33 touch. Yeah, 33 touch. Okay, I gave you 7 back. We're going to use 3 of them now. Now it's 36. But here's the beauty of this 30. Now, does 36 touches per person sound like a lot per year? Oh, Tara, I like you. You're going to do great. If you don't think that's a lot, because it sounds like a lot to me, so good for you. 36 sounds like a ton, except when you read it and you go, wait a minute, 26 of the 36, right, Tara, are emails. 20. Now, what stinks is now I have to go myself and set up 26 different emails of value. If only there was somewhere that already had 26 emails pre-done that all I had to do was just attach somebody to it and it would automatically happen. Okay, where do you get that? Well, I'm glad you said command, but guess what? Keller Williams is a really, really big organization. So every CRM out there has the 26. It ain't just ours. They all have it. You just got to set them up on it to get them started. So 26 to 36 are done. And then you look below that, 2 events or events to get together. So we'll talk about those in a minute. 4 are like promotional things like the school schedule or football schedule, things like the magnets on the refrigerator, that's 32. But there's the top 4. If you're going to set up these touch systems, it is 4 phone calls a year. You have to call people once a quarter. There is no research on how effective a 32 touch is. It's my opinion that you would be better off not doing the other 32 and making the 4 phone calls than anything else. Why do we not make the 4 phone calls? Because we're scared. I heard that we're scared. What are we scared of? Oh, they might say no. Might bother them. Get over yourself. How about this? How about who doesn't want to do phone calls because, well, I don't know what to say? Okay, get your pens out. Here's the script that you're going to use for your 4 phone calls. I'm only going to do this once, so be ready to write. Here's my script when I'm making my 4 phone calls. Hey. You shared my script. That is the script. The script is, hey. Now, I already told you I'm not real smart and I forget my script and my team knows this. So my team bought me my own mug that sits on my desk with my script on it. So if I forget, I just, oh, there's my mug. Hey. Now, here's why this works. Friday night, this coming Friday night, we're going to a cocktail party. So you're at the cocktail party, you look, and there's a doctor at the cocktail party. Do you do this? Oh, I am so glad you're here. Does that look infected? Do you do that? No. There's a dentist there and going, oh, I've been meaning to call your office. Can you just take a quick look? Do you do that? You're at the same cocktail party. You meet somebody new. They find out you're in real estate. What do they say every time? How's the market? New agents in the room. I just told you the blessing and the curse of this business. You are always on stage. Always. If you will pick up the phone and say, hey, they're going to say, hey. And you say, how are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm good. And eventually in that conversation, they will say what? By the way, if you want to know, here's my script for how's the market. The market is great. The only thing standing between me and my goals is the complete lack of inventory we have right now. That always starts a conversation, always. No one's ever went, oh, okay, that's all I wanted to know. That always starts a conversation that we can get around in the eventually say, if you know of anybody thinking about buying, selling, or investing in real estate, tell them to give me a call. Would love to help them out. Make the 4 phone calls. I promise you, you will never have to ask, or you will never have to start the conversation on real estate. They will start it every single time. Here's another script for you. My favorite script, I love getting people's voicemail. I love a voicemail because here's my script for voicemail. I say, hey, this is Kent. You don't need to call me back. I was just calling to check in with you. 100% of the time, they call me back. But here's why they call me back. It's because I just let them know that I am not beginning to sell Amway, that I was just checking on them. And so then they call and I pick up the phone, I'm like, hey, how are you? And then eventually, what do they say? How's the market? Every single time. You guys are off the hook. We worry about this so much, what to say instead of just starting a conversation because they know what you do for a living. And by the way, is real estate always in the news? Yes, all the time. So pick up the phone, make the call, and I give you some great scripts. And you better remember the very first one. Let me do it one more time. Oh, no, you got it. Oh, good. Good. Yesterday, you took mine yesterday? I taught you that script 7 weeks ago, and you used it yesterday? Okay, you're going to learn a lot of stuff with Kent. Let me tell you this one. I'm sure that made them want to show up. My one word script. Thank you. All right, on the left side, in the book, this is really that 19. These are for the people you don't know. These are for like your farm area. These are the people that you want to get to know. Okay, so these are not in your database yet. So you look at it now, instead of 12, it's 19. Well, 12 are emails. We've got their email address, but we're really not in relationship with them. We got that. Promotional direct mail, annual party. Those are things you're already doing anyway. But this is confusing because these are people that I don't know. These are people I'm not in relationship with, but it says I'm going to call them 4 times a year. Now, if I don't know them, what am I going to call them and say? Call to introduce myself. You could. I'm going to think back. It said bring something of value. Okay. Here's my script. Or scripts. I'm going to give you a bunch of them. Here's my scripts for calling people I don't know, but I'm looking to get in relationship. All right. Hey, it's Kent Temple, Keller Williams Realty. Want to let you know I am sponsoring the garage sale in your neighborhood next Saturday from 12 to 2. If you want more information, here's where you go look. Hey, Kent Temple, Keller Williams Realty. Yeah, I want to let you know I just listed a property in your neighborhood, 123 Main Street. Thought you might want to pick your neighbor. Hey, Kent Temple, Keller Williams Realty. Yes, I'm holding an open house in your neighborhood this Saturday from 12 to 2. I know you've been dying to go through your neighbor's medicine cabinet. It would be a great time to do it. Hey, Kent Temple, Keller Williams Realty. Yeah, I want to let you know I just sold my listing on 123 Main Street, completely out of inventory in your neighborhood. I have 3 buyers looking to get in there. You know, if anybody's thinking about selling, would you please have them call me? I'm circle prospecting around the things I'm already doing, looking to get in relationship with people. I'm just going around. By the way, the first time I did that, it wasn't even my listing. It was my firm's listing, but she listed it, but she gave me permission to do the open house. So I got to call. I'm calling about something that it doesn't. Does anybody care? No, it's Keller Williams listing. We're all good. We're all good. And I'm building my database. I'm just circle prospecting around those things, calling people, looking to get into communication, get into relationship so they think of me. Any questions on any of these touch programs? We good? What are you laughing about back there? What? So I was in, there's a team leader in the Carolinas. He's an OP now, but he was a brand new team leader in the Carolinas. He had just moved there. And I was his first class. It was business planning clinic. First class I'd had there. And I go there every year. We had a big crowd. We got the first break. And at first break, He came running to the front of the room. He goes, I want to talk to you. And I'm thinking, who did I offend? What did I say? Because me, sometimes I'm not always PC. I'm trying to do better. So he takes him back to his office and he shut the door. He goes, I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on. I said, what do you mean? He goes, so far, everything that you've told them, I tell them every day. And when I tell them, they go, and when you tell them, they're like taking notes. You ask for ahas and they're raising their hand like you said something they've never heard before. And I don't understand. I said, Scott, let me explain it to you. I'm an expert and you're not. And he said, how do you figure? I said, because I come from more than 20 miles away and carry a briefcase. Now, if you want to be an expert, you come teach in my market center. They think I'm an idiot there. I'm the expert. You're not. They see you every day. They hear it from you. They need to hear it from somebody else, right? It's what it is. No, it is. It is. Quit stealing my lines, by the way, okay? I don't like that.
I was gonna say that I feel like that with my husband all the time, but then you said you're the expert.
That I'm she tells her husband that all the time. I like it. Hey, at the bottom, so get with your neighbor on this one. Get with somebody close to you. What kind of events have you that you know of that are working? Just take 1 minute, talk with your neighbor. What kind of events can you hold to build your business? Okay, just take 1 minute, discuss it, see if you come up with any good ideas, and I'll give you some of the things I'm seeing. Talk with your neighbors. All right, come back around. Come back around. What'd you come up with? Oh, so she's saying, so idea housewarming party. So you sold something, so have the housewarming party and invite their friends. Gotcha. Cool. Like it. What else? What other events y'all come up? What are you saying? Annual family photos. Yeah. And a lot of people, so she's doing one of the things they'll do is sponsor annual family photos where you show up and you'll take your picture. Along those same lines, this time of year, a lot of people are doing pictures with Santa. Oh, your market center does pictures with Santa. All right, here's one that kind of plays off that. They do, it's called, they call it Santa Paws. And it's come get your picture with your animal. Oh, you like that? Go ahead and steal that one too, why don't you? Yeah, Santa Paws, that's, yeah. What else? So did things change a little bit with COVID? Yeah, we had to change quickly. So I'll give you a couple things that we're doing. During COVID, we were sponsoring a food truck in places. That way people could come in individually and do things. And we didn't have to get together as a group. Now, here's the things that we do on a regular basis. These are the two, well, I'm gonna give you one more. The one that we don't do, a lot of people do that's become very cost effective is rent a movie theater. Because those people are hurting and their prices have come way down. So you can rent a movie theater and invite your clients to come see a PG movie kind of deal. Here's the two that we do. These are my two big events. There is a huge need right now for blood. It has a lot to do with COVID. A lot of people stopped giving blood because of COVID, stopped going out. There's just a giant need for it. There's especially a need for it if you have, if they test your blood and you have the antibodies, which by the way, if you give blood, they now test. So right now we do a blood drive with the American Red Cross every other month because you can give every 56 days, I believe. So we try to do them every 60 days. we're having our blood drive. So here's the cool thing. Everything we do, there's always a charity involved. Well, if you do a blood drive, then there's your charity right there. I mean, you're giving the charity right off the bat. So a big need. So we're doing it every 60 days. We're doing that. Now, here's the cool thing. Remember I told you earlier that I had 17 LLCs and they're all real estate related. The last of my LLCs that I'm part of is I'm part of a group that we opened up a brewery where I live. And you're going, wait a minute, beer and real estate. Oh, see, we not only own the brewery, we own the piece of property that it's on. We own the building. We bought that building 3 years ago. How do you think we've done on the value of that building in 3 years? Yeah, it's gone pretty well. Yeah, so we're having the blood drive in the parking lot of my brewery, and everybody that gets blood gets a gift certificate for a beer that we serve, and the beer is called Sip It Forward. Because every day that we sell one Sip It Forward, you get a $1 token, and you go to the wall, and on that wall there's 4 charities, and you get to pick which charity gets $1 from that beer. We've had those charities since March, and this March we'll do 4 more. So there's a second charity. I'm driving people to another business that I have. And by the way, you know how much, I mean, we get so much social media benefit off of a blood drive, and people are seeing it. So that's one that's been very effective. The other one that we're doing is twice a year, we do our Shred It event. We do it the Saturday after April 15th and the Saturday after October 15th, because that's the 2 biggest filing dates, and people are ready to get rid of some files and stuff. And we bring the Shred It truck into a parking lot, and people just pull through. But then we partner with Christian ministry. So when you come through, you can shred on this side, you can give things to Christian ministry on this side. So there's our charity tied right into it. On these events, I'm partnering with some of my vendors. It costs me nothing. My vendors are actually paying for it to be part of it. So I'm not spending a dime on any of it, except maybe having to pay for a few beers when people turn in their certificates. I've got the charities involved. Oh, our Shredded event, the Boy Scouts do it as their service project. So they come set it up for us. They carry all the boxes. They do all that kind of stuff. We just watch. So that's just a couple that I'm having that's working. I like those events because those are events I get a lot of goodwill off of with everybody, whether you participate or not. People love the fact that we're doing those, whether they have anything to shred or whether they give blood or not. I do mine. We try to do the Saturday after April 15th because that's the biggest filing day. The second biggest tax filing day is October 15th. So we do it. So this year we actually postponed. We were going to do it April, and like about January, we found out tax was going to go to May 15th. So we moved it to May. And then we did it the Saturday after October 15th this year. Do it for 2. You can't believe the people that line up. People got some stuff to shred. Holy cow. Yes, sir. So he wants to know what the return on investment is. It's very hard to judge that for a couple reasons. Number one, well, it doesn't cost me any money. So return on investment is tough. I can tell you how many people on a weekly basis tell me how much they appreciate what we're doing, and then you wind up in their living room one day. Yeah, those are tough to judge, but that's why if we keep our costs next to zero, yeah, it's just some time. Yeah. Any other events you want to talk about? No. All right. Turn over to page 4.15. Oh, and we have to do math again. I hate it when that happens. So here's what the research shows. This is different research than the book. So I'm going to go over this with you. This is talking about how many people in your database. The research shows that 6% of people in your database will move each year. That's just what it says. And here's how they base it on. People right now are moving every 9 to 10 years, and about 2/3 of the people in the country own a house. So in your database, if you have an average database, about 6% are going to move in any given year. So look at number 3 there on page 4.15. So it just said if you had 500 people in your database and 6% of them moved, so 500 times 6% would be 30. and you were able to capture half of those people, that's the 0.5, that's 15 appointments a year. That's just how they did the math. 500 people, that means about 30 are gonna move. If you could get appointments with half of them, that'd be 15 people. The research shows that 4%, if you touch your database properly, about 4% will give you a referral. They actually say, hey, I'm not moving, but I know who is. So same deal, 500 times 4%, and that same capture rate of 50%, that'd be 10 appointments. So if you use this math, if you have a 500-person database, you could expect about 25 appointments a year. Now, I don't love the math there. So now we're going to do your math. And this is a little bit separate from what we have in the book. It was my goals, my database. We're going to do this one together. So where it says my goals, my database, it says how many appointments you have based on the number of contacts in your database. On page 4.7, go back to page 4.7. At the very bottom, you wrote in how many people you had in your database that you would be willing to put on a 36 touch. So pick up that number, the bottom of page 4.7, how many people in your database you put in a 36 touch? And I want you to write that on that top line. I did the math here. So on page 4.7, how many people in your database would you put on a 36 touch? I'm just going to use 500 because that's what it was different. Write in your number. So if there's 500 people in your database, take your number and multiply by 10%, because that's how many people should either move or give you referrals, 10%. So your number in your database times 10%. Now, this last number, what is your conversion rate? Now, for the example in the book, they use a conversion rate of 50%. I don't like that number. Here's my thought. If you're in my database and I'm contacting you 36 times a year, I should get a way better conversion rate than 50%. If I'm doing this the right way, my conversion rate should be much higher. I'm actually going to use 90%. So take the number of people in your database times 10% and times your conversion rate, and that's going to tell you how many appointments you should expect out of your database. In my example, if I did this, that'd be 45 appointments out of my database. I had 500 people, 10% move, that's 50, 90% of those is 45. I'd have 45 appointments. Get your number. All right, you got that number? That's how many you can expect. Now let's talk about how many you need. On page 3.15, at the bottom of page 3.15, it says seller appointments needed and buyer appointments needed, not the monthly number, that yearly number. So go back to 3.15, look at the bottom, and it says add those two numbers together. How many seller appointments and how many buyer appointments do you need? Now I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that same kind of math. I'm going to say, okay, I need 50 appointments. And I did that completely wrong. This is divided by, sorry. We do the opposite math there. So 50 appointments divided by 10%, divided by your conversion rate, is going to tell you how many people you would need in your database. Now, this is if all of your business just came from your database. But take how many appointments you need divided by 10%, divided by your conversion rate. It's going to tell you how many people you would need in your database if that was the only place your business was going to come. Who in the room already has enough people in their database to make their goal and are just not touching them in the right way to make it? Wow, look at that. You already have enough people in there. You're just not touching them in the right way. Isn't that? That's, by the way, I think 5 people just raised their hand on that one. The people are there. I'm just not touching them in the right way. But this is 2 different ways to look at what your database could do for you. What could your database do for you? Any questions on this math here? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so this on page 3.15, I went back and looked, and between buyers and sellers, it said I needed 50 appointments for the year to make my goal. That was just so, and I knew that 10% rule. Yeah, that's how I did that. And I came up, it's like 600, 575, something like that I would need in my database. Everybody got that? All right, turn over to page 4.17. If you've got a mic close to you, grab it. You got a mic close to you, grab it, because I'm going to get some people to read for me. Let's do lead generation best practices on page 4.17. Would somebody read number 1 for me?
Not using both prospecting and marketing in your lead generation, especially relying too much on marketing and avoiding prospecting.
All right, so she's down there on avoid lead generation traps. We'll do those. Thank you. Avoid lead generation. So not using both prospecting and marketing, especially going low on the prospecting. Under avoid lead generation traps, somebody read number 2 for me.
Relying exclusively on referrals for additions to your database instead of generating additional leads from other sources.
Just sitting around waiting on somebody to show up is not going to get you very far. You have to actively go after these people. Number 3.
Undervaluing the benefits of touch campaigns or not using touch campaigns purposefully.
Yeah, so they're still up on the screen there. They're still up on the screen. Are you putting these people on them? They're all done. They're all set up for you. All you have to do is use them. Number 4.
Avoiding the quarterly calls to each person in your database.
I really think you could skip everything up here if you would just make the call. If you would just make the call, you would probably be successful. What's your script?
Hey.
You've heard it 2 days in a row. You should know it by now. Number 5.
Not entering all leads into a database.
I don't understand that. If you got it and if it's set up, why would you not put them in there? I don't get it. Number 6.
Maintaining multiple separate databases rather than one database.
The exception is if you're going to run 2 databases side by side as you convert over to one another. I don't understand I don't understand people that have 2 calendars, because most of us are not good at time blocking off one calendar. So why would we have more than one? Actually, I take that back. Most of you in this room are excellent at time blocking, and you're terrible at honoring your time block. All you people do a great job of writing stuff in your calendar. Following through with it, not so much. Number 7.
Not taking advantage of Facebook ads and command as lead generation source at low cost.
Yeah, it is an effective way to do it at a very low cost if you will commit to doing it and stick it with it. You can't, it's not just a one-time deal. You have to keep going. All right, let's go to the top. Lead generation best practices. Somebody read number 1 for me.
Lead generate every day for 3 hours or as many as it takes to achieve your appointment goal.
Raise your hand if you do not want to lead generate 3 hours a day. Be honest. Come on now, be honest. Who does not want to lead generate 3 hours a day? Thank you for being honest. Don't. Just do this. Just lead generate every day till you get 1 appointment. So if you lead generated 5 days a week, 50 weeks a year, and got 1 appointment each time, that would be 250 appointments. Who cannot make their goal on 250 appointments next year? Aha. 1 appointment. Lead generate to get 1 appointment, then quit. Just saying. Number 2.
Time block for lead generation in the morning.
Why? Why in the morning? That's not the best time to get people on the phone. Why would I do it in the morning?
It's when you're fresh.
Oh, when you're fresh. When your willpower is strong. Before life happens and things, does life happen? Yes. Does it get in the way? Yes. Lead generate in the morning to make sure. Here's a perfect example for me. If I schedule going to the gym in the morning, it always happens. I get up, I go to the gym. My willpower is good. Life didn't happen yet. I go. If I schedule to go to the gym in the afternoon? It doesn't always happen. Something gets in the way. Sometimes it's grapes that get in the way, the dead variety of them. It just, you're going to steal that one too. I see it coming. Yeah, there you go. In the morning when you're fresh, and do it. Get your lead gen time in. Now I'm going to do number 3, 3 hours. Just remember this. When it talks about if lead generating like on the phone, it's not 3 hours straight of calling. You prepare, you do the calls, and you have to do your follow-up and maintain your database and everything. Time block it out and get it done. If you want to be successful, you have to have appointments. You have to do those things. On page 4.19, it says leverage technology. I promise I wouldn't talk technology anymore. I'm going to give you 3 tips. Here's 3 places to go for technology help. Number 1, you probably have a tech trainer in your market center. Yes? Yeah? Brandon. So Brandon's your tech trainer. That's number 1. Number 2, go to answers.kw.com. Another great place to get tech help. Number 3, the most underutilized thing we have at Keller Williams, and that's KW Connect. There's probably a video out there for just about anything that you want to see. Go to KW Connect and watch the videos. All right, let's do the next page of our business plan. Turn to page 4.21. 4.21. So we'll do part of this together. At the top it says, and it wants to know how many contacts needed to achieve the goals of your economic model. So on page 4.15, at the bottom, the very bottom right, it told you how many people you needed in your database if you were going to get all your business from there. How many people would you need in your database if you're going to make it all? Take that number on page 4.15, and that's how many contacts you need to achieve it. Write that down. How many contacts do you need? 4.15 at the bottom. The next one says, how many contacts from my database today? Well, that's on page 4.7 at the bottom. You told me how many were in there. Write down the number of people in your database, and then just subtract. They'll tell you how many people you need to add. You can divide by 12. So now you kind of have a goal for this year. Now, if that number is too big, who cannot add that many people in their database in 1 year? I know there's somebody in here. It's okay. Oh, you can? Okay. If you can't, spread it over 2 years. It might take you a little bit of time to get there. But add to your database. Build that database. How many people do you need to add? All right, I'm going to let you guys do the rest of this page by yourself. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to do this. What are your lead generation sources today? What are you going to move them to? That's on page 4.3. And then you can do how many calls you're going to do a day and do your touch campaign notes. So take 5 minutes, put this page together, and then we're going to come back and talk about it. Any questions? Yes, ma'am. That we have found, it's a great question, and I should have said this earlier. We have found that the best way to get people's contact information is to give something away. And the thing that we give away the most is we have a couple venues in Charlotte that do free ticketed concerts. You have to have a ticket to get in, but they're free. And it's usually like cover bands. So we'll get 4 free tickets. We will put them in a Yeti, and we will have a drawing for the Yeti. And you get in the drawing if you give your name, phone number, email address. And that's, if we like sponsor like a 5K or something, that's a great one. Now, we just did a charity one where they were having 144 golfers come through. It was for a big charity. So we actually went big on that. We actually got one of the nice new Yeti coolers. It's like the backpack one. And we put out there that if you gave us that information, and here's what we've learned off of doing golf tournaments. The vast majority of people in the golf tournaments are men, and men will give you that information. Yes, here's my name, my phone number, my address, my blood type, the middle name of my oldest child. If that's what you want for me to win that cooler, I am all in. And it's not just after hole 4 when they've been drinking a while. It's from the very beginning. Men will give out that info, which I would have thought it would have been the opposite. And we've been studying this. Men are much more likely to give you information to win something than women are. I don't know why. The reason why I don't know, but that's what we found. If you want information, give away something. Yeah. Good question. Housewarming party. You're welcome. All right. Yeah, we'll get questions. If you have more questions, let me know. But finish page 4.21 because that's page 2 of your business plan. Finish that page up. So yeah, so multiply. That's how many people move in your database. Okay, that's how many people move. That's what the research shows. All right, let's go. All right, turn to page 7.2. Let's go back to our 411. 7.2, your 411. We're gonna add a new thing, and we're gonna tie this 411 up really tight right here because I want everybody to get this part before life happens and people start sneaking out, because I know there's some of you are going to sneak out eventually. I know what happens. So on your 411, I want you to write this. I will add blank people to my database. And then, and I'll put on there and put them on a 36 touch. And on 4.21, you just found out how many people you need to add to your database. You just wrote it down. 4.21, how many people do you need to add to your database? Write that number in there. Now I'm going to get out of my monthly. I will add blank people to my database and put them on a 36 touch. I will add blank people, just divide by 12 and write it on there. Get that on your 411. Lead gen has to happen for you to be successful. So get that, and then we're going to do the important part of our 411. So look at me when you have that, when you're ready to do the important part. All right, everybody, please go to 7.2, the 411. If you're not already there, get on this page. one of the most important things we're going to do today is right now. At the bottom of your 411, do you see where it says weekly goals? Mark out the word goals. Just cross through it. So you can't even see it. Just mark it out and write the word activities. If your annual goal says, I will sell 48 houses, and your monthly goal says, I will sell 4 houses, your weekly goal is not, I will sell 1 house, because that's not how real estate works. That's just not how it goes. These are the activities that are going to lead you to make your monthly goals. They're going to enable you to make your yearly goals. This is all about the activities you're going to do. They're not about those numbers on the monthly or yearly. Here are the examples I'm going to give you for weekly activities, because I don't know what you put down for lead gen. And I'm just using numbers just as placeholders. You have to use your own numbers. Here are the activities. I will make 100 contacts this week. I will call 10 FSBOs this week. I will attend team meeting or a Chamber of Commerce event this week. I will hold 2 open houses this week. I will call 10 expireds this week. I will hold this event this week. I will attend the best business planning clinic ever this week. I wanted y'all to have one you could check off. Try to help you out. Guys, what are you going to do to lead gen? This is what it's all about. You wrote down on page 4.21 what you were going to do next year to lead generate. How about this one? I promise you, if you do this, it'll set you apart. I will handwrite and mail 10 note cards this week. I'm always shocked at how many times I walk into somebody's house and there is the handwritten note I sent them on their refrigerator besides Junior's report card. Because I'm the only person in the last 10 years besides their grandmother that wrote them a handwritten note. What are you going to do? And by the way, I can show you in my briefcase right there, there are my note cards with the envelopes already stamped. Because that way, when I'm on the plane, I can knock out about 10 of them. I think, who do I need to send something to? I'll get on the plane tomorrow, and I'll be writing those and send them out. Who do you need to show appreciation to? Who do you need to strengthen that relationship with? What are you going to do to lead generate? That's all that goes on the weeklies. Now, here's the thing, guys. You get to do your annual goals one time. Sometime between now and the end of the year, do your annual goals. You do your monthly goals every month. Here's why I say that. It might change depending on how you're doing so you can make your annual. So every month you get to do it again. You do your weekly goals weekly. You don't do the whole month. You do them this week. And then based on how I did this week, then I can do the next week. And this week I said I was going to make 100 contacts. I only made 80. You know what? The next week I need to make 120. I need to make up for what I did wrong. So each week you're going to do them. And Doug, I do my 411 the same way. I don't let anybody on my team. In fact, on my team, you are not allowed to use printed. You have to handwrite your 411 each week, because by March, you should be able to do the whole annual goals. Not even looking at it, because they're ingrained in your head. Boom, there they are. And I want you to know them. And that's why I make you handwrite them and do them. I want these ingrained in you, and this to be part of that, what pushes you and drives you. You just finished, you've finished 95% of your 411 right now. We're going to add very little to it over these next 2 models. Right there, that is page 5 of your business plan. Now, if you get an accountability relationship, I'm in an accountability relationship. I encourage you to get in those relationships. If you're a new agent, find another new agent and share your goals with each other and push each other toward those goals. If you're a new agent, I highly recommend you get into productivity coaching. Who's new? Somebody who's real new. Who can I talk to? Not you. We've been talking enough. Who else is new? Who else? Who's come on? Where's a new agent? Somebody talk with me. What's your name? Gina? Gina, here's my thought. I don't think that you have as good an opportunity to succeed in real estate today as I had when I started. I hate to say this, but when I started, it was easier than it is now. Real estate's harder now. In 2005, when I started, in 2005, my offer to purchase was 5 pages. It's 17 pages in North Carolina now. When I started, we didn't have TRID and 3-day waiting periods. When I started, we have a due diligence contract that screws everything up. When I started, my dog could get a mortgage if he answered the questions properly. It's an easier business. My thought is today, if you're going to succeed in real estate, you have to be in some sort of coaching. I would encourage you, if you're not, to get in productivity coaching and get somebody to lead you. To me, it's going to be hard for you to succeed as a new agent now unless you're on a team or have a coach. I truly believe that there's so much to grasp, and technology's making it part. So get productivity coaching. When you build it big enough, you can get in the top 20%. Top 20% of your office. Hey, Larry, could you coach the entire top 20% of your office? No. You can coach 140 people? All right. Well, here's what's my thought. I was hoping he would say no, because I want people to want to be on this thing called the ALC, the Agent Leadership Council. And if you get in the top 20% and you get invited to be on the ALC and you'll say, yes, I will do it, then what you get is you get personal one-on-one time with Larry and his team that will hold you accountable to your goals, because part of your job on the ALC is to hold him accountable to his goals and making them. Build a business big enough you can afford to get a coach. I have a MAPS coach. I talk to every Monday morning at 7:30. My MAPS coach calls me just to tell me how bad I suck. It's awesome. It's great. Now, here's the thing, guys. In accountability relationship, if you get a coach, here's what I want to tell you about coach. All right, need a volunteer. Who in here has date night? Okay, you raise your hand. April. I saw you raise your hand first. So now, April, the person you have date night with, they're not in the room, right? Okay, good. So you can answer this honestly. If she answers honestly, you promise not to tell her significant other the answer. You promise? April, is every single date night the absolute most romantic experience you've ever had in your life?
No.
Okay, she quickly said no. It is not. Coaching is the same way. I don't hang up the phone every Monday morning and go, oh, that was it, magic pill. Yep, I'm fixed. No. Here's what I know about coaching. 6, 7, 8 times a year, my coach works with me and helps me break through ceilings. My coach has got me into relationships. My coach has got me out of relationships. My coach has helped me break through and go to the next. The reason it's only 6, 7, 8 times a year is because in my 2-person relationship between me and my coach, one of us is not real smart. Because if I would listen better, it would be more often than that. But coaching is something that goes on, and it's all the time. Get in accountability. You cannot hold yourself accountable. Your spouse cannot hold you accountable because it sounds too much like nagging when your spouse does it. Get in accountability relationships. And here's the thing. Every Sunday night, if I forgot to do it on Friday, which I usually do, every Sunday night, I have to send my 411 to my coach. Because then on Monday morning, my coach can look at me and go, so Kent, it said last week you said you were going to do this. Did you do it? No. Why not? Well, see, I don't want to hear it. You can have reasons or results. That's another bold law. Yeah, get in these relationships, and they will push you to make your goals. I want you guys to have the life by design that you want to have. Why did you get in real estate? Why did you get in real estate? Oh, because you want it because you got in real estate for time. What's the reason you got in real estate? Money. Time and money, time and money. Here's what most of us do. We spend so much time enjoying the time, we never make any money. You're laughing, but I, because I'm living it. Get in accountability relationships to make your goals, to give that life to you and your family that you want. That's the purpose of this 411. You now have an active document that you can use to do that. All right, turn to page 4.25. Let's wrap this up. Wrap up lead gen. 4.25, please write down your ahas from this section. What are your ahas? Write them down on that page. All right, so before we get the ahas, I'm going to share with you guys something else that I've learned about real estate agents. And we'll go this way. So and I know I'm the greatest artist ever. So what does this look like right here? It looks like a target. And on a target, what do we aim for? The bullseye. So right there's the bullseye. In your lead generation, I'm going to tell you what the bullseye is. The bullseye is these people. So I'm at a party. I'm at a cocktail party, and I meet, hey, I'm Kent. You are? Raven. And I meet Raven. And Raven, we're at this party, and we're talking about, what am I talking about? Oh, great. Raven and I are talking about engineering. This is a fun party I'm at, apparently. So Raven and I were at this party, and we're having this discussion about engineering. And while we're having this discussion, I hear over there somewhere, and I hear somebody say that they're thinking about buying, selling, or investing in real estate in the Charlotte, Lake Norman area of North Carolina. And I'm going to say, Raven, this conversation is so enthralling. And I promise I will be right back, but please excuse me for 1 second. I will actually go to the other side of this party. What was this for? Hey, how are you? I'm Kent. Your name is? Retina. So nice to meet you. So Retina, I heard you say that you're thinking about buying, selling, or investing in real estate in the Charlotte, Lake Norman area of North Carolina. Is that right? Yes, that's right. You're not going to believe this. Kent Temple is the expert there. I bought and sold 5 houses with him. He is awesome. He will take great care of you. So, I'd love to give you Kent's number so you can call him. You know what? Better yet, Retina, if you'll give me your number, I'll make sure Kent calls you tomorrow. That is a core advocate. That is somebody that cares as much about building your business as you do. That is somebody that will go, hopefully your mama is your core advocate and not mine. That would be bad. So when you have these core advocates, what should you do to these people? Sit on them, touch them, take them to coffee, appreciate them. You need to love on those core advocates. Now, the second circle after core advocates. So I'm at the cocktail party. Raven and I are still talking about engineering. Really? Are you an engineer? Okay. All right. So we're talking about engineering, and somebody over there said something about real estate, and I don't care. I'm in this conversation here. This is where my focus is. But in this conversation, if Raven ever says that she's thinking about buying, selling, or investing in real estate, I will say, you should call Kent Temple. He'll do a great job for you. He will take care of you. If you want, I can give you his number. 100% of the time, an advocate will say your name. What should you do to advocates? Sit on them, touch them, take them to coffee. These people care about you. Okay, now before I go to the next circle, are there any single men in the room? Any single men? Raise your hand if you're a single man. One, I got one, just one. Okay, well, I hope you wrote down that script. Did you see how easy it was for me to get Retina's phone number? See, okay. After advocates, next circle, allied resources. Who are your allied resources? Vendors. Who are your vendors? Lenders, title, inspectors, pests, handymen. Do you give these people business? Yes. Should you expect business in return? Yes. Reach out and touch those people. Now, let me give you a different a different level of allied resource. So as it turns out, in my conversation with Raven, she decided that she was buying a house and she's moving from out of town and she's coming here. So she moved here and she knew nobody but me, her realtor. Her kid gets sick at 2 o'clock in the morning. Who's she going to call? She needs a dentist. Who's she going to call? I was gonna say a hairdresser, but she wouldn't call me for that. She calls and she says, Kent, you're not going to believe this. I took my stuff to the laundry and they completely messed up my clothes. Which laundry shoe? I said, well, that's easy. You need to go to ABC Cleaners. And here's why I say that, because every single week I walk into ABC Cleaners. And when I walk in, they say, hey, Kent, how are you? How's the family? Hey, I remember that stain we had last week. Is your dog feeling better? They know everything to know about me except one thing. Oh, that I'm a real estate agent. And then in fact, I'm the best real estate agent in the entire area. So who's ever heard the saying, it's not what you know, it's who you know? Yeah, I told a little buddy of mine, and he said, that's not true. It's not who you know, it's who you know that knows you. And I hated it so much that he one-upped me. I went home and I slept on it. I come the next day and I said, you're wrong. So what do you mean? I said, it's not who you know that knows you. It's who you know that knows you and what you do for a living and that you're the best there is at it. So do the people that you give business to know what you do? And should my doctor and my dentist and my laundromat be referring me business? Well, I refer them business, do I not? Yes. That's why this next one is allied resources. After that, there's your sphere of influence. After that, there's your farm area. After that, there's internet. Here's what I found out about realtors. When they're not making their goals, they are more likely to reach in their pocket, pull out money, and throw it at the outside circles, trying to make stuff happen instead of picking up the phone and starting in the center and making the phone calls. I'm going to tell you something about your database. They do not want you to starve to death. Your database does not want you eating ramen. It's too much sodium. You can't keep doing that. They want you to live. Pick up the phone, start at the center of the target, and go from there. All right. What ahas do we have from Lead Gen chapter? Nothing. That's awesome. Y'all are making me feel so special today. So Dina said, I need a lot more people in my database. Dina, I'm going to tell you, there's people in this room that has the same aha as you do. And there's people that have the opposite one that already have enough. And I'm not telling you, there's a guy right behind you going, that's me. I have enough. I got to learn to touch them the right way. I got to pick up the phone. Now, sir, you raised your hand that you're going to touch them differently. Do you have a script for what you're going to say when you call them? Good for you. He did not go for the easy one. Good for you. Thank you. Who else? Who's got an aha? That is exactly right. And when she said, after 18 months of being in real estate, when are you finally going to sell a house? It was just holding you accountable to the goals that you had. Yes, ma'am. You know, the only problem that I've ever found with court advocates, they tend to eventually get their real estate license. But hey, just make sure that you bring them to the right place to get trained and educated, and it'll pay off for you anyway. Right? I'm just saying, but they tend to go, hey, this lead generation thing's not as hard as I thought. If you're a core advocate, are they that high social person that likes to talk to people? Yes, they might do okay in real estate. Maybe. What else? Thank you. It is, you don't just have to go pick up the phone. What do you want to do? What are you good at? What do you like? You know, people sometimes ask me, they'll say, Kent, if things ever got as bad as they were in 2009 and 10, who was in the business in 2009 and 10? Only a few of us. It was rough. Now, history says that we should never see anything like that during our lifetime. We shouldn't. But people say, Kent, what would you do if it got that bad again? If it got like it was back then, I would do the same thing I did back then. I would get my name tag. I would put my name tag on, and 3 times a day, I would go to the grocery store. Name tag on. The market was terrible. I could not walk around the grocery store and not run into somebody that said, how's the market? What's going on? What are we going to do? I'm in trouble. I go to the grocery store, I buy one thing and I would leave. That's what I would do because that's what it took. People always say, they said, well, did you go to the beer and wine aisle? And I went, nope, that's where all the other realtors were. I went to other parts of the store where I had them just to me. What else? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, don't come. Yeah. So tell me your name. Tanya. Tanya made my whole day today because this morning she was on Zoom and that wasn't good enough. So while we were eating lunch, she drove over here to be part of it. Ha. And then she got here and there was no lunch. Yeah, there you go. There you go. So lunch was only for people that were here the morning session. We forgot to tell you that part. Awesome. What else? What else? All right, come on now. There had to be, so this is the big chapter. Yeah, if you couldn't hear her, she said two things is when you're hosting events, get your allied resources to chip in. That cuts away at the cost and gives them an opportunity as well. And the second thing, if you can tie charity to it, always helpful. Any kind of, and the good news is you get to pick your charity. You know, which one do you want to do? You love it. What else? Give me one more and then we'll talk about a break. See who really needs the comfort break now. Yes, ma'am. So my wife puts it this way: never let today's business get in the way of tomorrow's business. You've already got today's business. Go lead generate. Do your work. Keep that business flowing. Don't ride that roller coaster up and down. You always, always, always have to do it. So, what's his name? Gary. You know, I meant to do this earlier. You know, I haven't picked on Larry all day, so I'm gonna do it right now. Hey, Larry, where are you originally from? Ohio. Hey, Gary, where are you from? Oh, Michigan. Okay. I just. Hey guys, we're doing really good on time. We're going to take a break now. When we come back, we're going to do the last two models. The budget model is not as long as the lead gen. Organizational model is short. We're actually doing great on time. Probably get out here a little early today. I'm going to we're going to 15-minute break. I'm going to start back at 2:15. So 2:15, come back. We're going to get on the budget model and then tie it up with the organizational model for you guys to finish up. I'll see you then. Yeah, they you use all of them.
Have to use all of them together.
Yeah, yeah, because they're all built so that.
That's why I was like,
Economic
oh,
model.
am I using this model or that model?
Yes,
Okay.
no. You're going to use all of them. It's all 5 pages.
Got it.
So we got kind of 3 of the 5 so far.
Got it.
Well, usually you do it. Usually you do it.
Using my phone.
All right, we're going to start in 1 minute. 1 minute. Four hours. Okay, here we go. So I've been having a great day today until just now. My feelings got hurt because Somebody said, how much longer do we have? And I said 4 hours, and they were very disappointed. I'm guessing, I'm looking, I'm thinking, just in case you have somewhere to go, because I know people who have kids and stuff and everything. I'm guessing we're gonna be done about 3:30, it looks like. So, wow. She just said yay. Yeah, I know. That's why we're trying to get through here. Thanks a lot. All right. Turn to page 5.1. Budget model. It's funny. It's funny. This is always the one time that people are not back on time because they know we're going to talk about the budget model. Hey, new agents in the room. New agents in the room. I'm going to hit on something in a minute for you guys. So pay attention here. A lot of this budget model, you're going to go, well, I don't have any of that. It's okay. If you hang around, I'm going to give you a list of some things you should do as a new agent. So hang in there for that. So on page 5.1 at the top, it talks about the cash flow again. And just remember how we did this. We said our net income, we wanted it to be 40% profit. So that meant we needed a GCI of 250 with 75 in expenses, 75 cost of sale. Just keep that back in your mind. So when we talk about this budget, two tools in one. There's your budget that we're going to do. Then there's profit and loss we're going to talk about and when to look at your profit and loss. So a couple things: invest, don't spend. When you start thinking about your expenses and investments, your mindset will change. Because if you make an investment, what do you expect? You expect a return on that investment. So you think about when you're spending money, I'm not spending money, I'm investing money in my business to get a return. That'll start to make more sense for you. And it says, you're not an accountant. Don't be an accountant. Practice accountability. Hold your money accountable. When you start looking at it like that, it might change. So now there's on page 5.3, there's some budget terms. I think I've already done a good job of covering this. So the first thing we had, well, first, it's not only we had GCI, gross commission. We talked about what cost of sale is. Cost of sale is anything that comes out of your check before you get it back. And after that, that gives you gross profit. And then out of gross profit, you take your operating expenses, it gives you net income. So we kind of covered that in the economic model of how those work and the 30, 30, 40. So I think I've done a good job on that. So now let's go to page 5.5 and start talking about the different expenses that we might have. So when you look at 5.5, up at the top is cost of sale. There we go. Millionaire real estate agent, this just kind of shows what they would spend. Are you going to spend this? No, we're going to talk about your cost of sale when you get to your budget model. Millionaire real estate agent, they plan 5% for listing specialists. They plan 25% for buyer specialists. For them, it says minimal other cost of sale. For you, you're going to have some cost of sale that isn't those two because you don't have as much there. Now look at the different expenses. So here's kind of our chart of accounts at the bottom of that page. It talks about compensation. Compensation is money that you pay other people. It is not your compensation. If you have administrative help, that's compensation. If you pay somebody contract to close and you write a check for it, that's compensation. If you have an accountant that does your taxes, that's a professional fee. That is compensation. It's money that you pay other people to work for you. And then lead generation. So lead generation for me is, here's how I break out my lead generation. I have marketing expenses. So for me, a marketing expense is anything I do for one house. Okay. So if I do photography for a house, that's a marketing expense. And marketing goes under lead gen because part of the reason we market so hard on our current listings is to get more of them. Separately, under lead generation, I have my advertising expenses. My advertising expenses are anything I do to build my brand. So if I actually do a print ad of some sort, and we'll do some luxury print ads, that's an advertising expense. Even though I might be showing a house there, I'm not going to sell that house out of print advertising. I'm going to get more listings out of that. Anything with my name, my logo on it is advertising. Now, new agents might not know this. New agents, do you know how much money you can spend on closing gifts? So the law is you can spend $25 on a closing gift for a single person, $50 for a couple. The workaround is if it has your name on it, it is not a closing gift, it's advertising. So like we do the Cutco knives engraved with my name on it. We do the Yetis with our logo on it. We do the cutting boards, unlimited, because it has my name on it. It's things that I'm leaving around to build my brand. Those are all advertising expenses. So that's what goes there. Here's the thing. If you look at for the Millionaire Real Estate Agent, when you look at compensation and lead gen, those two items are actually 78% of the total operating expenses. That's the two big categories. Everything else is small. The occupancy, education, supplies. And don't worry, we're going to come back and we're going to set your amounts for each of these when we do your budget model. So just hang with me. I wanted to go over them. Now let's talk about where agents mess up. So what is the goal? What net percentage does a millionaire real estate agent want to make? What's that number? How much? Well, $1 million, but the net percentage is how much? 40%. The goal is 40%. And the millionaire real estate agents that build it really big and have a lot of people in their life, net 40% that do it right. A solo agent can net 60% if they do it right. Guess what? Most people don't do it right. Most people are not following the models and they're not doing it, and they wind up here because if you look on, this is in your book, and this is the MREA too, and you have this, best practices are over there. So that with a GCI of $1 million, if you're doing it right, you're netting almost 400,000. You're right at that 40% mark. And if you're doing it right at 2.5 million, you're netting 40%. Best practices. Look at the real averages. So a GCI of $150,000, they're netting 49%. I'm not impressed. We said your average commission is $10,000. That means they're selling 15 houses. That is a solo agent on their own. They're not following the model. So they're only making 49%. If they did it right, they would net 60% and make a lot more money. But we're just not following the models properly. And then you go up and you start looking and it starts falling. I want you to look at a GCI of $970,000. The average is only netting 29% in your pocket. The goal is 40. They're not following the model. And I'm looking why? Because their cost of sales is 38%, not 30%. The model's net 40, cost of sale 30, operating expense 30. They're out of model. And I look at this. So look at that agent. They have a GCI of $3.4 million. And the average is they're only netting 22%. Now, guys, don't get me wrong. I see it up there. It's 3.4 million. Now they're making $750,000. Is that a lot of money? That's like a third string linebacker in the NFL or at Alabama, either one. I had to get one college football joke in there, okay? Especially since we picked on Larry earlier. Here's the thing. Just to be honest, I have never made $3.4 million GCI in a year. I have not. The last 5 years in a row, I've made over half that. I know how hard my team had to work to do half of that. And if I'm going to work that hard, I'm not going to settle for 22%. I'm going to follow the model and I'm going to get closer to that 40% if we're going to work that hard. That's all I'm going to say is I want you to follow these and don't be out of model and don't fall into the traps. Do what we talk about today. Follow your business plan. And you're thinking, well, Kent, why do people not do it? I don't know. You tell me this. There's 50 people in this room and there's maybe another 50 on Zoom. That's 100 out of your 700, 600 of them aren't even going to have a plan this year. They're just going to, so thank you guys for being here and spending your time with me, but follow the model and be successful. And here, this just breaks it down by category again, just how we spend. Don't worry. I'm going to do yours for you. We're going to work on these together and you're going to have a budget plan that makes sense for you as we go through. If you turn on page 5.11, chart of accounts, there's a P&L there. I'm going to give you guys another. If you guys want a great chart of accounts that follows the MREA model, or if you want a P&L, I'm going to tell you where to go. kellerinc.com. Doug, you'll love it. There's a ton of spreadsheets there, man. They got all this, and they have the chart of accounts you can download. They have a P&L that you can download. They have all sorts of things. It's a great resource. kellerinc.com will give you a ton of that stuff. All right, turn to page 5.13. So let's talk about some of these focus areas. Number one, lead with revenue. This one's very simple. Don't spend money that you don't have. All right, my new agents in the room. Where's my new agents? I know you're in here. All my new guys. So did anybody tell you how much money you were going to spend before you even got a business card? No, they did. See, they don't tell you. You get ready to get in real estate. They don't tell you that you got to pay for the class, and you got to buy the book for the class. And when you finally pass the class, you got to pay to take the state exam, and you got to pay to take the state exam again. And then, okay, maybe not. Is that you? You didn't have to admit that was you. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, you made it here, right? You got it. Yeah. And then after you finally pass everything, then you got to pay a fee to the state, and then another fee to the state, and you got to join MLS, and you got to pay for a super key. And in North Carolina, you're like $2,000 in, and you ain't got no business card yet, right? They didn't tell you that part. Here's the beauty of real estate. After that $2,000 investment, how much does it cost to sell one unit of real estate? Well, if it's a buyer, it could cost you just some gas. Okay. What this is saying is lead with revenue. Don't spend money you haven't made yet. Let the money you're making drive how you're spending money. Always lead with revenue. Make the money first before you spend it. You should never go in debt. You don't have to buy your inventory. You don't have to rent a big storefront. You don't have to have a bunch of people working for you. Lead with revenue. Number two, play red light, green light. Okay, good. Nobody yelled at me today. So lately, whenever I've been saying play red light, green light, like it says in the book, somebody screams, I ain't doing that, because y'all watching Squid Games. Is it Squid Games? Is that right? Your dog. Really? Because I've heard it's like, okay, I've heard it's like really violent. Like, okay, good. There's no Squid Game watchers here. Very good. I like it. Red light, green light means this. You should set a point in time that you look at every expense and figure out, is it working for you? You should look at every expense and go, what is my return on investment? You might find out that you don't need to spend that money anymore. You might find out you could spend less money. You might find out it's really good and you should spend more money. Now, for years, I taught this. For years, I taught that a good return on investment is 4 to 1. If you spend $1 and you got $4 in return, that's good return on investment. The new MREA research says that the top agents, they get as high as 9.5 to 1 return on investment on their best ones. Now, I still think 4 to 1 is good. 9.5 to 1 is better. But play red light, green light. Figure out, what is my return on investment there? Should I keep doing that? Can I cut it out? Should I spend more? Yes, ma'am. Okay, so when we talk about, to me, one of the hardest ones to determine return on investment is going to be your typical social media. Now, if you're running ads like Facebook ads, you should get a pretty quick return. In 90 days, you should be seeing, and here's the thing, when it comes to like Facebook ads, we know they work if done properly. If you're not getting a return on them, you might need to see what you're doing wrong to get there. So with something like that, but it's going to be different. It's going to be different time frame for everything. Now, she repeated what I said earlier. Remember, it says lead with revenue. So you got to be able to afford to farm first. If you're going to farm somewhere, 18-month commitment, you got to commit to before you get a sell. I'm just saying, farming takes a long time. On something like Facebook ads, if you're not seeing stuff 90 days in, you're probably doing something wrong because they've been proven to work. Philip? Exactly. It's 19 touches a year. And it takes you time. Well, here's the thing. It takes time to get top of mind. And these are people that you don't know. So it takes time to lead in, and you have to be consistent with it and do it. Now, could you get something quicker than that? Sure, you could. You might get something month one, but you just have to be willing to commit to it. That the research shows that the average person knows 5 to 7 realtors. That's why you need to be touching your data. Somebody's touching your database. Every single person in your database is being touched by a realtor somewhere. You better be touching them or you might get beat out. And it's okay. It's okay. You're probably not like me. You probably don't get furious when you see somebody else's sign on your street. You're probably different than me. You probably just sleep fine that night when your next door neighbor listed with somebody else. Or your cousin bought an investment property. Probably doesn't bother you at all. It's okay. Don't call them. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if you're spending time and it's not producing, you probably need to spend time doing something else. And go back to my target that I did. Go back here and go, okay, what can I do to spend time with the people who are going to help me build my business? If you're spending too much time, so there is a return on investment in terms of time too. And you'll know in terms of time, you'll know if that's right or not. If you're doing something that you're not getting the benefit of it, probably time to switch things up and do something different. Yeah, time works just like money when it comes to that. We got that one good? All right, number 3, stick to the budget. In a minute, I'm going to help you set your budget for next year. Stick to the budget. As realtors, we are really bad about shiny objects and the next new thing. Come on, will you come help me for a second? Yeah, can you come help me for a second? I'm going to tell you guys one of my pet peeves. I'm going to show you right now. This is one of the things that drives me insane. So we're in the same market center, and we decide. Do you mind if I touch you? I know it's COVID. Okay. We decide that we're going to go to family reunion together. Okay. And so here we go off to family reunion, and we spend the whole week like this together. And we go here together, and we go there together, and we do stuff. And that ticks me off. And here's why. We're in the same market center. Is she ever going to give me a referral? No. Is there anything that I could learn from her in Orlando at family reunion that I can't learn here? No. And that's just a pet peeve of mine. Thank you. Yeah, you knew we were going to dance, didn't you? Yeah. That's just when you go places, spend time with other people. People always ask me, they're going, hey, Kent, I saw you at family reunion. You were having lunch with so-and-so. How did you? Well, here's what happened. In December, I called them and said, I'd really like to buy you coffee or lunch at family reunion. I'm just getting ahead of the game. I'm just getting ahead of it. And I meet people. Tell me your name again. What is it? Pradeep. Wish he had it in big letters. Pradeep, I have got a really, really cool database in my phone simply because I called people ahead of time and said, can I buy you coffee and talk to you? It's amazing how many people say yes. And I got to know a lot of people just by doing that. Now, the reason I put this on stick to the budget, I was talking to a team leader, and they had a fairly new agent. It was their first trip to family reunion, and they were walking in the door. Now, when you go to this event, like family reunion or mega camp, to get anywhere, you have to walk through the vendor hall first. And so this team leader had this fairly new agent, and right before they walked into the vendor hall, they got stopped and they turned to talk, and they lost track of their new agent, who then went into the vendor hall by themselves. And when the team leader was telling me the story, I went, well, how bad was it? And they said, well, it wasn't too bad. They only bought one of everything, because that's what we do as realtors. We're always looking for the new bell or whistle or the next big thing. By the way, the person that calls you on the phone with that great new product that if you have, and they're only looking for one person in your area. Whose last name starts with, let's say, S? Anybody last name start with S? Pradeep, think how many people they called. They only needed one person for before they got to the S's. Yeah. Don't buy it. There is no magic pill out there. Stick to the budget, stick to the things that work. Don't waste your money. And then number 4, get into a rhythm. Now, what this talks about is, and I was talking about some people this is break, you need to set the times when you look at your budget. You need to look at your P&L. I would recommend that you look at your budget and your P&L at least monthly, if not more often. At least monthly. That should be and see how you're doing. New agents in the room. I've been picking on y'all all day, hadn't I? I told you you were going to have to work with a bunch of crazy people. You couldn't take a bunch of listings. I told you your average price point was going to be low. I told you just a second ago that what was it we were talking about? Now I can't remember. I don't know. Yes, ma'am.
What is P&L?
Oh, thank you. Profit and loss. By the way, on a P&L, what do we like more of? Okay, good. I want to make sure y'all knew the answer to that. So new agents, I've been picking on you guys. I'm going to help you out now. New agents, get your pen out. And I'm going to give you a list of things that you need to do, that you need to put on your to-do list, preferably before January 1st, if possible. And these are the things, and my more experienced agents, you might have to do some of these things if you haven't already done them. But here's the things that you need to do to act like a business. Okay? Now, somebody stop me if this does not apply in Texas, because every state can be a little bit different. So if I'm saying this wrong, please let me know, okay? I know in North Carolina is it. If I were you, I would talk to my accountant and find out what entity I should be. What entity I should be. Like, should you be an LLC? Possibly. There are reasons, most likely, if it's allowed in this state, your accountant will tell you that at a certain point in your career, you should be an LLC, then you will file as an S Corp. An S Corp is an entity, and an S Corp is where you file. Now, here's why. Now, can you guys be an LLC in Texas? Can you pay to the LLC? I'm going to get to that. Thank you. I'm going to get to that part. Perfect. Guys, become an LLC. And I'm going to give you 2 reasons to become an LLC. Number 1, there's a lot of protections for you as an LLC that you don't have as an individual. Just in case something bad happens, being an LLC can protect you personally. That's enough reason right there. Here's some other reasons you might want to be an LLC. There's a lot of tax savings that you can have as an LLC that you don't have as an individual. For example, David and I have the exact same business. We sold the same number of houses. We have the same expenses. We made the same. Our businesses are identical. I'm an LLC and he's just David. So at the end of the year, I give my accountant $30,000 in legitimate business, meals, and entertainment. David gives his accountant $30,000 in legitimate meals and entertainment expenses. There's the red flag. I'm an LLC. I'm a business. As a business, I have meals and entertainment expenses. Now, David, why would an individual have that? Maybe we should audit him. Now, here's the thing. Remember, I said every one of his business, meals and entertainment, completely legitimate, has the receipts. They audit him, and he came out perfect. You owe nothing. Was it worth getting audited? No. There's a lot of time and expense he had to go through to make sure that all he did by being an individual, he raised that red flag, though, going, hey, look at me and make sure I'm okay. There's a reason. Here's another thing. David, I don't own a car. My LLC does. So when I had payments on my vehicle, who made them? The LLC. When I stop and get gas, what credit card do I use? LLC. Repairs, LLC. Oh, do you write off your car washes on your personal car? Don't ask me because I'm not an accountant. I don't want to know. I know my LLC requires me to keep my car to a certain level. So I go to the car wash. I use my LLC credit card. Here's the other thing. When I got my company car, my very first one, my insurance was $1,400 less a year as an LLC. Now, I think that's probably because I had teenage drivers on my policy and they weren't on my company policy. And guess what? That meant my kids couldn't drive my company car. What a bummer. Yeah. Again, there's another way. Here's another one. My LLC reimburses me every month for my health insurance. Now, here's what happens. I pay my health insurance, and then my LLC reimburses me the same amount. And you're thinking, wait a minute, Kent, you're an individual and you solely own the company, same money. No, it's not. Here's why. I reimburse myself as an officer's wage, as an insurance reimbursement, instead of taking additional salary. And here's what happens. If I take it as salary, I'm taxed at this rate. If I take it as an officer's wage for insurance, it's taxed at this rate. And I created a tax savings in there because I'm an LLC. I am not an accountant. So talk to your accountant about all these things, but there's a lot of tax savings in being an LLC that you can take advantage of. Yes, David. You just did what? You were my perfect example then. You did what? Wow. So all these years, I've just been hoping it was true, and David finally validated. Thank goodness I wasn't steering people wrong, but it was. Yeah. There's a lot, guys, there's a lot of saving. I'm not against paying taxes. I just don't want to pay more than I have to. I'm going to do that. Now, here's the thing. What do you have to do to be a broker here? Is there a time limit? Is there a class? Okay. So 4 years. Okay, guys, here's the thing. That doesn't mean that you have to wait 4 years to be your LLC. Your accountant can help, because here's what happens. They can't write you a check to your LLC to your broker. Your accountant can tell you how that you can. So if David hadn't done it yet, they will tell David how he can take his check made to David and flip it into an LLC, and he can still take advantage of it. It's just an extra step that if she's a CPA, I'm in trouble because she's going to say, hey, don't. Yes. To make.
Can you use the microphone?
Yeah. So wait a minute. So let's be. So you have an LLC, but when they make out your check, they make it just to you. So yeah, say it again.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Oh, well, I thought you said that the agents have to have their brokerage license to be paid as an LLC, and I don't think that's right. It is true? Oh, okay. Well, all right, there we go.
But
Yes.
there is a way, if the market center cannot write the check to your LLC, your accountant can help you put it into an LLC for some of the protections I'm talking about. But guys, I'm not an accountant, and please don't say Kent said. Now, Tara, I'm going to disagree with something you said. So Tara said, I'm an S corp, and I'm going to tell her no, she's not. She's something else, and she files, and an S corp means one owner. And so you file as an S corp, and when it's, by the way, one owner is for you, Doug, you could still file as an S corp if you two own it together because you're married. So husband, wife count as one. So you file as an S corp, but you're probably an LLC or incorporated somehow, but you don't know. You're incorporated. Yeah. Yeah. The S corp. For a long time I thought I was an S corp too, until somebody in my class went, no, you're not. That's a filing status, not an entity status. Yeah. So guys, seriously, get with your accountant, become an LLC. Now, new agents, here's some other things for you to do. The next thing, I want you to go open up a separate business banking account. Quit commingling your funds. You should have a separate business banking account. Here's how it works. Every time you get a commission check, you put that whole check in your business banking account. And out of that account, you pay just your business expenses. Then you write yourself a personal check, you transfer that to your personal account, and you pay just your personal expenses. I know that sounds simplistic, but so many people don't do it. Don't commingle your funds. Act like a business. Separate those accounts. Once you have that separate business banking account, I would get a separate business credit card. Here's my rule for my credit card. I use my business credit card for everything I possibly can every month on one condition, that I can pay it off every month and have no interest charges. The reason I do that is because I get a bunch of points off of that. So I use it to as much as I can, as long as I can pay it out. We get a separate business card and use it just for your business expenses, because you're going to act like a business. And then here's the last one. Get on a money management system. For me, and I think, Tara, I think it was you and I that were talking earlier, I use QuickBooks. I think anybody that's been in the business longer than 10 years uses QuickBooks. There's other stuff out there. I don't care. I know every millennial in here is going, there's an app for that. Y'all have an app for everything. Fine. Use your app. I don't care what you use. Get on a money man. For me, it's real. I use QuickBooks, and this is no joke. When my year ends, I reconcile my accounts for the last time, and I hit a button, and that my QuickBooks goes to my accountant, and my accountant receives it, and they send me an email, and they say, Kent, do you have receipts for all this? And I send them an email back, and I say, yes, I do. And they say, thank you. And I say, no, thank you. Now, what a lot of you in here do is on the weekend of April 12th, you're at your kitchen table, and you got a shoebox, and you're putting receipts in piles, and then you're adding. Some of you are going, wow, how does he know what I was doing to my kitchen table? But I know you were, but I don't do that. I reconcile all the time. It's every month. I push a button and I'm done. So act like a business, get on a money management system of some kind. By the way, January 1st is almost here. It's a great. Hey, Larry, did we get clarification on what we were talking? I saw y'all talking. Did we get clarification on how can you pay an LLC or not? Because I know people want to, here you go. Grab that mic. Because I mean, this is important because I want these guys to know what it is.
So according to our CPA, we pay you as an individual. You can still have an LLC, and you don't necessarily have to be a broker to have an LLC. And then you pay yourself directly from the checks that we write into your LLC.
Just goes in there. Yeah,
that's kind of the way it works. Because the problem, especially with Texas and paying an LLC not as a broker, and I know David, you and I, we sat as we went through this. Part of this becomes illegal because then it's kind of like you're part of the corporation. You know,
gotcha.
If it makes any sense.
I got you. Okay, guys. So seriously, it sounds like any of you could do an LLC and you'd get some protection and you'd get some tax savings if you do it. So start taking those steps. Hey, here's another one for you. Get a good real estate accountant, and I know where to find one. Ask your top agents here. Go to your top agents. Do you have a great one? Okay, so I'll just say, get with Tara. She's got a great real estate accountant that can help you with this stuff, and you'll save a lot. You pay a little bit of money up front to save a lot of money on the back end, and you'll be acting like a business as you go through. So I love Texas. No, I do. I really think that eventually there's going to be 48 states. And I'm going to be glad California's gone, and I'm going to miss Texas. So, all right, turn to page 5.15. Grab your microphones. Let's avoid the budget model trap. Somebody read number 1 for me.
Not taking the time to understand how the model works and how it connects with other models.
Yeah, I'm on 5.15. Yes, the budget model is an important part of what you're doing. In just a second, we're going to set some limits on your budget model to help you. Number 2.
Being too lenient with money with the promise of big returns, for example, offering big splits for future sales.
Yeah, guys, it's a model for a reason. Follow the model. Don't bells and whistles. Number 3.
Hiring too many people too quickly.
Yeah. Don't go too fast. That was a big mistake of mine that we might talk about a little bit in the organizational model. Number 4.
Chasing GCI instead of return of investment.
Okay. This is a big one. GCI matters 1 day a year. Only one. I'm going to tell you what day that is. That day is your regional awards banquet or your market center awards banquet. That is the only day. Will you help me for a second? You help me? Come here. Come stand right here. All right, I'm gonna tell you, stand right on. You got it now. You're gonna smile big when I get here. Okay, just be ready. Okay, guys. So here's I hate y'all can't see this on Zoom. So here's how this works. You guys are gonna have, y'all might have a market center awards banquet. I don't know, but you have this regional awards banquet. And here's what happens at the awards banquet. They announce the top GCI people in your whole region, and they start with individuals. And they probably start at like number 20, and they go 20 to number 1, and they do the groups, they do the teams. It's awesome. So if you're going to get an award and you know you're going to get an award, if you're smart, you sit in the back corner over there. Like wave. Y'all wave for it. Yeah, right there. That's where you sit. And here's why you sit there. If you know you're getting an award, because then when they announce your name, you get to stand up over there and you get to walk. And you get to come all the way around. And then you get to come up here, and you've got your Miss America walk going on, you know. You get to come up here and you get up front and you're like shaking hands, and they give you your award and everything. And then you get to go down on this side. And here's the best part. So right here, this is probably like a Wendy Harrelson, the regional director. She's like the head honcho in charge of the region. And so Wendy's right here. You're Wendy. And you get right here and you get your picture taken with Wendy. Smile. Smile. Okay. All right. You can sit down now. So then here's what happens. The banquet ends. Okay, the awards is over, but now it's party time. So now you get to go out and you get to go to the local watering hole, and you get to go in and you sit down and you get to take your award, put it right there in front of you, so everybody can see it. You are the big dog. That GCI award is awesome, and it lasts exactly 1 day, because the next day nobody cares. You don't get to carry it around anymore. It's not like the whole year, everywhere you go. Like, hey, did y'all see this? See what I got? That's not how it works. It's good for 1 day, and it's a lot of fun for 1 day. Your net income, your profit is good 365 days a year. And that's what matters. Unfortunately, we don't give awards for that. Now, almost 3 years ago, Gary Keller took back over as CEO. Prior to 3 years ago, when we would go to our big events, it was the same people on stage all the time. And it was people that had these big GCIs. And Gary came in 3 years ago and he goes, hey, we're going to change things up a little bit. If you want to be on stage as a top producer now, you have to provide me with your P&L, it's profit and loss. It's amazing that overnight, the people on stage completely changed. We had a whole different group of people that we were hearing models and systems about up on stage, because profit matters 365. Don't get caught up in awards. Get caught up on the life by design that you want to have, the life of abundance that you and your family deserve. All right. Number 5.
Running a strict 30-30-40 business, never wanting to go above or below.
Yeah, you're making sure that you're following the model so that we're hitting it. Number 6.
Not accounting for one's own expense salary split.
Okay. On our economic model, we did an economic model. What was the first number I asked you for? At the very top. Net profit, net income, right? And I said, that's your money, put it in your pocket. You got to account for that. Remember, that's what's important. That's how much money you wanted to make. Let's go make it. And number 7.
Being uncomfortable with budgeting and holding oneself accountable to it.
You know, there's a thing in the MREA book, and it says it's talking about when you hold budgeting to this standard, you'll get excited. No, there's very few people in here that get excited about a budget. Every once in a while, there's somebody, but it's not exciting. But at the end of the day, it's an important part of running a business and how much money you're going to have. So time block the time that you're going to do it. And it tells about leverage technology. We already said, how much does command cost? You know, it says on here, it says you pay $25 a month for it. It actually says that you're already paying it. There's really no cost. I've been at Keller Williams since 2005, and that fee has never changed. It has been $25 since I started in 2005. I don't know if it was less before then. When they added command, zero cost us. You're paying it anyway, so why not take advantage of it? All right, 5.17. Any questions before we start doing your budget model? Cool. If you will, hold page 5.17 in your hand and turn back to page 3.15. 3.15, that's the first page. That's the first page of your business plan. Turn back to page 3.15. At the top of that page, it has your GCI goal. Do you see that? Page 3.15. Take that number, your GCI goal, and go back to page 5.17. And at the top where it says my GCI goal, write that number in. So we're going back to remember our economic model, all models come off of it. So get your GCI goal from your economic model on 3.15, and then just turn back to 5.17 and write that number in at the top. And now it's time to do math. Get your calculator out. Does everybody have their GCI goal? You got it? Okay, cool. Put your GCI goal in your calculator. Now here's what we're going to do. There's my clicker. We're going to set up your budget model, but I want you to listen to me. On that page, you see where it says dollars based on MREA. That's the only column I want you to write in right now. Only write in the column that says dollars based on MREA. Don't write in your budget plan yet. We're not doing yours yet. Just dollars based on MREA. Got it? Cool. In your calculator, put in your GCI goal. If you've got that little Memory Plus button, you might want to hit it because you're going to use this number a lot. I want you to take your GCI and go to where it says listing specialist 5%. Take your GCI goal, multiply by 5%. Your GCI goal times 5%, and write that in where it says dollars based on MREA. Write that number in. Now put your GCI goal back in your calculator and go to where it says buyer specialist, 25%. Take your GCI and multiply by 25% and write that in where it says dollars based on MREA. Now I'm going to skip other COS or other cost of sale. It doesn't have a percentage there. Go to the next line where it says total COS or total cost of sale. Take your GCI and multiply by 30% and write that in the column where it says dollars based on MREA. Now you should have that top part done. Here's what I want you to do now. Below there, I want you to take your GCI and multiply it by every single percentage all the way down to the bottom and just fill in that whole column of dollars based on MREA. And then when you get finished with that, we're going to come back and we're going to use those numbers to do your budget model. Just go all the way down, your GCI times every percentage, fill in that column. In a couple minutes, we'll get together and we'll do ours. Any questions? Okay. All right, go. Fill in that sheet. All right, are we about done? Okay, here's what we just did. When you look at this sheet, we just set the maximum amount that you can spend in any category unless I give you a variance right now. You with me? Because here's going to be your homework. I mean, your economic model, it's complete unless you want to change it. Your lead gen model, it's complete. You're leaving here with those. Your budget model, you might have to do a little homework with. You probably didn't bring enough info so you might have to go work on this a little bit. So now we're going to talk about each of these categories. And unless I give you a variance, you can't go over this. All right. So where it says listing specialist, if you don't have anybody on your team that lists properties and you don't plan on hiring anybody to list properties next year, where it says listing specialist under my budget plan, put 0. If you don't have a buyer specialist and you don't plan on hiring a buyer specialist next year, where it says buyer specialist, 25% under your budget plan, put 0. All right, so now right there's 30% that they're spending that you're not. Isn't that interesting? Now, other costs of sale. If you put 0 and 0 above those two, here's what I want you to put for other costs of sale. Put $21,000. Because if you're at Keller Williams, at this Keller Williams office, that's the maximum amount that you can pay them in a year. That's the most. There is no more. 20, that's it. No more. That's your cap plus your royalty. You're maxed out right there. That's your other costs of sale. So a lot of you right now have got the top part already finished. You know what that top part looks like. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat what you just said about the 21,000?
21,000. If you're at this Keller Williams office, that's the maximum you could pay in cost of sale because that's your cap plus your royalty. 18 plus 3. That's the maximum. Yeah. That's why we put that one in. All right. On these other categories, I think most of these are enough. Where it says compensation, 14.4%. Most of you in here are still solo agents or have some help. 14.4% is plenty enough to cover your other compensation. Don't go over that one. You shouldn't need to in there. That should cover you. All right, lead gen. Now let's talk about this one. Lead gen, the rule of thumb is spend 9 to 10% on lead gen. That should be a target. You should spend 9 to 10% on lead generation. If you're spending less than that, I would look to see what's working and spend more in those areas. That's how to maximize your business, is to make lead gen the target 9 to 10% to spend there. Try to get there on that one. Occupancy 1%. Most of you probably are not renting space. If you are, I would strive to do whatever it takes. You might have to qualify to rent space in this office. 2 reasons you want to rent space in this office if possible. Number 1, you can't find cheaper rent than here. Guaranteed, they have the best rates in this office. Number 2, you'll get smarter every day you come in here. This is the place to be. This is the place to learn. You'll learn stuff just walking around. You'll find out about the new developments. You'll find out about the new listing coming up. You'll find out about what they just decided at the city council meeting that you hadn't heard about. You'll get smart being here. But occupancy, that should cover you. All right, first variance. I will give you a variance on education and training. I'm going to give you a variance on that. And here's why. We are the #1 training and education company in the world. You are with Keller Williams probably because you're learning based. You showed up today because you're learning based. If you spend more on education and training, by the way, that would include a coach if you had one, I'm okay with that. Even with the big business that I have, I still spend 4 to 5% on education and training every year. I'm above what it even says in the book. Now, here's why. Here's why you're going, how do you spend that much? Okay, I'm going to Keller Williams Family Reunion in Orlando in February. And on my team, there's 5 of us going. So our plane flights to Orlando, well, where does that go? Education and training, because that's why we're going there. Our hotel, education and training. Our Ubers, education and training. All those are the registration fee, education and training. So that's all, everything that you do travel wise, that's as real estate agent, that's the only thing you travel for is education. It goes in there. My coach, education and training. I spend a lot in that category. I will give you a variance in there to spend more if you need it, because you should. You should be learning based. You know, supplies, we're trying to become a paperless company. We don't spend the money with you that we used to spend on office supplies. I think that should cover you. Communication and tech, well, man, computers used to be so expensive and we had to replace them all the time. Everything lasts longer now. And it's funny. I mean, we can run our whole life off of this now. And by the way, in case you don't know this, the technology is coming that pretty soon you will be able to, at some point in Command, you'll be able to do an offer on your phone. And like on our offer to purchase, there's like 14 blanks that we fill in. Everything else is the standard. Yours is like the same way, I'm sure. Soon you will be able to, so I'll get an offer and I'll write an offer and I'll send it to Patricia. Patricia, you got an extra I in there. You're messing with me. I'll send it to Patricia. I'll send the offer to Patricia, and on her phone, she can look up and she'll see nothing but the 14 terms that we're negotiating on. Everything else is just standard. How cool. Now she's at dinner. She's like, go. Wow, that's a good one. She can just forward that text to her client and go, here's the offer. Check this out. How cool is that going to be? That's coming. That's coming down the pipe. It will be here. It will be here eventually. I'm not going to say when, mainly because I don't know. Yeah, that's enough. You know, auto, I'm going to give you on auto and insurance. At your level, you may spend a little bit more on auto and insurance. You might need a variance on those two. With your smaller bit. Now, as your business gets big, that's actually enough to cover it on those. And equipment, we don't have the kind of equipment we used to. So I'll give you a couple of variances there, but remember, I saved you a bunch of money up top. So here's what you have to do. Go back, go home, and set your budget in each of those categories, and don't go over that amount unless I gave you a variance just now. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'm still trying to kind of figure that. So equipment wise, so it's things like when we used to have fax machines, computers, what else you got? Supras, thank you. Supras could be in there. Yeah. So for signs for me, I put in more. So here's the thing. Okay, let's go down that road. So she says that her signs, she's going to put in equipment. And I said, well, I'm going to put my signs in marketing under lead gen. Who's right? We're both right. Here's the thing. Now, here's what I can't do. I can't put it in marketing this year and put it in equipment next year. I got to just be consistent. Because if she puts her signs under equipment, what percent of her signs can she write off? Well, no, she can write off 100% of the expense. If I put it under marketing, what percent can I write off? 100%. It's the same write-off. The reason that you're doing this is to track your expenses so you know where you're spending your money, so you can figure out what works and what doesn't and run a business. That's the whole purpose of tracking it. Now, here's another one that I spend. So I have, under lead gen, I have an account called Meals and Entertainment. And all the meals that I do that are real estate related, I write those off. Now, I'm not going to tell you what percent of my meals I write off. 100. Anyway, and I have a receipt for every single one of those meals that I write off, and I write off the person or the business reason I had that meal. Just so you know, I'm not an accountant. Now, I keep a separate account called Meals and Entertainment 100%. And those are the meals that, like when I go to family reunion, I will write off. Because if you have a meal for education purposes, you can write off 100% of that meal. In a normal year, all your other meals, you only get a 50% write-off for. I think this year you can write off 100% of all meals again. Is that right? Do y'all know? I know last year, because of COVID, we could write off all meals 100%, but that was a different year. I think this year is the same way. Did I mention I'm not an accountant? Okay, good. Don't say Kent said. I don't want nobody calling me. Yes, sir. If you walk into a restaurant and it's just Pam and I, and we are seated at a table, do not come talk to us. It's our anniversary. Special night. Or I did something really bad and I'm getting a lecture. And I've been married a long time. I'm getting better not doing that. Pam and I always sit at the bar. Now, I'm fortunate because we're both in real estate, so that I don't have to explain anything. But here's my thought. If you sit at a table, am I going to meet the person at the table next to me? Probably not. If I sit at the bar, is there a chance I'm going to meet the person next to me? Well, I'm in real estate. Yes, there is. I'm definitely going to meet her when we sit there. We're at least going to, and you never know who's going to be sitting there. If I'm sitting at my table, is there any chance I'm going to get in a personal relationship with my server? They got 6 more tables, right? If I'm seated at the bar, this server never gets more than 12 feet from me the whole time. I'm hearing every conversation that goes on. By the way, Pam and I are kind of creatures of habit. We tend to go to the same places a lot. By the way, I'm not a secret agent. People know what I do for a living. I get to know my wait staff. My wait staff will sometimes come over to me and go, hey, the guy over there, he's in from Cincinnati. He's getting transferred. Thank you. The one place that we go a lot, the bartender there, he is a secret agent. He has his license and does nothing with it, but he knows he can refer me business. Yeah. Yeah. Also, if you care about this thing called profit share, do you know how many wait people eventually get their real estate license? Wouldn't it be great if they went to the #1 training and education company in the world? Yes, sir. Well, always. It's a business write-off right there. Plus, did I mention that I met the person beside me and I found out their name and I wrote it? Yes. Shh. Yeah, we don't do that. Of course, but I got a receipt for all of it. And it's like, yes. Okay, as a side note, in case anybody in here, now this is a whole different class. I could teach a class on being in real estate with your spouse, but I'm gonna give you one tidbit. Here's how Pam and I stay sane. We do not talk real estate ever after 6 p.m. or after the first glass of wine, whichever comes first, because nothing good happens after that. That's just our rule. 6 o'clock, real estate stops, or if we have an early cocktail. Did you say amen?
He just said he needs.
I said start drinking earlier.
Start drinking earlier. That's it. That's it. Did I miss any of that story, Larry? That was it. Yeah, no, and it's but we all no matter where we go, we always sit at the bar. Who was it? I was oh, Larry, it was your wife. So she was saying that last week she found an agent in where? She was telling me Panama City, Florida. Last week, I just put somebody in our new real estate school in Moody, Alabama, because I met somebody out there. You're in real estate? Hey, can I talk to you about that? Yeah, well, by the way, I'm getting ready to go to school. Have you signed up yet? No. I said, well, great. You want to go to a free one? They said, yes, I'd love to. I said, great, let's do this. And I put them in contact with the team leader in Tussle. Is that right? Anybody know anything about Alabama? There's not a Mark Center in Moody. It's the next town over. I don't know, but it all comes, what is it? Maybe so. Yeah, that might be it. Yeah. That's why I sit at the bar. Thank you. Thank you for tossing me a softball, Larry. I'm glad I remembered the story. So, any questions on your budget model? All right. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yes, ma'am. Rent. Now, here's the thing, guys. If you office at home, talk to your accountant about possibly writing off something as a home office, but ask your accountant about how to do that. you may be able to write off part of your mortgage and part of your utilities, maybe if your accountant says you can. I like write-offs as long as they're legal, as long as I'm not getting in trouble for them. Yep. All right, turn to page 7.2 for a second. Now, I know we don't like budgets. I get it. But I want you to write, I'm going to put one thing on my 411 that has to do with my budget because I want it to happen. And it's not on the annual, it's just on the monthly. And I want you to put this because I want you to run a business. And I'm going to put on here, review budget and P&L. At least monthly, review your budget and review your profit and loss. At least monthly. I think that's a good thing to put on your 411. Review your budget. Are you running a business? Are you acting like a business? On your 7.2 on your 411. Yeah, your 411 that's page 5 of your business plan that we've been working on, I would just add that to your 411 just to make sure it happens. And I'm going to time block it. I do mine weekly. I'm going to make sure that I'm reviewing that every single, at least monthly. I do mine more often than that. And when you've done that, turn to page 5.23 and write down your ahas. 5.23, write down some ahas. Start. Yes. Okay. And just so you know, Kent did not say drink more. That is not what I said. Don't go tell. Don't tell. Yeah. Don't go tell Mo on me. Get me in trouble. All right. Keep writing. Who's got an aha? They'll share with me on the budget model. You know, again, I want you guys to run a business because you are. I want you to run a business. That's what you're doing, and knowing your numbers is part of being a business. Yeah, and we didn't before. You know, there's a lot of people in this room that could do the exact same thing that they always do, and make a lot more money if they would just get control of their budget. For me, can you do it in command? Probably. Do I look like somebody that could do it in command? Probably not. For me, I'm a spreadsheet guy. I track everything on a sheet of paper. I'm old school. There's probably a better way to do it. At the end of the day, I don't care how you do it. It's just about knowing your numbers. It's just about, and it's funny. We just pulled it. So on Friday, I'm doing this with my team. And so we pulled all the people we worked with this year that we didn't close a sale on. And I couldn't, and I follow everybody's business. I couldn't. I was like, man, I could think of one. And there was 7 this year, which is, by the way, that's usually it's more than that because we have expired listings we didn't have this year. But there were 7 people. And I went, okay, I need to know why. I want to know what the reason was. And the thing is, of the 7, 6 of them, they're still clients of ours. One of them that we signed listing paperwork with, they said, we want to wait. We didn't follow up properly. And 3 months after they waited, they listed somebody else that's under contract right now. It's a $600,000 sale. That's what I was doing at 5 o'clock this morning, because 5 o'clock was 6 o'clock my time. I'm thinking, okay, why is it? But it's just because I want to run a business. I'm looking at my numbers. All right, what other ahas do you have on the budget model? Yeah, and she said create a DBA or an LLC, but talk to your accountant and see what entity your accountant says is best. By the way, your accountant might say you need to wait a little while, that you don't do enough business for it to make sense. I don't know. That's why I say talk to Tara and find out who her accountant is, because apparently she has a good one, or somebody else has a good real estate accountant. What else? Yeah, quit commingling your funds. But you were going to say that. You pick up the microphone.
And the credit card.
Yeah, Quit committing your funds, get a business credit card, act like a business, get those points. I'd use my business points when I go on my personal vacations, but you're not supposed to. Don't do that because you're not supposed to do that. Well, yeah. Oh, you catch them for gift cards, do whatever with. There you go. We know, and guys, for me, some of you know this. I love doing this, but I also like to travel. So doing this feeds my travel bug. But it also, I mean, I've done who was in my class with me 7 weeks ago? Was anybody 7 weeks ago with me? Yeah. Why did I pick that day to be here? What was I in town for? You're close. It was not the World Series. I would have loved to have been here. I would have loved to have been at the World Series. It was the Panthers-Texans game. I'm a Panthers season ticket holder. So when we planned, I said, hey, I still would have come here. But I said, is there any way we could do this week? And they said, yeah, sure. We'll work that out. And I went to the game. The week after I was here, on Friday and Monday, I spoke in Dallas on Friday and Fort Worth on Monday because I went to the Panthers-Cowboys game then. I went to see the Orioles and Yankees play. It feeds my travel habit, being able to do this. And, yeah, I get to write off everything I'm due when I do those things. It's all a write-off because that's what I'm here for. Yeah. Think through these things. Well, here, guys, I mean, you could do that. I'm not talking to your accountant, but you know what? If you said, man, I've been dying to go to the NASCAR Hall of Fame, because that's what you do in Charlotte. But, call me and go, hey, Kent, could I come speak for an hour in your market center? What do you want to speak about? Yeah, I'd love to speak about what's working for me in lead generation. Sure. Why? Because I want to go to the NASCAR Hall of Fame. I want to write it off. Okay. I'll work with you on that. Why not? Larry, you know what? You need to, next time you go see your mother-in-law, why don't you come up and speak for an hour in my market center and write off the trip? There you go. Right off. And ask your accountant, how much this can I write off now? Because I drove 30 minutes and spoke for an hour. And I can write off what? Oh, that might make sense. Yeah. For you. Yeah. Yeah. Especially, I mean, you're going to see the in-laws. You probably want to get out of the house for a while. Oh, no, that's just my in-laws. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. All right, what else? Come on, give me one more, and then we're going to fly to this organizational model. Wow, y'all want to spend time with me. You don't want me to leave. Now I can tell. And
can you please use the microphone to ask the question so that we can listen too?
So what she said is that she knew that she was spending money. She didn't know that there was an amount she should be spending. She didn't know that she should be watching that. Now she knows per category, hey, I might need to look at this and treat it like a business. Yeah, we have those categories. All right, organizational model. So I actually wrote a class myself. It's based on the MREA book, and it's called Leverage: Building Your Top Team Talent. And it is a 6-hour class on nothing but the organizational model. So as an added bonus for you guys today, if you guys want to stay until 9:30 tonight, I'll do. Nobody wants to do that. I get it. No, I actually do. And here's the reason I get to teach organizational model is because I did it all wrong. It was a complete disaster, and I had to start over. And the second time around, I followed the model. Did I still make mistakes? Yes. Was the hiring process? No, nothing was perfect. But it worked a heck of a lot better than having to start over. And I get to teach it because I've screwed up everything. And so that's why I get to teach the model. I'm going to run through. There's 7 levels through here, and we're gonna run through those 7 levels. So we're gonna be on 6.1, organizational model. There's 7 levels. I'm gonna say this right now, and I'm gonna say it again at the end. This is not a race to the 7th level. I'm gonna tell you what you can do at each level, and then you can decide which level that you want to be in. It's not a race to the 7th level. That's not what this is about. This is about maximizing what you want to do. This is all about your business. Okay. Now, so on page 6.1, it talks about the path to people will leverage. Here's my definition of leverage. Leverage is the exchange of money for time. Here's a better definition of leverage. Leverage is the exchange of your money for your time back. So this is all about people leverage. So go to page 6.3. Let's look at the hiring process. It says 1, explore other leverage options. Are there systems? Are there tools or systems you can add instead of people that are less expensive? It's true. Number 2, this is important. Number 2 on there says attend the leverage series. You need to do that. If you ever are ready to start hiring, we have the leverage series. The first part's career visioning. Career visioning is about how to find, hire, train, and motivate talent. I have taken the leverage series every year since 2009. And I learned something every year, and I get better at the process every year. If you are hiring people, start taking the leverage series every single year and learn how to find, hire, train, motivate talent. That's a key. That's a non-negotiable. I guarantee you that Larry is required to take it every single year because I require my people that are going to hire it. You take it every single year. Now, number 3, it says talent. So there's 3 kinds of talent here. Potential talent. So potential talent, these are people that are new, but they have the skills, behaviors, and motivation to do a good job. Potential talent costs money. The next one's emerging talent. Well, guess what? Emerging talent has the tools, skills, behaviors to do a great job, and they have a short track record of doing it. Proven talent. Proven talent has the skills, behaviors, motivation to do a great job, and a long track record. That costs the most money. You just have to know that when you hire these people, each one of those is going to cost more money to do it, and you have to find out what works for you. Some people do it like this. Some people talk about cul-de-sac talent. Cul-de-sac talent are people that you give them a job and you say, hey, you're going to do A, B, C, D. And they come in every day and they do A, B, C, D. And they do A, B, C, D at a really, really high level, but their cul-de-sac talent, they're not going to do any more than A, B, C, D. And what you want, what's the other? Larry, what's opposite cul-de-sac? I can't think of the word. Anyway, now cul-de-sac talent has its place. You need people in your life to do A, B, C, D, but the other type of talent is also going to do A, B, C, D. They're going to do it at a really high level. They're going to come to you and they're probably going to tell you a better way to do A, B, C, D. And when they finish doing A, B, C, D, they're going to ask you if they can help you with E, F, and G.
Come on, baby.
Now, that talent costs more money than cul-de-sac talent does, but it'll get you further. Hey, on Zoom, if you haven't muted yourself, will you please do that? Thank you. Consult your budget model before you hire, all that stuff. All right, let's start talking about it. Level 1, go to page 6.5. I know I'm running long, so I promise I'm gonna do this quickly. I'm trying to honor your time. First level. Everybody starts at the first level. The book says it like this. The book says, if you don't have a maid, you are one. Amen. If you don't have somebody that cuts your grass, you're a landscaper. Amen. Apply that to your business. If you don't have somebody that takes your signs, you're a sign putter upper. If you don't somebody have that delivers your supers, you're a super taker. If you don't have somebody that inputs your listings, you're an MLSer. There's nothing wrong with that. You just have to recognize the fact that is your job if someone doesn't do it for you. Here's what the research shows. The research shows that a solo agent by themselves with no help spends a maximum of 40% of their time in lead generation and sales. Research shows that a solo agent spends at least 60% of their time in the other stuff, in the weeds, in the admin roles. There's nothing wrong with that. You just have to know what it is. Now, here's what I know. Remember I told you earlier that we don't teach 36-12-3 anymore? Here's why I think that's true. I think 36 sales by yourself with no help is almost impossible in today's market. I think the vast majority of people are going to max out. If you try to do everything by yourself with no help, you're going to max out at about 25 sales. And then beyond that, you're going to start hitting a ceiling. Now, is there Superman that can do more than that? Yes. Is there Wonder Woman that can do more than that? Yes. But for the vast majority of people with no help, you can do about 25. Now, and here's what Gary says. Gary says if you're bumping your head on the ceiling or banging your head on the wall, you're missing a key relationship. So that's what that's about. You're going to max out at about 25. When you look at level 2, when you get, and now level 2, this is based on when you go out and you hire a full-time assistant that works just for you all the time, you can double your sales. You can go from 25 to 50 and you have a great life and they have a great life and everybody's happy. All right, let's go back. What did we say your average commission was? $10,000? Is that what we said the average was? Let's see. 25 sales times $10,000. Carry the 7. Okay. $250,000 in additional GCI you could create with a full-time assistant. Can you hire an assistant for less than $250,000 a year? Say yes. Okay. Just saying, when you start thinking about it like that, you can. Now, can you have a part-time assistant? Sure. Now, for me, if I had a part-time, I'd want them to be able to grow to full-time, just so you know, because part-time's like dating and the full-time's like married. And if they're really good part-time, you're going to get married and have them full-time. Can you do virtual? Yes. Can I do virtual? No, I'm a people person. I like people. Yeah, that's what it is. I don't like virtual because I like people, but can you do COVID? If COVID taught us nothing else, it's yes, we can do things virtually. Of course you can. Can you do things by transaction? Yes. To me, though, you have not completely made it to level 2 till you have your own full-time assistant. That's level 2 is you and a full-time assistant. You can do 50 transactions. Now, a lot of people skip level 3. Level 3 is where you hire a second assistant. It's where you build out your admin team. At level 3, you can do 75 transactions a year. Here's why you can do that, because here's your 20%. Here's what you do at level 3. You lead generate and sell. You show buyers, list sellers. You write contracts and negotiate. You lead, train, and motivate your admin team. Lead generate and sell, show buyers, list properties, write contracts, negotiate, lead, train, and motivate. That's it. If you are a true salesperson, level 3 looks pretty. Level 3 is like, holy cow. If I didn't have to do any of that other stuff, man, I would love that. Let other people do the other stuff. They're real happy to do the other stuff. They don't want to do what you do. They think you're crazy. Your admin team, you know what they say about you? They say that you're not right because you put crazy people in the backseat of your car. They say you're not right. You go to insane people's houses you ain't never met before. By the way, your admin's right. You guys aren't, realtors, we're not normal. If you follow that DISC, that DISC, you know, the Ds are the highly driven people that I want it done now. Who knows that they lead with their D? They're driven, determined people, and that's how they lead. Where are you? Raise your hand. Come on now, put them up. All right, the next one's the I's, highly social people. Who's in real estate? Because I love people. I want to talk. Where's the I's? Now, raise your hand if you're those steady people that you like things A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D. Where are you? Okay, by the way, the 2 people that raised their hand, April, you 2, y'all are the only normal people in the room. Did you know that? 3% of the general population leads D. 11% of the general population leads I. 86% of the population is normal. Congratulations, April. Rest of y'all are freak. That's okay. I'm the lead freak. I'm the super freak in the room because I want to build it bigger than anybody. 4th level. Here's what happens. People that build it big at 3rd level, and they go, oh, this is awesome, but how can I do even more? They go to 4th level, and when you get to 4th level, this is when the big 4th level part 2, this is when you start hiring buyer's agents. This is when you start getting the buyers. You start controlling your time. At level 4, you begin to look like a business. because not everybody, look at level 4, part 2, not everybody reports to you. It starts to look like a business. Now, here's the key one. And this is kind of where we almost should stop today, because I don't think anybody's past level 4. But solo agent by themselves can do 25 transactions. Solo agent with a full-time assistant can do 50 transactions. Solo agent with 2 full-time assistants, 75 transactions. What do you think you can do at the 4th level? Okay, so I heard, who said 100? Okay, so I heard 100 here, and I heard 300 here. Who do you think's right? They both are. Because here's the rule. You can do 25 transactions per full-time person on your team. So if it's you and 2 admin and 2 buyer's agents, 5 people, that'd be 125 people. If it's you and 2 admin and 9 buyer's agents, that's 12 people, 300 transactions. But that's your rule from here on out. You should be able to do 25 transactions per full-time person on your team. And that's kind of your rule of thumb that you judge by. Here's what I find out is I see most people do about 12 to 15 per person on their team, which means they've got room to grow before they hire more people. Level 5, this is where the big thing here is when you hire a listing specialist. People think that you're out of sales here. At level 5, you're not. At level 5, you're still in sales. You just hired another person that's also going to take listings. Level 6. Level 6 is where you're a CEO. I'm level 6 because I don't actually sell anymore. So I'm the CEO of a business, and everybody else does the sales and the admin stuff, and I'm running a business. I'm in charge of the financial viability. I'm in charge of the vision. I'm in charge of holding a few people accountable to the goals, and they do everything else. Level 7 is where you hire a CEO and you go live on a beach and they send you checks. Level 7 is also known as the myth. It's hard to find anybody that went level 7 and stayed level 7 and still have that business. That's kind of the one where the only people that have gone to level 7 and stayed there have one thing in common: a family member runs their team. That's the only ones I've seen. That's why I think that Gary invented the 5th model, the expansion model. An expansion model is where you duplicate what you're doing in more places. Okay, that is as fast as I can do that organizational model with our time constraint. What questions do you have? What do you want to ask me? Is there anything that I didn't cover? You really said, hey, I wanted to know that before I started. Anybody except Kim? Anybody else? No, kidding. What you got?
So how does the model look the same for husband-wife team? It's a you, and that's where I get too caught up in that.
All right, so Kim, here's what's going to happen. We're going to get a couch. You're going to lay on it, and I'm going to get in a chair, and I'm going to cross my legs with my notepad, and we're going to talk through all right, so the husband-wife team. A husband-wife. So if you follow the model, it will tell you that 2 agents should not partner. Now, there's a lot of reasons. I'm not going to give you all of them. I'm going to give you one. The one reason that 2 agents should not partner is when we go back here to this budget model, and where they're only netting, 25, 29%. If 2 agents together are trying to run a household off of 25%, 2 households off 25%, that might not be enough. The reason we let husband and wife do it is you're running one household. What you're going to run into as a husband-wife team is, especially if you don't have anybody on your team yet, here's the problem. Husband-wife team, that's 2 chiefs. Now they make a hire, that's 1 Indian. 2 chiefs, 1 Indian. That's the problem that the husband-wife team has. So here's what you have to do with the husband-wife team. You have to designate exactly who's in charge of what, and you have to stick to it 100%. And so if you decide that Doug is a CFO, and I'm on your team, and I come to you and I say, hey, I want to talk to you about this expense here. Can I spend this money to do this? And if you know the answer 100%, you look at them and you say, I don't know. You need to talk to Doug, because that's his department, and you need to delineate who does what in there and run it just like that, and do not deviate from it, or everybody will get confused and you'll wind up having to rehire people. Does that answer your question? I'm a husband-wife team. I get it. I get it. And we've stumbled through it. By the way, we've changed what we were in charge of many times. And I think we finally have it right now. Who does what? And if she'll stay out of my lane, I'll stay out of her lane. We're good. When we start swerving a little bit, not so good. That's why the 6 o'clock rule and the no after a glass of wine, that's why I'm talking real estate. That help? Good. What else?
I have a question.
Okay.
So this goes back to when you first started, you put that very first pyramid up there. You said, think a million, earn a million, net a million, receive a million.
Yeah.
When you put receive a million and you put leadership skills on there, could you, I guess I get the you net a million, that's the millionaire, right? But then you put receive and leadership skills. I lost you there in that part.
You cannot, it would be almost impossible for you to build it big enough by yourself to have the money to invest to be able to do it. You've got to surround yourself with people that allows you to do two things. Have the income to invest, because most of Receive a Million is going to come from investments. So today you got to have people around you to do it, and you have to have the time to do it. That's where the leadership comes in. Is I just don't see solo people don't typically receive a million because you can only sell 25 a year by yourself. Does that make sense? Okay. No one's ever asked me that before. Thank you for trying to stump me. Nice try. What else? Okay. So the question is, in Zoom world, when is the right time to hire it? When you're feeling the pain. When you're bumping your head on the ceiling. But here's my rule. If I think you can do 25, that's 2 a month, right? 2 a month. If you're doing a minimum of 2 every month, you get to hire an assistant. But that's how you earn the right to hire, is have a minimum of 2 every month, then you can. And I think then you should. So guys, I said it's not a race to the 7th level. And here's why. Gary actually says you should stop at any level you want to except level 1. He said everyone should aspire to at least get administrative help just so you can have a life, just so you can take some time off, just somebody else can answer the phone at some point. But guys, I'm at 6. Here's the thing. So when I said Cutco earlier, people said a lot of you knew what that Cutco knife program was. When I was in college, I did the Cutco summer intern program. I actually worked for Cutco and sold Cutco. So I started selling stuff in college. I graduated from college, and for 17 years, I sold ladies swimwear. I know you're waiting for the punch. But Adam's head just popped up when I said that. No, you're waiting for a punchline. There's not one. For 17 years, I sold ladies. For example, if you're from here, I sold to people like Foley's and Dillard's. So I did that. Then I got into real estate. I've been doing it. I don't need to sell anything else. I don't get the joy of selling like a lot of you do. If you love selling houses, you should not go to 6th level. If you love working with buyers, you maybe shouldn't even go to 4th level. Do what you want to do, what makes you happy. That's why I gave you the brief description. Here's how much you can do to make your goals. Don't think that you got to go. You don't. Do what you want to do the way you like. I know one of the top guys in the Carolinas, he actually fired himself as the CEO of his company. He hired a CEO to run his company that he owned because he wanted to be the listing specialist because he does 500 listing appointments a year. That's his one thing. That's what he loves to do. He said, I'll just pay somebody to run the company. Let me go do what I'm good at. And by the way, his GCI was over $5 million last year. There you go. Figure out what you want to do. That's the big lesson here. What else? All right. So where's my book? Write this down. Write this down. Oh yeah. So the last page of your business plan is page 6.17. You get to draw your future. You can do it. But here's on the front of your book. I want you to write this down. Here are the 5 pages of your business plan. Just so you can go back and find them. Here's your 5 pages. 3.15, 4.21, 5.17, 6.17, and then 7.2 is your 411. I'm gonna put them right here.
Could you please repeat? Okay.
3.15, 4.21, 5.17, 6.17, and 7.2. Don't forget that 7.2. That's your 411. Those are the pages. Now, here's what I'm going to do. I am not running out of here because you might still have questions, but I know some people, and I know people are like, hey, Kent, we knew this was going to be over and we got to go. Before you do, I had 3 goals today. I had 3. What was goal number 1? Have fun. Besides when we were doing math, did you have a good time today? Awesome. What was goal number 2? You said if you took 1 or 2 nuggets out of here that would help you, that it was worth the day. Did you take 1 or 2 nuggets out? Awesome. What was goal number 3? Motivate you. Guys, you have the plan in front of you. Leave here, go put it in action, and I want 2022 to be everything that you want it to be. So I'm hanging around, but for you got to leave. Thank you. Go ahead and go. If you have questions, hang around. But thank you, Zoom land. Thank you guys for tuning in. I hope next year we get to do this with everybody in one room. Thank you.
Great
Appreciate
job.
you guys.